Hello everyone. How did you start this month of March? I wish you all the best. Now let's get on with the second season of What If Naruto Learned to Use Invisible Barriers. Leave me comments with any future fanfics you'd like to see on the channel. I read them all. Leave a like and subscribe. And now, enjoy!
Chapter 15. The Intros and the Scarecrow. After Irika left the room, the students broke into their assigned teams, or at least most of them did. Team 8 had pretty much been together from the start of class, with Kiba and Shino sitting in the row behind Naruto and Hinata, so there was no need to move. As for Team 7, Sasuke had left the room shortly after Irika had, and Sakura had followed him, much to Naruto's annoyance. Team 7 is gonna need lots of work, isn't it? Naruto asked mentally. Yeah, I think that's fair to say, Kurama said. Upon hearing that answer, Naruto slumped forward and hit his head on the desk. After seeing this, Hinata asked, "Are you alright, Naruto-kun? Considering the headache I'm going to have with my team, this is nothing," Naruto said. Kiba decided to chime in and said, "Naruto, I know we're friends and I should feel bad about your situation, but I can't. It's just too funny." After getting that out, Kiba started to laugh in a manner more befitting of a hyena than a dog. Naruto didn't bother to glare at him. It wouldn't change anything, and if Naruto was perfectly honest, he knew that if it were anyone but him, with the exception of Hinata of course, he would be laughing his ass off too. "I'm sure everything will work out, Naruto-kun," Hinata said in an attempt to reassure her boyfriend. "I guess I should at least try to get along with them," Naruto said. "I suggest that you work on one before the other," Shino said. "That's not a bad idea, Shino. I guess I better find Sakura first. She shouldn't be hard to find and she'll be more likely to listen," Naruto said, getting up to go after his teammate. Before leaving the room, though, he leaned down to the still-sitting Hinata and gave her a peck on the cheek and said, "Wish me luck, Hinata-chan." Hinata, being Hinata, turned red but wished Naruto luck all the same. "Okay, now where did she go?" Naruto asked as he scanned the area for his pink-haired teammate. He spotted her in the park a ways outside of the academy. Wow, she didn't get very far. Maybe she's looking for Sasuke. Naruto had hoped that, for the sake of the team, that Sakura hadn't found Sasuke. For all of her intelligence, Sakura had a habit of saying exactly the wrong thing in front of Sasuke, and Naruto was in no mood to try to pull Sakura out of another funk. "Hey Sakura, are you alright?" Naruto asked, alerting the new kunoichi to his presence. "Whatever it is, Naruto, it will have to wait. I'm looking for Sasuke-kun," Sakura said, confirming Naruto's suspicions. "Do you want me to help?" Naruto asked. "I can find him myself," Sakura said, feeling insulted. Due to Naruto's poor performance in previous years, he was still officially ranked as the dead last. Sakura knew that her practical skills weren't particularly amazing, but she still believed them to be above Naruto's. The fact that he had proven that class ranking wasn't worth a damn on more than one occasion had yet to completely register. "Well, okay, but I really think the three of us need to talk about the team," Naruto said, hoping that Sakura would accept his help. "We'll be fine, Sasuke-kun is on the team after all," Sakura said, as if Sasuke's involvement would solve everything. "I for one don't want to pin all my hopes on a lone wolf," Naruto thought. He then asked, "Sakura, we wouldn't be much of a team if we just relied on Sasuke, right?" "I guess," Sakura begrudgingly admitted. "Who does Naruto think he is? Sasuke-kun can do anything," Inner Sakura said. "Starting to think I should have tried talking to Sasuke first," Naruto thought. Naruto then said, "Well, since we agree, then let's go find him." "Naruto, you're annoying. I told you I can find him myself," Sakura said. "Alright, clearly this was a mistake," Naruto thought as he walked right past Sakura. Before he left, he warned, "Sakura, that mouth of yours is going to get you into trouble one day." That was a total bust. "I guess all that's left is to see if Sasuke is open to the whole team idea," Naruto thought, although he wasn't about to get his hopes up. "Okay, now if I were Sasuke, where would I be?" Naruto asked himself. "I suppose I could help you with that," Kurama told his container. "Really? How?" Naruto asked. "Your mother's clan was known for more than fuinjutsu. They were also known for their longevity, potent chakra, and many were also censors," Kurama explained. "That's interesting, but what if I'm not a censor?" Naruto asked. "Oh, you're a censor just like Mito," Kurama told Naruto. "What do you mean, just like Mito?" Naruto asked. "I am able to sense emotions as well as chakra," Mito was a sensor and somehow gained the ability to sense the negative emotions of others. When your mother showed no signs of being able to the same, I thought it was just a coincidence. But if I'm right, any Uzumaki sensor with me sealed inside of them should be able to do the same, Kurama explained. Should? Kurama, you aren't filling me with a lot of confidence here, Naruto told the fox. Just trust me, all right? I've spent enough time messing with your chakra to know what you can do, Kurama said, sounding slightly indignant. All right, I trust you, just tell me what to do, Naruto responded. About that, there are many different ways to sense chakra. So for now, just focus and we'll see what happens, Kurama said, knowing full well that this wouldn't exactly reassure Naruto. All right, here we go, Naruto thought as he allowed himself to focus. Almost immediately, he was hit with a wave of negative emotions. Apparently, I'm not the only one upset with the teams. Okay, what have we got? Krabby, pissed off, thinks this is stupid. I hear we're our hatred coupled with all of the above, that's gotta be him, thanks Kurama. Think nothing of it, Kurama said as he went back to sleep. Great, an audience. That's the last thing I need, Naruto thought as he noticed Team 10 up on the rooftop across for Sasuke's window. Well, whatever, I have to do this sometime and I suppose it has to be now. Hey Sasuke, what's up buddy? Naruto said, announcing his presence. What do you want, Dobe? Sasuke asked. I think we need to talk about the team. I tried talking to Sakura and she left the impression that she'll only listen to you. Naruto started to explain. Then pass on this message. Both of you stay out of my way, Sasuke said. Saw that coming, Naruto thought. Look Sasuke, I know that you're strong and skilled and all that, but you're just one genin, same as the rest of us. Don't forget what we were able to do during team sparring, Naruto said, hoping that reminder would win Sasuke over. If the matches weren't taijutsu, only I could have beaten the mutt and the doughboy by myself, Sasuke countered. That's true, but one can't solve all of their problems by burning them, Naruto thought. But don't you think that we should dash? Naruto started to say. No, Sasuke said, cutting him off. All right, I guess I wasted my time, Naruto said as he headed back to the classroom. Hopefully I'll get another chance to talk to them later. But now I don't think they'll listen until we're in a situation that calls for teamwork, Naruto thought. I take it things didn't go well, Kiba stated rather than asked when the new teams re-entered the classroom to wait for their new senseis. Did the Hitai 8-shaped dent in the desk tip you off? Naruto asked, picking his head up and turning to his friend. Hey, I didn't make the teams, Naruto, Kiba said defensively. I know. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at Sasuke and Sakura. Would it kill them to pretend that we get along? Naruto asked. Things will work out, Naruto-kun, you'll see, Hinata said, attempting to cheer Naruto up. I hope so, Naruto said, not entirely convinced. Sasuke-san and Sakura-san will warm up to you eventually, Hinata assured Naruto. Thanks, Hinata-chan. I think I feel better now, Naruto said. The entire class had returned to the room by now, waiting for their new instructors to show. One by one, the teams left until it was only Team 7 in the room. All right, let's try this again, Naruto thought, not wanting to waste this opportunity. So if we're going to be a team, maybe we should learn more about each other, Naruto suggested. You don't give up, do you, Dobe? Sasuke asked. Naruto, you shouldn't badger people like this, but I guess it's not your fault, Sakura said. I know I'm not gonna like the answer, but I'll ask anyway, Naruto thought. What exactly do you mean, Sakura? Naruto asked. I mean, you weren't raised properly. You've always been able to do what you want, Sakura started. If one were to look in Sasuke's direction while Sakura was talking, they would see that he was getting angry. You're lucky, Naruto. No parents to boss you around, dash. Sakura was cut off. No one to say, I love you. No one to make everything okay. No one to care if something happens to you, Naruto ground out. Naruto might have gotten a better grasp on his emotions in the past year, but Sakura had crossed the line. What? Sakura asked. I found people to fill that gap in my life, Sakura, but I would have gladly traded places with you a year ago. Hell, if you hate having parents so badly, then I'm sure there are plenty of people who would be willing to switch places with you, Naruto said. You're annoying, Sakura, was all Sasuke said. What else could he add? Naruto had summed it up pretty well. Wah, what? Sakura said, almost on the verge of tears at Sasuke's opinion of her. I told you earlier today that your mouth would get you into trouble, Sakura. For your sake, I hope that this is the only time it does. Naruto said. After about an hour of awkward silence, Naruto figured that Sakura had punished herself enough. Sakura, I'm not going to apologize for what I said, but I am willing to put that unpleasantness behind us if you are, he said. Huh? Sakura asked, her eyes red from tears. We can't work like a team if there's any bad blood between us, so let's just forget about it, Naruto told her. What do you mean? Sakura asked, grateful that Naruto wouldn't hold what she said against her, but still not completely following. The second that we received these hitayatesh, we became adults, so I think now is the time to act like adults, wouldn't you agree? Naruto asked. You're right. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said, feeling better. No problem. Now what do you think is taking this Jonin so long to get here? Naruto said, trying to find a way to pass the time. Do you think there was an emergency? Sakura asked, worried. We would have heard if there was an emergency, Sasuke said. Come on guys, try to have some fun with this. I'll bet this Jonin just got back from a mission the other day and forgot about team assignments. Naruto suggested, trying to get his game started. That's stupid, Sasuke said. Yeah, I'm sure Sensei has a better reason than that. Like maybe they had a lunch date and just lost track of time, Sakura suggested, finally playing along. This is exactly why I don't want teammates, Sasuke thought. It was then that he noticed two sets of eyes on him. Your turn, Sasuke, Naruto said expectantly. I pass, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. He wanted no part of this childish game. No, you're going to take your turn, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. Fine, I think. And with that, the three genin continued with their little game. After the first couple of turns, the scenarios became more detailed and more entertaining. It was after a particularly humorous scenario that Hatake Kakashi walked into the classroom to the sight of two laughing genin, and one that seemed to be trying his hardest not to laugh. Sakura was the first to notice his presence and immediately stopped laughing. Noticing this, the other two turned to the doorway to see a confused, if the eye was any indication, Jonin. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, he told his new students. Kakashi-san, you're our Jonin-sensei? Naruto asked. Is that a problem, Naruto? Kakashi asked. No, I was just shocked that our Jonin-sensei was someone I was acquainted with, Naruto said. Really? I'm sure you saw Kurenai and Asuma collect their students, Kakashi pressed. Well, yes, but I always took you for a loner, I suppose, Naruto said. I suppose I can understand why you would think that, Kakashi said. It was true. When Kakashi wasn't thinking of how things could have been different, he was busy trying to escape in the Ika Ika series. Looking over his assigned genin again, he said, My first impression of you three, you're just a bunch of kids. The reaction to this assessment was mixed. Ouch, I just know I'm gonna pay for that one later, Naruto thought. I'm not sorry, that was fun, Sakura thought. I can't believe I went along with the dope stupid game, Sasuke thought. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, Kakashi ordered. 5 minutes later, the genin and their Jonin-sensei were on the roof of the academy, and the genin were confused. All three of them were thinking, now what? It didn't take long for Kakashi to speak up. Let's start with introductions. Let's have your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future, Kakashi said. Why don't you go first and show us how it's done, sensei? Sakura suggested. Me? Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. Things I like and dislike? I don't really feel like telling you that. As for hobbies, I have lots of hobbies, Kakashi said. That introduction, or lack of one, may be important later. The I'm older than you excuse won't cut it with me. It's almost like he considers us hostiles that are beneath him, but hostiles all the same, Naruto thought. So all we learned was his full name, Sakura thought. Humph, Sasuke grunted, unamused. Now it's your turn, Kakashi said, turning to Naruto. Well, since he showed us how it's done. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like training and my friends, among other things. My dislikes, well, that's a really long list, so let's skip that. For hobbies, I like gardening. My dream for the future, I have lots of those too, and we don't have a lot of time, Naruto said, trying his best to copy Kakashi without copying him. Cautious are we, good, Kakashi thought. He then turned to Sakura and said, Your turn. I'm Haruno Sakura. The person I like is giggle. My hobby is giggle. My dream for the future is squeal. Sakura told the group. Girls her age are more interested in romance than ninja training, Kakashi noted. Kakashi then asked, "What do you hate?" "Ino pig," Sakura yelled. "Oh Sakura, you can't mean that. Ino's your best friend, rival or not," Naruto said. "We aren't on speaking terms right now," Sakura said simply. "Okay, now you," Kakashi said, signaling Sasuke to take his turn. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't particularly like anything and I dislike many things. My dream is more of an ambition to kill a certain man," Sasuke said, gravely serious. "Nice, subtle, pleasant," Naruto thought sarcastically. Sakura mentally swooned. "I hope that doesn't become an issue later," Kakashi thought. He then said, "All right, now that we know each other a little better, we can begin the test." "What kind of test exactly?" Naruto asked. "Just a survival exercise," Kakashi said. "I know I'm not gonna like this," Naruto thought. "Sensei, we did plenty of survival tests in the academy," Sakura said. "True, but you've never had a test like this one before," Kakashi countered. "What's different about this one?" Sakura asked. "This test will determine if you deserve to be genin," Kakashi answered. "Then what was the graduation exam about?" Sakura asked, now confused. "That test was just to see which students had the potential to become genin. The test you will take tomorrow will determine whether or not you deserve to stay genin," Kakashi explained. The students then noticed Kakashi chuckling to himself. Even though she was sure she would not like the answer, Sakura asked, "What's so funny, Sensei? Do you really want to know?" "You're not going to like it," Kakashi said. Just shy of outright laughing, Kakashi managed to say, "Of all the students who passed the graduation exam, only 33.3% will continue on as genin. The others are sent back to the academy." "What?" Sakura asked incredulously. "I can't go back to the academy now. I have to get strong enough to kill him," Sasuke thought. "Nice work, Sensei. You've convinced Sasuke and Sakura of the possibility that individual students and not teams will pass. Lucky for me, Ankone and Kurenai-san are less careful when choosing their words. They couldn't teach me techniques above a certain level because it would unbalance the teams. And if that weren't enough, GG made it more obvious with the teams. The rookie of the year with the dead last. Another Ino Shikacho trio," Naruto thought. "Ah, what a year of looking over one's shoulder can do for a person," Kurama said, interrupting Naruto's internal monologue. "You think maybe I'm overthinking this?" Naruto asked. "No, I think you're absolutely right, but good luck getting those two to see it that way," Kurama said. "That's an uphill battle if there ever was one," Naruto responded. "Meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 8 a.m. "Oh, and you probably shouldn't eat breakfast, you'll just throw it back up," Kakashi told his students before leaving. "Sensei or not, tomorrow he's the enemy. And no one is dumb enough to take advice from an enemy," Naruto thought. He turned to his teammates and said, "I don't know about you two, but I'm gonna head home." Johnny, with a nod from the others, the members of Team 7 went their separate ways. 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. For Whom the Bells Toll. The day of Team 7's test started out like any other for Naruto. He woke up at 5 a.m. and went to complete his morning rituals. Naruto went to join Anko and Irika for breakfast and found them in the middle of a discussion. "Now that the school year is over, we should pick a date," Irika said. "We should have done it earlier," Anko pointed out. "I know. For the life of me, I can't figure out why we didn't," Irika agreed. "That might be my fault. Between the Mizuki thing and the extra training, I don't think I left you guys much time to yourselves," Naruto pointed out. "I wasn't your fault, Naruto. I've never been all that good at managing time," Irika confessed. "Yeah, don't worry about it, Gaki. Worry about your test today because Kakashi won't go easy on you," Anko said. "Believe me, I know. He was playing mind games with us yesterday during introductions," Naruto told his surrogate family. "Mind games?" Irika asked. "Yeah, he chose his words in such a way that implied that individuals and not entire teams would pass," Naruto explained. "That explains a few things, I guess," Anko said, more to herself than to the others. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "Kakashi has never once passed a team," Anko said gravely. "That doesn't bode well, does it?" Naruto asked. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure everything will work out," Irika said, trying to raise the boy's spirits. "You're right, Nissan. I wouldn't be much of a ninja if I was afraid of something being difficult," Naruto said, trying to sound optimistic. "That's the spirit. Now how about we eat breakfast?" Irika suggested. Naruto hadn't mentioned Kakashi's suggestion from yesterday. He was convinced that Kakashi was trying to get some point across with it. As for what that point was, he had no idea. Anyway, Naruto reasoned, Kakashi-sensei is the enemy today. I just hope Sasuke and Sakura have enough sense to eat breakfast. The Uchiha maybe, but isn't the pink one starving herself in an attempt to lose weight? Kurama asked. Her and Ino, I think. I don't have the heart to tell them that they will actually gain weight that way, Naruto answered, to which Kurama started to laugh. Ha 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 ha. That is great. Wait, how are either of them skipping meals? I doubt either one's parents would allow it, Kurama pointed out. Not our problem, it isn't like either of them will listen, Naruto said. I guess you're right, Kurama agreed. Halfway through breakfast, Naruto said, I think I have a solution for your wedding date problem. I wouldn't call it a problem, but what is it? Enko asked. I think that the two of you should take a day that brings up bad memories and try to turn it into a happy occasion, Naruto suggested. When Irika heard that, he looked over at Enko, knowing that there were a few days she would like to forget about. He had suggested that Enko try to put Orochimaru behind her for quite some time, but she always came up with some reason not to. Irika was surprised to see that Enko was actually considering Naruto's suggestion. That's not a bad idea, Ochuodo. I have just the date in mind too, Enko said finally. Glad I could help, Naruto said as he finished up his breakfast. As he left the table, he said, I guess I'm off to training ground 7 then. Why? Enko asked. Kakashi-sensei said to meet at 8 a.m. I want to squeeze some training in, Naruto told her. You'll be exhausted by the time he gets there then, unless it's an emergency or a mission. Kakashi is always 3 hours late, Enko explained. It's actually a joke among the shinobi community in Konoha, Irika added. Wonderful. Well, maybe Sasuke, Sakura, and I can come up with a plan in that time, Naruto said, trying to find a silver lining. 3 hours for a plan? Enko asked. Those two don't think much of me. They'll take a lot of convincing, Naruto said. Well, good luck then, Enko said. Thanks, Nei-chan, Naruto said. I think I'll go see if I can walk Hinata-chan to her team's training ground too, Naruto mentally added as he went out the door. I didn't think that you would go for that idea, Irika said, meaning using the wedding date to replace bad memories. I've always wanted to put what happened with that man behind me. I just never knew how to do it, Enko admitted. I'm glad, Irika said. A moment later, Irika said, Enko-chan, I just realized something. What? Enko asked. Well, we're both off today, Irika said with a small smirk. Yes, Enko pressed, hoping this was going where she thought it was going. And we'll have the place to ourselves until sometime in the afternoon, at least. Yeah, I think we should enjoy each other's company to the fullest, don't you? Irika asked. Oh, Irika-kun, so forward. I like it, Enko said. On his way to the Hyuga compound, Naruto was thinking about how he would get his teammates to work with him. Kakashi-sensei's strategy is divide and conquer. Not that he really has to try that hard with this team. If I can find a way to prove to Sasuke and Sakura that he is intentionally misleading us, then we may have a shot. If not, then I'll either have to be really convincing or just hope that those two figure it out for themselves. Naruto was shaken from his thoughts when he heard Hinata call his name. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked. Honestly, Hinata-chan, I could be better, Naruto said. What's wrong? Hinata asked. She had never seen Naruto act like this. So Naruto told her everything that Kakashi had said and his own thoughts on the subject. When he was finished, Naruto asked, Do you think I'm being paranoid, Hinata-chan? No, Naruto-kun, in fact I think you're absolutely right. Kurenai-sensei made it clear that the members of Team 8 would pass as a team or not at all, Hinata said. I thought so, but I'll keep that bit of info to myself, Naruto said. Why? Hinata asked. Because I'm sure Kakashi-sensei will have an explanation for the differences between the tests. Right now my best bet is to find a way to catch him in a lie, or at least give Sasuke and Sakura a reason to doubt what Kakashi-sensei is telling them, Naruto said, mostly thinking out loud. Well, I'm sure you'll come up with something, Naruto-kun. I believe in you, Hinata told her boyfriend. When you say that, Hinata-chan, I really feel like I can do anything, like all that boasting I did in the past few years wasn't just all talk, Naruto said. Well, here's my stop, Hinata said when they arrived at training ground 8. Yeah, I know you don't need it, but good luck, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he gave her a peck on the cheek. You too, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. And with that she gave Naruto a quick peck on the cheek in return. It would be best if she wasn't in a daze during their test, was how the two rationalized this innocent display of affection when they thought something more would have been just as appropriate. I'll see you as soon as the test is over, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he left for Training Ground 7. Do your best, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she bid him goodbye. Upon arriving at Training Ground 7, Naruto tried to think of what to about the test. I need to convince Sasuke and Sakura to work with me. That 3-hour wait may be a blessing. But until then, I should probably practice those jutsu I've been working on. With that, Naruto started to practice his techniques until he sensed the presence of his teammates. Morning, you too, Naruto greeted. Ugh, Sakura groaned. HN, Sasuke grunted. When the two of you wake up, I think we should discuss strategy, Naruto said. Dobe, it's too early for this crap, Sasuke said. Sasuke-kun is right, Naruto, Sakura added. Well, we'll wait then, because if what I've heard about Sensei is true, we'll have plenty of time, Naruto said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. I've been told that Kakashi-sensei is 3 hours late to anything that isn't a mission or emergency, Naruto explained. I could have slept in, Sakura screeched. That isn't a good attitude for a kunoichi, you know, Naruto reprimanded, was Sakura's response. So then, about coming up with a plan, Naruto started to say. The plan is stay out of my way, Sasuke said. Not this again, maybe I'll need to let him get knocked on his ass first, Naruto thought. Naruto figured that he should wing once the test started. Naruto decided that all he could do now was wait for Kakashi to show. Just as Naruto had said, Kakashi had shown up 3 hours later at 11 a.m. You're late, Sakura yelled. Ah yes. Well, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around, Kakashi said. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Naruto thought. So, let's get down to business. It will be you three versus me. You three will have until noon to take these bells from me, Kakashi explained while holding up 2 bells. But sensei, there are only 2 bells, Sakura pointed out. I know only 2 of you will pass. The other goes back to the academy, Kakashi explained. Hold it, Naruto yelled. This may be my chance to show that sensei is trying to deceive us, Naruto thought. What is it? Sakura asked. This better be good, Dobe, Sasuke added. Yesterday at the academy, Kakashi-sensei said that only 9 members of the graduating class would go on to become full-fledged genin. However, with those 2 bells, that means that at least 10 members of our class could continue on as genin, if we assume that at least 1 member from each of the other teams passed their test. Now, what do you think that means? Naruto asked his teammates. Now that he mentions it, Sasuke thought. That does seem odd, Sakura thought. Naruto, I'm hurt. The bond of trust between a sensei and his students is sacred, and here you are calling me a liar, Kakashi said, shocked but not for the reason he claimed. Nice deductive reasoning, slightly amateurish, but I may need to watch my words extra carefully with this one, he thought. This is just insurance. We can't just assume that a genin from each team will pass, you see, Kakashi tried to explain. Not if you only give us an hour, you can't, Naruto thought. It's a bullshit explanation, but Kakashi-sensei's authority trumps just about anything I say. Like I said, 1 hour. Whoever doesn't get a bell gets sent back to the academy and tied to one of those posts over there and gets to watch me eat lunch. Oh, and come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi said. That sounds a little extreme, sensei, Sakura said. Oh, don't worry about me. There's no way any of you can hurt me, Kakashi said. He's probably right, but still. Naruto thought. Now begin, Kakashi shouted. With that, the 3 genin took to the trees to hide. At least they understand how to be stealthy, Kakashi thought. However, he soon sensed another presence. You know, sensei, I think Sasuke and Sakura would agree when I say your introduction left us with a lot of questions, Naruto said. Sasuke and Sakura, who were watching things unfold, had one thought going through their minds. What is that idiot thinking? I'm starting to think that earlier was just a fluke, Kakashi thought. You know, compared to the others, you're a little weird, Kakashi said. I've been called worse, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. About those questions, I suppose you're going to try to beat the answers out of me then, right? Kakashi asked. I suppose I could try, Naruto said. All right then, time for lesson 1. Taijutsu, Kakashi said, as he reached into his pouch. Much to the surprise of his students, he pulled out a small orange book. Not a weapon. Sensei, I know you're a jonin and that I only just got out of the academy, but reading Ika Paradise while testing us, don't you think that's just a little insulting? Naruto asked. If you were old enough to read it, you would understand, was all Kakashi said in response. I think Sensei needs to learn some manners, Naruto said to himself as he threw a kunai at Kakashi's precious book. The genin of Team 7 had no way of knowing this beforehand, but among the shinobi community in Konoha, it is understood that threatening Hitaki Kakashi's Ika series is hazardous to one's health. Now Kakashi wouldn't kill a fellow shinobi of Konoha, especially not his sensei's son, but he was going to teach him a lesson. He dodged the kunai with the Kawarimi no Jutsu, reappeared behind Naruto, and put his hands, which were still clasped around his book, into a tiger seal. Fire jutsu, Sasuke thought worriedly. Naruto, get out of there, Sakura screamed. Kanahagakur Haiden Taijutsu Oji. Senin Goroshi, Kakashi shouted as he tried to shove his fingers up Naruto's ass. Tried, being the operative word because Kakashi's hands went right through Naruto. At that moment, all of Kakashi's memories flashed through both his own and Naruto's mind. Placing a hand on his head, as if he had a headache, Kakashi took a step back to collect himself. Naruto, however, took this opportunity to ask his sensei a question. Were you trying to shove your fingers up my ass? That is a special technique in this village, Kakashi defended. You know how messed up you are, right? Naruto asked, more than a little disturbed by his sensei's actions. You'd be surprised how often I hear that, Kakashi said. Yeah, I doubt I would. Anyway, it wasn't exactly what I had planned, but I got what I needed, Naruto said. Checking the bells, Kakashi noticed they were both still there and said, No, I think it's safe to say I still have the bells. Oh, I didn't mean those. The boss wanted information and that's what I got him, Naruto said. What? Kakashi asked, worried about what Naruto meant by that. Don't look so shocked, sensei. A jonin like you should know all about how Kage Bunshins like me work. The now identified Naruto clone explained. I guess earlier wasn't a fluke after all, Kakashi thought. He then asked, What is it you were after then? I told you your introduction yesterday left the team with more questions about you than anything else, the clone said. The clone then said, The boss was hoping to save this, but I think he will understand why I had to use this. Before he disappeared, the clone snapped his fingers. When he did, rods that looked like 12-foot-long versions of interdiction shot out of thin air at every angle. Though they had no sharp edges, Kakashi knew he had to avoid them. Displaying the dexterity only a jonin would have, Kakashi managed to dodge them all, even though his movements were severely restricted. Before he could relax, ethereal blades shot right at Kakashi, and just like the rods, they shot out of thin air. Kakashi did the only thing he could. He used the Kawarimi no Jutsu and just narrowly escaped. Note to self, be careful with that one, Kakashi thought, heading off to test his other two students. The real Naruto, who had safely hidden himself, received the clone's memories, which to his relief included Kakashi's memories. I am so glad that worked. I never did test if I can get another person's memories through a Kage Bunshin. Shame about those traps, but I probably wouldn't have been able to use them myself anyway. Sensei probably wouldn't have stayed in the clearing anyway, Naruto thought. Focusing on the information his clone got from Kakashi's memories, Naruto began to think about what he had learned. Okay, at least 1,000 jutsu. I think I'll try a few later. Sharingan Eye under his Hitai 8, he probably won't use that. Former ANBU captain, not to be underestimated. Wish he would show the three of us the same courtesy. My dad's student, interesting but not helpful. Values teamwork above all else after losing both of his own. I feel bad about viewing those memories, but that proves my theory. He does want us to work together, now I need to find the others. Just then Naruto heard a scream. No doubt about it, that was Sakura. With that, Naruto headed off in the direction that the scream had come from. As she regained consciousness, Sakura heard a voice calling her. Sakura, are you alright? What happened? You don't look hurt, so that's good. It was Naruto's voice. I'm fine. Where is Sasuke? Sakura asked. I don't know. I haven't seen him since the test began, but I don't know if that is a good or bad thing, Naruto admitted. He then said, We should probably go find him before Kakashi-sensei does. Yeah, let's go, Sakura agreed. When they found Sasuke, it wasn't what they were expecting. He was buried up to his neck. Sakura fainted as soon as she saw him, but Naruto knew exactly what happened. He got you with the Doton. Headhunter Jutsu. Ha Sasuke? Naruto asked as he set to work digging him out. No jokes, Dobe. I'm not in the mood, Sasuke said. I don't plan on making jokes, Sasuke, Naruto said. Continuing, he said, speaking of plans, the three of us need one or else we're all going to fail. I know the two of you noticed the contradiction between what Kakashi told us yesterday and what he told us earlier. That whole only two of you can pass thing is crap. Yeah, I noticed, Sasuke said. After you pointed it out, but you don't need to know that, he thought to himself. Apparently the conversation woke Sakura up because she said, Kakashi-sensei didn't bother trying to refute what you said. But I don't know Naruto. Look, I'll make you two a deal, we work together and we should be able to pass. If I'm wrong about the bells being a red herring, then I'll go back to the academy. Sound good? Naruto proposed. I guess that works, Sakura said. I think the two of you deserve to pass more than I do though, she thought. Yeah, fine, Sasuke said. After a few minutes of planning, Naruto said, okay. We probably only have 15 minutes at the most. Let's make them count. Kakashi was standing by the posts in the clearing trying to read Ika Paradise, but his mind was on his team. It's a shame, this group actually seems pretty interesting, but if they can't figure this test out then they have no business being ninja, he thought. Did you get to a good part, sensei? Came Naruto's voice. Oh, here to try for real this time, Naruto? Kakashi asked. I don't have much of a choice. There isn't much time left, Naruto said as he summoned interdiction. I suppose that's true, Kakashi said, putting his book away. After last time he feared for its safety. Naruto dove into his shadow and headed towards Kakashi. Clever, I have no choice but to wait him out, Kakashi thought. The shadow then split into four, each going after Kakashi from a different direction. I guess he can use jutsu in his shadow, Kagebunshin indeed. After getting close to Kakashi, the four Narutos jumped out of their respective shadows and charged Kakashi. Kakashi, with all his experience, didn't need to put much effort into parrying Naruto's attacks, and easily dispelled the three Bunshins, and Naruto started to retreat. Now normally the calm, cool, and collected Kakashi would just let a genin retreat, but after the Naruto's Bunshin tried to attack his precious book, he still felt the need to teach him a lesson. Good, he seems to be focused on me now, I hope the other two are ready, Naruto thought as he headed into the forest. Naruto jumped back into his shadow. You have to come out of there sometime, Naruto, and I'll be right there when you do, Kakashi said as he followed the fleeing shadow. Had Kakashi not been so determined to punish Naruto, he might have seen the tripwire Sakura set. But alas, anger tends to make one stupid, and threatening Ika Paradise makes Kakashi angry. Kunai and Shuriken rained down on him, and had he not had the level of experience that he did, he would have definitely been caught in it. Kakashi managed to dodge only to get caught in another trap. While looking for Naruto, Kakashi found himself on the receiving end of the Doton Headhunter Jutsu, courtesy of Sasuke. However, before he got pulled underground, Sakura came and took a swipe at the bells hanging off of Kakashi's hip. Just as the bells hit the ground, the alarm went off. Such a shame, your plan seemed good but your timing was off, Kakashi said as he managed to get himself out of the ground. But I'm sure you would agree, sensei, that it would be a shame to send a team that can do what we do back to the academy. We did manage to get the bells off of you, Naruto said. I admit it, Naruto, you were right. We can make a pretty good team if given the opportunity, Sakura said. HN, Sasuke grunted. I agree, Naruto. After that display, I suppose I can't fail you kids. It may have been last minute, but you got me, you three pass, Kakashi said. See, I told you guys that all we needed to do was work together, Naruto said. All right, you were right. Don't make me say it again, Sakura said. Sasuke hasn't said it yet, Naruto said. Never gonna happen, Dobe, Sasuke said. All right, enough. Team 7 starts its first official mission tomorrow, Kakashi said, feeling a headache coming on. Sensei, I have one last question. I know teamwork is important, but you seem more committed to it than any other jonin. If the reason isn't too personal, can you tell us why that is? It is personal, but I'll tell you anyway. When I was younger, I didn't think I needed anyone's help, that all that mattered was completing the mission I was assigned. One time during the Third Shinobi World War, one of my teammates was kidnapped. I wanted to finish the mission without her by /UT. My other teammate refused to do so and wanted to go save her. But before that he said something to me. Those who disobey the rules are trash. But those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. Those words really hit home because we did go save her, but it cost him his life. Since that day, I have tried to show students just how true those words are. Kakashi said. I'm sorry, sensei. I shouldn't have asked. Naruto apologized. No, it's fine. Someday I'll tell you the whole story instead of the short version. Kakashi said. Don't rush yourself, sensei. Naruto said. Oh, and one more thing, Naruto. You won't know where and you won't know when, but I will get you for what your clone tried to do to my book. Kakashi said, completely serious. Oh, great reluctant teammates and a sensei that's out to get me. Fan-tucking fastic, Naruto thought. 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Mission and Omissions. Well, they did warn me, I suppose, Naruto thought. He was referring to what Iruka and Anko told him after he and his team had passed Kakashi's test. This is gonna be awesome, Naruto exclaimed as he entered the breakfast nook. What's going to be awesome? Iruka asked, although he had a feeling that he already knew what Naruto meant. My team and I get our first mission today, Naruto said proudly. Anko was trying her hardest not to laugh at Naruto's excitement. Iruka, on the other hand, was going to try to explain the mission's genin due to make sure Naruto wouldn't be too disappointed. Now Naruto, genin fresh out of the academy, are only eligible for certain types of missions. I know Nissan will start off simple and work our way up, Naruto said. That's true, Gaki, but there is something you need to know about D-rank missions. Anko finally got out. What's that, Ne-chan? Naruto asked. D-rank missions aren't exactly exciting. Most of the time they seem more like torture than missions, Anko explained. Can anything really be that bad? Naruto asked. How about you tell us what you think at dinner? Anko said. Torture is right, but I suppose someday I'll look back on this and laugh, Naruto thought. Personally, I think it's pretty funny right now, just knowing how pissed off you three get when you're assigned these missions, especially this one, Kurama told Naruto. Well, I'm glad someone is enjoying this, Naruto thought before cutting the link between him and Kurama. He would need to be completely focused on the mission now. Do you three have the target in sight? Over, came Kakashi's voice over the earpiece Naruto had. This is Sasuke. I see the target and I'm in position. Over, came Sasuke's voice. This is Sakura. I'm in position. Over, came Sakura's voice. This is Naruto. What they said. Over, Naruto said, not trying to hide his annoyance. Now go, Kakashi ordered. With that, the three genin shot out from their hiding places and rushed towards their target. After a fierce battle, where the teammates managed to get in each other's way, Naruto managed to subdue the target, a runaway cat. Do you have confirmation on the target? Kakashi asked the genin. Yes, there is a red ribbon on its ear. It's Tora. Over, Sasuke said. Even if there wasn't, we've gone after the stupid thing at least twice a week. We can pick this vile creature out of group of least 100 lookalikes. Sasuke thought. Copy that. And although none of them could see him, the members of Team 7 could tell that Kakashi was enjoying himself at their expense. Oh Tora, my precious kitty cat. A large woman cooed, if you could call it that, while squeezing the life out of Tora. I wonder if she'll ever figure out that she's the reason that damn cat runs away so often? Naruto asked himself. I almost feel bad for it, almost. Sasuke thought. Kill it or me, but I never want to get this mission again, Sakura said mentally. The mission to find Madame Shijimi's lost cat, Tora, was a success. Kakashi reported to the Sandaime and Iruka, who was assisting with the mission assignments. Fire Daimyo's wife or not, I still don't see how finding a lost cat is a mission, Naruto added mentally. Excellent work, Team 7. Now for your next mission. Hiruzen started. Ugh, here it comes, the genin thought. I think you're ready for a C-rank mission? What about you, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked. I think you might be right, Hokage-sama. Kakashi agreed. What just happened? The three genin asked themselves. Send the client for Team 7 in. Sandaime told his secretary over the intercom. This is who I get for protection. A bunch of brats, a voice said. The genin turned and came face to face with their client. An old man with a bottle of sake in his hand. We have to protect an old drunk? Sakura mentally asked. These missions just keep getting worse, Naruto thought. Must remember my goal. Must not think about how I'm pissing my time away on bullshit missions. Sasuke told himself. Alright, I'll make this simple. I'm the super bridge builder Tsunade, and I need the three of you to protect me on my way back to Wave Country. The now identified Tsunade said. From what exactly? Naruto asked. Something seemed off about this man. From bandits, obviously. Is this kid really a ninja? Tsunade asked Kakashi. Don't worry, Tsunade-san. My team may be new, but they get the job done. Also, I'm a Jonin and I'll be there in case anything goes wrong, Kakashi explained. Naruto C-rank missions involve protecting our clients from bandits and highwaymen. You really should have studied this, Sakura told Naruto. Bandits and highwaymen are gonna go after this guy. The only thing of value he seems to have is that bottle of sake, and I doubt they'll trouble themselves for one bottle. I know this guy isn't telling us something. The first part of his response sounded rehearsed, Naruto thought. Well, now that that's been settled, Team 7 leaves for its mission tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Until then, you're dismissed, Sarutobi told the team. I better keep my eye on this Tsunade guy during the trip, Naruto thought. So you got a C-rank mission too, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked as he met up with the Hyuga heiress for their private training. Yes, I believe all three teams received one, Naruto-kun, Hinata told her boyfriend. Well, I hope your client isn't like the one Team 7 got stuck with, Naruto said more to himself than to her. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. I think Tsunade-san is hiding something. I mean, I get that there are bandits and highwaymen and all that, but if I were a member of either group, I wouldn't target this guy. He isn't carrying valuables. Hell, he doesn't even have pockets. He's a bridge builder, Naruto explained. It does sound like he's hiding something, but unless you can prove he's deceiving your team and the Hokage, then there isn't anything you can do about it, Hinata told him. I know, I read up on contract law, but I still don't have a good feeling about this, Naruto responded. Well, I wouldn't worry about it just yet. Maybe he's just a wealthy merchant in disguise, Hinata suggested. Although if her tone was anything to go by, she didn't believe it either. Maybe, but what about your mission? What is Team 8 doing? Naruto asked. We're just dealing with bandits who have targeted a town near the capital, Hinata said simply. Sounds like fun. I know you'll do great, Naruto told her. Arigato, Naruto-kun, but I'm still a little nervous, Hinata said. I guess that's normal for one's first C-rank mission. I probably should be nervous, but I'm too suspicious of this Tsunade guy, Naruto explained. That was what Kurenai-sensei said. Not about Tsunade-san obviously, but about my nerves. Thank you for trying to reassure me, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Hinata-chan, I know I've never told you this, but I have absolute faith in your abilities as a kunoichi, and I know your team does too, so you should never doubt yourself, Naruto told her. That statement was one of the nicest things anyone had ever said to the young heiress. Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she found herself leaning forward. Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he leaned in towards Hinata. Hinata-sama, your father requests your presence. An arrogant, and right now, smug voice called out. Ah, of course, Niji-san. A now flustered Hinata answered. I hope you weren't waiting too long, Niji-san, Naruto said to the Hyuga prodigy. Uzumaki-san, do you really think I would be so petty as to wait and watch until I could embarrass you both? That's exactly what I think, but I suppose I should be diplomatic about this, Naruto thought. Not at all, Niji-san. I just noticed your presence a few moments ago, and since you didn't make yourself known right away, I was under the impression that your message could wait, Naruto said. I am sorry to disappoint you, Uzumaki-san, but I only waited because I thought you two were discussing something important, Niji explained. I'm disappointed that you think so little of me as to believe a weak lie like that could fool me, Naruto thought. Looking over at Hinata, he thought. How is Niji able to change Hinata-chan back into an insecure little girl? And more importantly, why does he go out of his way to do it? If there is nothing else, Uzumaki-san, then Hayashi-sama has requested Hinata-sama's presence, Niji reminded the blonde. Of course. Good night, Hinata-chan, and to you as well, Niji-san, Naruto said, his voice switching from tender to curt in mere seconds. Good night, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. A pleasant evening to you, Uzumaki-san, Niji said, as he and Hinata left the clearing that had become Naruto and Hinata's unofficial training ground. Guess I should head home, Naruto said as he left the clearing too. After Naruto had gotten home, Anko took the opportunity to ask, "So Gaki, how does it feel to get your first C-rank mission?" "Honestly, Nei-chan, I'd feel much better about it if everything about this client didn't scream liar," Naruto answered. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Iruka asked as he entered the living room. "Iruka, you saw the guy. Maybe it's just a sign that means I would be a crappy bandit or highwayman. But if I was a member of either group, I wouldn't bother trying to rob the guy," Naruto explained. "True, he didn't appear to have anything of value on him," Iruka said. "Iruka, he didn't even have pockets," Naruto said, cutting his surrogate brother off. "Sounds fishy to me," Anko said. "Honestly, I'm just trying to convince myself that Tsunade-san is being cautious, but he gave of the impression of a student who was lying about not doing their homework." Iruka finally admitted. "I don't want to be suspicious of Tsunade-san, but if he's worried about bandits and highwaymen, why didn't he stay in Wave? It isn't like they have a ninja village to protect him. I get that one should prepare for the worst, but I don't see his trip home being much more dangerous," Naruto explained. "I understand what you're saying, Otudo, but without proof you've got no choice but to give this guy the benefit of the doubt," Anko said. "I know. I guess I'll just have to be extra careful," Naruto said. "Good answer. Now how about dinner?" Anko said, changing the subject. With that, the evening proceeded just like any other at the Namikaze household. Team 7 met at the front gates at 8 o'clock as ordered. Even Kakashi was on time, much to the shock of Sasuke and Sakura. Unfortunately, they were waiting on their client. After about 15 minutes, Tazuna finally arrived, apparently hung over. "You're late," Sakura yelled. It had become something of a reflex during her short time as Kakashi's student. "Actually, Sakura, as the client, it's impossible for him to be late. You technically can't be late for a mission that won't start without you," Naruto explained, which earned him a glare from his pink-haired teammate. "Don't cloud the issue with facts, Naruto," Kakashi told his blonde student. He continued, "Sakura does have a point though, we do need to get going." As soon as the group left through the front gate, Sakura asked a question. "Tazuna-san, something has been bothering me. Wouldn't it be easier to hire ninja from Wave instead of coming all the way to Konoha? Wave doesn't have ninja, Sakura. It enjoys natural protection from the sea. It's true that smaller ninja villages are out there, but most of exist only because they have allied with one major village or another. The 5 great nations, Earth, Wind, Water, Lightning, and Fire, are the 5 superpowers in the shinobi world, and are the only villages that are allowed to grant the village head the title of Kage," Kakashi explained. "The Godame Mizukage is a woman named Terumi Mei. The Sandame Tsuchikage is Inoki. The Yandame Reikage is a man called A. The current Hokage, the Sandame, is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I have no idea what the Kazekage's name is, but I know he is the Yandame Kazekage," Naruto decided to add. "How did you know that, Dobe?" Sasuke asked, slightly impressed. Ichirojiji and the other monks heard this while they were in Iron Country. Apparently some people are freer with information in neutral territory, Naruto explained. "And that is something the Hokage will need to know about later. We can't have any of our secrets getting out. But for now, let's get going," Kakashi said. As the group was headed down the main road, both Naruto and Kakashi noticed something was off. Kakashi decided not to mention it, but Naruto decided to test Sasuke and Sakura's attention to detail. "Let's play I Spy. I'll go first," Naruto said, not giving anyone the chance to object. Naruto started by saying, "I spy with my little eye something that doesn't make sense." "What kind of a clue is that?" Sakura yelled. "Just play along, Sakura. You see soon enough," Naruto told her. "Ugh. Fine. Is it the lack of footprints on the dirt road?" Sakura asked. "No. Is it the lack of other people?" Sakura asked again. "No. I don't know, maybe it's that puddle," Sakura said as she got fed up, still upset that Naruto knew things that she didn't. "Yes, as a matter of fact it is," Naruto answered. "Puddles aren't exactly uncommon around here, Naruto," Sakura deadpanned. "They are with the weather we've been having," Naruto responded. "What do you mean, Dobe? The weather lately has been great and—" "Shit," Sasuke said as it finally hit him. The conversation/game had not gone unnoticed by the 2 Chunin-level shinobi in the puddle and had prompted them to strike. The 2 had decided that if they were going to get caught, they were going to complete their mission first, and so they made a beeline straight for Tazuna. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated how fast Kakashi was since he had taken the both of them out almost as soon as they started charging. Naruto, could you do that memory thing of yours on these two? They'll be out cold for a while and we need info now? Kakashi requested. Yeah, sure. But what specifically do you want to know? Naruto asked. Just confirmation of something I already suspect. Their intended target, Kakashi told him. All right, here it goes, Naruto said as his arms became transparent and he swiped them through the two Chunin. After looking through their memories, he turned to Tazuna and asked, Tazuna-san, is there something that you want to tell us? 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 of Mist and Mu. In a small boat headed towards Wave, 6 people rowed in silence. The boat's owner had agreed to take the 4 ninja and their client, but only under the cover of either fog or night, whichever came first. During this journey, a blonde genin was thinking of everything that had led up to this point. I'm glad we're helping Tazuna-san, but I'm not entirely happy with how we agreed to continue this mission, Naruto thought. What exactly do you mean? Kurama asked his human partner. Well, Tazuna-san, I believe my student asked you a question, Kakashi asked. Although his tone was civil, it was clear that he wouldn't tolerate lying. I have no idea why Missing Nin tried to attack anyone. Maybe they're just strapped for cash or something, Tazuna suggested. I'm curious, Tazuna-san. How did you know that these two were Missing Nin? Naruto asked. Well, that is… Tazuna tried to get out. He knows he's caught, Naruto thought. Tazuna-san, if you don't want to admit it, we could always see if these guys have orders on them, Naruto suggested, as he started rummaging through the pockets of the unconscious demon brothers. Find anything, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Did I ever? Naruto said, pulling out a piece of paper and looking it over. These are orders if I ever saw them. All right, I admit it. There is someone after me and he's probably hired more than just these two, Tazuna said in a panic. Gotcha, Naruto said. What? Tazuna yelled. These are orders, more specifically a shopping list, Naruto said as he handed the list to Kakashi. Gallon of milk, loaf of bread, stick of butter, copy of Babes and Hitayatesh. I'll have to check that out myself, Kakashi said. So, Tazuna-san, you said you would admit to something? Sakura said, tired of seeing Kakashi and Naruto torture the old bridge builder. A man named Gato wants me dead, Tazuna finally admitted. Gato, as in the head of the major shipping company? Naruto asked. That's just a front for his real business. He made his fortune as a smuggler of illegal goods and selling drugs. Gato has become the richest man in the world as a result, and will go to great lengths to protect his interests through blackmail and murder, Tazuna explained. Clearly, Naruto said, the bridge I want to build is a threat to his monopoly in Wave, Tazuna continued, which would lead to people asking questions about where his money comes from down the road. Naruto added, that's entirely possible, but my only concern is saving my country from what he's done to it, Tazuna said. I feel for you, Tazuna-san, but you lied to us. This is no C-rank mission. It warrants at least a high B rank, and that means it's too dangerous for new genin, Kakashi said. I understand, but because of Gato, Wave has become an impoverished nation. A C rank was all we could afford. I never wanted to put children in danger, Tazuna explained. The genin in question seemed to have mixed feelings about Kakashi's statement. Sakura was scared, but she didn't want to turn her back on the suffering of an entire country. Sasuke didn't want to back down from a challenge. Naruto just seemed to be deep in thought. We need to head back to the village. Maybe we can sort things out, Kakashi said. Hold it, Naruto shouted, earning looks from his team and from Tazuna. Yes, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Sensei, although it is true that in the event of a breach of contract no shinobi is obligated to complete the mission, it is also true that if a majority of the shinobi involved wish to continue the mission, the contract can be renegotiated at a later time, Naruto stated. That's true, Naruto, but that usually only pertains to Chunin or higher, Kakashi countered. I don't like arguing with you, Sensei, but that's not true. The clause in question makes no mention of rank, Naruto said. What? Kakashi asked, stunned that a genin was winning an argument with him, even if the genin was Minato-sensei's son. Luckily, I have some law books on me, Naruto said, as he unsealed some books from a storage scroll. Grabbing the one pertaining to shinobi contract law, Naruto found the clause he had mentioned and showed it to Kakashi. That's the most recent edition, sensei. Just so you know, Naruto stated before Kakashi had a chance to voice an objection. All right, Naruto, have it your way. We'll ask your teammates if they want to continue, Kakashi said, knowing that he was beat. Not surprising, I suppose. In my younger days, I may have always followed the rules of being a shinobi, but I never had much interest in studying law, Kakashi admitted to himself. Well, even if you decide not to continue, it's no big deal. My daughter will just spend the rest of her days cursing Konoha and all of its people. And my poor grandson, oh, I shudder to think what will happen to him without me, Tsunade said in a transparent attempt at garnering sympathy. Sasuke and Sakura agreed to continue the mission and the group continued on its way. If that bullshit sob story is any indication, I don't think Tsunade-san thinks too highly us, Naruto thought. After insulting your intelligence like that, I would have gone back to Konoha as a matter of principle, Kurama said. It was tempting and I could tell the thought crossed their minds as well. But if we abandoned this mission, we would never hear the end of it, Naruto responded. As the boat reached the shore, the fog had started to lift. In contrast to how dark it had been during the trip, once the group had reached the shore, the sun was shining rather brightly. Best of luck, Tsunade, the boat's owner had said as he took his leave. Thanks, you be careful too, Tsunade responded. So Naruto, what are we up against? Kakashi asked. From what I saw in the Demon Brothers' memories, Gato also hired a man named Zabuza and someone named Haku, Naruto told the Jonin. The only Zabuza I can think of is Momochi Zabuza, a former member of the Seven Swordsmen, Kakashi said. After a bit more thought, Kakashi finally said, the most recent edition of the bingo book doesn't mention any Haku though. If it helps, this Haku guy has a rather feminine appearance and is only a few years older than the three of us, Naruto said, pointing to himself and his teammates. What kind of tactics does this Haku person use? Maybe we could identify him that way, Sakura suggested. The Demon Brothers have never actually worked with Haku. All they know is that he has knowledge of pressure points and medicinal herbs, Naruto answered. So all we can really do is keep our eyes peeled, Sasuke said. That's easier said than done, Sasuke. Momochi Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique, which involves using the Kirigakure no Jutsu. Even with the Sharingan, all you'll see is chakra-laced mist, Kakashi explained. Sasuke looked like he had something to say but was cut off by a loud thunk. Naruto had flicked a kunai into the bushes after noticing them rustling. After she went to check, Sakura came back out to scold Naruto. Naruto, you scared the hell out of me, and you really scared this rabbit. To prove her point, she held up a snow rabbit that was indeed shivering with terror. Sakura, do you notice anything strange about this rabbit? Naruto asked. Other than the fact that it's scared out of its mind. Not really, Sakura said. A snow rabbit, with a pure white coat, at this time of year, and you don't find that odd? Sasuke asked. Thank you, Sasuke, Naruto said. Then, noticing a large amount of bloodlust, Naruto said, as calmly as he could, we should probably get down. Kakashi shouted as a giant sword came spinning through the air and lodging itself into the tree that Team 7 and Tsunade were in front of. After Team 7 and Tsunade had gotten to their feet, they noticed a tall and noticeably muscular man with pale skin, short spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows standing on said sword. He was wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face and wore his Hitayate sideways on his head. After getting a good look at Team 7, the man said, I had heard the bridge builder went to Konoha for help, but I didn't expect you to be here, Hatake Kakashi. Momochi Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist, right? Kakashi asked, gravely serious. So you've heard of me. I'm flattered. The now identified Zabuza said as he dropped to the ground and dislodged his weapon from the tree. Well, when a coup is attempted in one of the 5 great ninja villages, that tends to get around, Kakashi said. Humph. I just met you and you've already managed to piss me off, Zabuza said as a thick mist started to set in. Apparently the failed coup was a sore spot. This mist is the result of a jutsu, so I guess we won't be able to sense this Haku person's chakra. So I guess you're up, Kurama, Naruto told his partner Biju. Alright, just pay attention. If that kid was trained by Zabuza, then we should be able to sense bloodlust from him too, right? Kurama suggested. That would make sense, but it's never that easy, Naruto responded. I'm not hearing any better ideas, Kurama barked back. Sorry, I just wasn't able to glean much about the other guy's personality from the Demon Brothers' memories. For all we know, he's an emotional cripple who will treat this like just another job, Naruto told Kurama, hoping to pacify the kitsune. Okay then. Also, you might want to see if the Uchiha is alright. He's pointing a kunai at himself, Kurama warned. Oh, for the love of Sasuke. Deep breaths, Naruto said to his teammate. The bloodlust emanating from Zabuza had caused Sasuke to have a panic attack, and he could not hear what Naruto had said. Luckily Kakashi could, and he turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, don't worry. I won't let my comrades die. That seemed to do the trick, because Sasuke had calmed down and said, Thanks. I needed that. Since his students were alright, Kakashi figured he could focus on the battle, and to that end he lifted his Hitai 8 to reveal a fully matured Sharingan eye. This revelation had shocked Sasuke, who couldn't help but wonder why Kakashi had a Sharingan eye when he was not an Uchiha, but he figured his questions could wait. But I am getting answers either from Kakashi or Naruto. I'm sure he knows why Kakashi has that eye, Sasuke thought. The battle started with Zabuza taking a swipe at Kakashi. Kakashi managed to dodge, but Zabuza's quick recovery showed everyone present that he could more than handle his weapon and that he was not to be underestimated. I knew it wouldn't be that easy, Zabuza said as he fell back to the lake that occupied the other side of the path Team 7 had been following. Pushing chakra to his feet, Zabuza stood on the water and created more mist. As he was fading from sight, he said, Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja. The bingo book says that with that Sharingan you've copied over 1,000 jutsu. It also says that it allows you to predict your opponent's movements, but you can't predict the movements of someone you can't see, Zabuza said, convinced that he had this battle won. As the mist got thicker, the genin began to get worried. Kakashi's warning about the silent killing technique had them on edge. As if sensing their fear, Zabuza decided to add to it 8 choices: kidneys, heart, liver, lungs, spine, cervical vein, neck vein, brain. Which one should I go after? If I get my way, you won't get close to any of them, Naruto thought, as he set up several mu barriers to keep Zabuza at bay. 3 is my maximum, but we should be good as long as Zabuza doesn't find a way past them. If I could use interdiction, I could be of some help, but the glow they give off would tell Zabuza exactly where we are, Naruto thought. Zabuza was indeed having some trouble with Naruto's barriers, and the idea of being stopped by something he couldn't see only served to make him angrier. I don't know what kind of trick Kakashi is trying to pull, but he's not going to stop me like this, Zabuza thought as he swung his sword with all of his strength. Upon impact with Naruto's barrier, a loud crack could be heard. It wasn't the sound of metal cracking, though. It was some sound that had never been heard by anyone on that battlefield before. Wadash, what was that? Tsunade asked. My mu barrier, he broke it, Naruto said in disbelief. Fortunately, the sound attracted Kakashi, who made to stab Zabuza. Kakashi's attack was a direct hit, but Zabuza just burst like a water balloon. He had switched places with a Mizu Bunshin. Knowing better than to let an opportunity like this go to waste, Zabuza took another swipe at Kakashi and cut through him like a hot knife through butter. True to his moniker, Kakashi had copied Zabuza's strategy with the Mizu Bunshin. As he held a kunai to Zabuza's throat, Kakashi said, It's over. Zabuza wasn't impressed though, because as soon as those words left Kakashi's mouth, he started to laugh. It's over, that's a good one. Know this, Kakashi, you can't beat me just by copying me. I will admit that I find it impressive that you managed to predict and copy my movements in this mist, but Zabuza trailed off as he burst, revealing himself to be a Mizu Bunshin. The real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and finished his Bunshin statement. It will take more than that to beat me. With that, Zabuza swung his sword at Kakashi, who managed to duck. That was exactly what Zabuza was hoping for, as he landed a sweeping kick into Kakashi's stomach. Zabuza's attack had hit Kakashi hard enough to send him into the middle of the lake, much to the dismay of his students. As Kakashi reached the surface of the water, he noticed something was off about the water. This water's heavy. Why? He thought. Now I've got you, Zabuza exclaimed as he appeared behind Kakashi. He then called out, Suiro no Jutsu. The water then formed into a sphere around Kakashi, who had no countermeasure ready and was now trapped because of it. Zabuza then proceeded to gloat. We can finish this later, Kakashi, but right now I think I'll eliminate the brats. After that statement, Zabuza summoned a number of Mizu Bunshins. To say the genin were shocked was an understatement. Their sensei had been sent flying into the water by the missing Nin and was now trapped inside a sphere of water. Now copies of the enemy who had trapped Kakashi were coming after them. As if sensing his students' shock and fear, Kakashi called out an order. Take Tsunade-san and run. Zabuza can't move as long as he's keeping me trapped in this prison, and his clones can't go too far from his real body. Too late for that! A Mizu Bunshin yelled as it kicked Naruto in the side, which sent Naruto flying and knocked off his Hitai 8 in the process. You kids don't deserve to call yourselves ninja. Not until you're good enough to be listed in the bingo book. Until then, you're nothing. Zabuza shouted. To emphasize his point, he had his Bunshin stomp on Naruto's Hitai 8. Naruto, who had been in a stupor until now because of what had happened to his barriers, was knocked back to his senses when he heard the word nothing. You know what, Zabuza-san? What kid? If you're going to beg for your life, then you're just proving my point. A Bunshin responded. No, I just want to say that you shouldn't underestimate nothing, Naruto answered back. With that, he summoned interdiction and made a beeline for the Bunshin that kicked him. Interdiction was humming louder than even Naruto had ever heard it before. Naruto had no idea how fast the dark matter that made up his ethereal blades was vibrating, but he was sure that it was fast enough to cut through anything. It worked. Naruto had managed to cut through Bunshin and retrieve his father's Hitai 8. After he retied it, he turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, I have a plan, but I need your help. You in? Big talk from someone who was borderline catatonic just a minute ago. But sure, I'm in, Sasuke said. Oto-san, so far all I know for certain that I inherited from you is your Hitai 8, your house, and your looks. For all of our sakes, I hope I also inherited your brilliant mind, Naruto thought. 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. All mist and mirrors. Somewhere in Fire Country. If one asked about hotspots in Fire Country, two things would happen. 1. They would be on the receiving end of a grimace for the bad joke. And 2. They would hear about Tenzaku Town. Tenzaku Castle was one of the biggest tourist attractions in Fire Country, but there was more to Tenzaku Town than that. Most people who came to Tenzaku Town came because of its casinos and fine women who could be found in brothels or hostess clubs depending on the guest's preference. Every once in a while, a group of bandits would set their sights on the tourists, or rather their money. It was for this reason that Team 8 was sent to Tenzaku Town. It was also for this reason that Team 8, or at least their sensei, was not enjoying the mission. I hate being a new jonin. I have to take whatever mission the others don't want, Kurenai thought. Her displeasure must have been apparent for all to see because Kiba asked, Everything all right, sensei? I'm all right. I just don't think Tenzaku Town is an appropriate place to send new genin, Kurenai explained. Why? Kiba asked. Loose women, Kurenai said. Gambling, Hinata added. Booze, Shino finished. Come on, sensei, the three of us are at least 12 years old. It's not like we don't know about this stuff, Kiba responded. Glossing over how that sounds, it doesn't mean I have to like it, Kurenai stated, hoping to end this conversation. Picking up on her sensei's discomfort, Hinata decided to ask, How do you think the other teams are doing? I'm sure they're fine. Hokage-sama would never send genin fresh out of the academy on a life-threatening mission if he could avoid it, Kurenai said. I hope so. I've had a bad feeling for a while, Hinata said. I'm sure Naruto is fine. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Kiba told Hinata. Back in Wave. I wonder if it's possible to have someone tempt fate for you? Naruto wondered. What makes you ask? Kurama asked. No reason, Naruto answered as he resumed staring down his opponents. Zabuza's Bunshins. With interdiction at the ready, he charged in. The humming of the ethereal blades could be heard all the way out on the lake where Zabuza had Kakashi trapped. That kid has guts. It's a shame he has to die, Zabuza told Kakashi. In his current position, all Kakashi could do was bluff, so he said, Careful, Zabuza. Others have underestimated Naruto and got burned for it. All the more reason to get rid of him now then, Zabuza responded. Back on land, a few Mizu Bunshin had intercepted Naruto and had started to attack. They broke through my barriers, so I need to find another way to stop them, Naruto thought as two of Zabuza's Bunshins made to strike him from behind and were stopped and destroyed by two Mu Bunshins. This allowed Naruto to focus on the Bunshin in front of him, and with interdiction vibrating at its current speed, he was able to cut right through said Zabuza's clone. Zabuza was slightly impressed by the blonde genin's display. After all, not many genin could turn around a situation like this. At the same time, however, he was furious. He never imagined that a genin could defeat his clones even if they were only 1/10 as strong as he was. Who the hell is this kid? Clones or not, my experience should still have given me an edge, Zabuza thought. His mental rant was interrupted when he saw his final clone nail Naruto in the stomach before the blonde genin could destroy it. I guess the kid just got lucky, Zabuza thought as Naruto slid back from the force of the Mizu Bunshin's attack. Naruto, however, did not let this setback get him down. He quickly righted himself, dismissed interdiction, and took out a scroll. After unsealing the contents, which in this case was a Fuma Shuriken. Sasuke, think you can aim properly in this mist? Naruto asked his teammate. Oh, I think I can manage, Sasuke answered. Good then, catch. We're putting a new twist on an old favorite, Naruto said as he tossed the weapon to the Uchiha. A new twist? Alright, I'll play along, Sasuke thought as he took aim and threw the shuriken. Zabuza was under the impression that the genin were going to destroy his Bunshin. So when he saw the shuriken miss his water-based doppelganger, he was ready to start gloating. However, he wasn't so full of himself that he missed the shuriken's flight path. He saw it heading straight at him. Due to his jutsu, Zabuza could not move without releasing Kakashi, but thanks to all his years of experience, his reaction time was good enough to catch the massive projectile in his free hand. Even after this, Zabuza was on high alert. He expected a second shuriken to come flying at him, and sure enough, one did just that. Fortunately for the demon of the mist, this second shuriken was low enough for him to jump over. Naruto, who was still on the shore at the time, said, Zabuza-san, that shuriken has a few surprises attached to it just for you. After Naruto had said that, he snapped his fingers and 4 transparent spheres appeared on the shuriken's blades, and they began fire ethereal blades at Zabuza. Many of the blades hit the mark, which was the small of Zabuza's back. With the speed at which the blades were fired, they hit Zabuza with enough force to break his concentration on the chakra in his feet, which in turn caused him to fall into the lake and release his jutsu, freeing Kakashi. I sense a large amount of malice and bloodlust headed in this direction, Naruto thought. Before Naruto had a chance to blink, Zabuza appeared in front of him. Sword raised and eyes full of fury. Zabuza brought his sword straight down in an attempt to bisect Naruto, who could only prepare to block with interdiction, the ethereal blades humming louder than ever. What happened next shocked everyone. Instead of Naruto being bisected, it was Zabuza's sword that was cut in half. As he was recovering from his shock, Naruto thought, that's right, the louder interdiction hums, the faster it's vibrating and the better it cuts. I was so shaken up that I forgot. Zabuza was the next to recover, and the first thing he did was say, in a terrifyingly calm voice, you know, kid, after that killing you shot right to the top of my to-do list. Naruto's only response was to say, should I be flattered or terrified? Because honestly, Zabuza-san, I'm feeling a mixture of both. That's natural, Zabuza responded as he found an opening in Naruto's stance and kicked him into a tree. The shock from the impact caused Naruto to dismiss interdiction. Seeing that the blonde genin was vulnerable, Zabuza made to finish him off with what was left of his sword. Kid, in the entire time that I've had this sword, no one has ever broken it. So I think it's only right that your blood be used to repair it, Zabuza said as he arrived in front of Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto asked, hoping that he could buy time for Kakashi to get back on his feet. Well, since you're about to die, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. My sword is called Kubikurabocho, and like the other weapons employed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, my sword possesses a unique power, the ability to reform itself using the iron harvested from the blood of its victims. It happens almost instantaneously and is supposedly capable of bringing the weapon back to its original condition no matter how severe the damage is, as I will now demonstrate, Zabuza explained as he lifted up the Kubikurabocho in an attempt to deal a finishing blow. Fortunately for Naruto, that explanation bought Kakashi enough time to recover, and after a well-timed Kawarimi, Team 7 Sensei was parrying the Kubikurabocho with a kunai. Sorry about the delay, Naruto. I think I might have inhaled some of the water in that prison, Kakashi told his student. It's fine, Sensei. Right now I'm just glad we were able to get you out, Naruto responded. I've never been so glad to have someone disobey my orders. You kids really did listen during the survival test. Kakashi thought happily. Turning his full attention back to Zabuza, Kakashi said, "Now Zabuza, my team and I have things to do, so I would appreciate it if we could finish this now." "I couldn't agree more, Kakashi," Zabuza responded as he fell back to the lake and started going through hand signs. "So that's how it's going to be, huh?" Kakashi asked no one in particular as he followed Zabuza's lead. From what the genin were able to see, Zabuza and Kakashi were both preparing the same jutsu. Kakashi quickly caught up to Zabuza and soon he was a few hand signs ahead. Zabuza sped up his hand signs in an attempt to catch up to Kakashi. While this was happening, he thought, "This doesn't make any sense. He was copying me until just a few moments ago. Why is he so much further along on this jutsu than I am? For that matter, how can he even know what jutsu I'm going to use?" Zabuza had managed to catch up to Kakashi, and they both called out, "Suetun, Suryuden no jutsu." However, because Zabuza was trying to figure out how Kakashi, the copy ninja, was able to go from copying him to being a step ahead, Zabuza's dragon was less powerful and he paid for it. As soon as Kakashi's dragon destroyed Zabuza's, it slammed the missing nin into a tree on the opposite side of the lake. Zabuza was having a difficult time getting to his feet, so it was not hard for Kakashi to reach him. Kakashi was ready to go in for the kill but paused when Zabuza started asking questions. "How did you do that? Can you see the future?" Zabuza asked. "I can, and your future is death," Kakashi said. However, before Kakashi could slit the missing nin's throat, two Senbon came flying out of nowhere and lodged themselves into the left side of Zabuza's neck. "You're right, he's dead," a voice said. Standing in the trees was what appeared to be a hunter, nin wearing a plain mask with the symbol for Kiri on the forehead. The hunter nin then said, "Thanks for the assistance. I've been after this one for a while now." "No problem," Kakashi said. However, he was thinking, "Is this that Haku person? Damn it, I'm out of chakra. Either I let them both get away or I try to finish off Zabuza and face an opponent who we know nearly nothing about." Naruto, who was convinced this person was Haku, decided to come forward and see he couldn't get some information out of him. "I'm sure this is Haku, but it doesn't seem like this person would be Zabuza's partner. I'm not sensing any malice. Just to be sure though, let's see if I can't get you to slip up," Naruto thought. Carrying the broken part of Kubikirabocho, Naruto asked, "Do you want this back too? I'm sure the Mizukage would be happy to have it." "I think you're right. Mizukage-sama will surely be pleased," the unidentified hunter said as he picked up Zabuza and used the Shunshin no Jutsu to make his way across the lake to Naruto in order to take the broken half of Kubikirabocho. "I'm sure. What do you think the Mizukage will give you for Zabuza and the sword?" Naruto asked. "I'm just a hunter nin doing my job, but I'm sure he'll be pleased," the ninja said, unknowingly giving himself away. "He will? I was not aware that Terumi Mei was a man." "Haku-san," Naruto said. As soon as those words left Naruto's mouth, Haku made an unfamiliar hand sign and called out, "Sensatsu Susho," before jumping away. The water in the air became visible and then formed into needles around Naruto. All Naruto could think to do was counter this technique with one of his own, so he punched the ground and called out, "Rakuhuha." The light-based projectiles from the technique destroyed the needles before they could hit Naruto, but Naruto then noticed that the balls of light were coming back towards him. All he could do was dive into his shadow and wait until the projectiles collided with each other. "Damn it, two of my most useful techniques have been countered in less than a day," Naruto thought as he waited until it was safe to come out. When Naruto reemerged, he saw that there were a number of what seemed to be mirrors with Haku's image surrounding him. Before he could get into a defensive stance, Naruto noticed that the mirrors were melting. The blonde genin then heard Haku say, "Zabuza-sama's well-being takes precedence here, so consider yourself lucky." And with that, Haku took Zabuza and disappeared. Kakashi, who saw what happened, said, "Well, we're safe for now, so if the rest of you don't mind, I'm going to pass out now." With that, Kakashi pulled his Hitai-8 over his Sharingan and then fell forward. "Sensei, what do we do now?" a nervous Sakura asked. "My house isn't that far from here, you can all rest there," Tazuna said. With that, Sasuke and Naruto went to pick up Kakashi and followed Tazuna to his home. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Training and Tribulations. On the outskirts of Tanzaku town, after their meeting with the various victims of the bandits, Team 8 had a fairly good idea of where the bandits would strike. This led them to road through a moderately wooded area. Okay, this is where all the victims were attacked, Kurenai said queasly, as she looked around for potential threats. So what do we do now, sensei? Kiba asked in his normal voice. First, keep your voice down. If they're close by, we shouldn't let them know we're here, Kurenai ordered. Oops, Kiba responded. Now, Hinata, can you see anything with your Byakugan? Kurenai asked. There seems to be a large group northwest of here. From what I can make out, many of them match the descriptions given by the victims, Hinata responded. Excellent. Now all we need is a plan, Kurenai told her students. After a few minutes, she looked at them expectantly and asked, Well, we think we have a plan, but we're not sure how good it is, Hinata admitted. That's better than my first C rank. Our plan was only 2 words. Wing and it, Kurenai thought. She then asked, What is it? We don't really know enough about our targets, so we're just gonna wing it, Kiba said. Never mind, Kurenai thought. From their vantage point, Team 8 was able to get a good look at the bandit camp. The bandit camp was about what one would expect. A few makeshift shelters, the grandest of which belonging to the boss. A place to stash their ill-gotten gains, and at least 10 bandits. There was something special about this group, though. This group took advantage of Tanzaka's reputation of being home to many fine women. This group of bandits was one of the few all-female bands in all of Fire Country, and it was no trouble for any of these women to seduce and rob men. You know, looking at this group, I don't think I would mind if they robbed me blind, Kiba said. Sum-san really needs to talk to this one, Kurenai thought. Addressing her team, she said, Okay team, whenever you're ready we'll begin. Take out as many as you can, but our target is the leader, a woman named Chinami Miyanaji. I hope Naruto-kun's mission is going well, Hinata thought before her team made their move. Back in wave. Sasuke, is it me or is Kakashi-sensei heavier than he looks? Naruto asked, from his position on Kakashi's right side. It's probably just because he's all wet, Sasuke pointed out from the other side. Yeah, I guess you're right, Naruto agreed. Then thinking of what a soaking wet Kakashi meant, he said, Not changing sensei. 1, 2, 3, not it, not it, Sakura shouted. Not, damn it, Sasuke cursed. After giving the matter some thought, Sasuke then asked, Wait, did he even bring a change of clothes? Well, you're gonna find out soon, aren't you? Naruto asked mockingly. I fucking hate you right now, Dobe, was Sasuke's only response. Well, here we are, Tsunade announced as they reached his house. He was hoping to prevent the 2 male genin from fighting. Nice place, Tsunade-san, Naruto said. Thanks, kid, Tsunade said as he opened the door. Once inside, he said, Tsunami, Inari, I'm back. Tsunade, you were gone for so long we were starting to get worried. A woman, who could only be Tsunami, said. She had long, dark hair and appeared to be in her mid to late 20s. Hello, everyone. Thank you for helping my father, she said as she bowed in gratitude. No need to thank us. After hearing his story, we couldn't just refuse, Naruto said. Well, after hearing the true parts of it anyway, Naruto thought. Still, I know how much of a handful he can be, Tsunami replied. Turning towards the stairs, she yelled, Inari, your grandpa's back. A boy no older than 8 ran down the stairs and latched on to Tsunade. The boy, who was obviously Inari, said, Grandpa, you're back. Yes, and I have these nice ninja to thank, Tsunade said as he turned Inari's attention to Team 7. You're all gonna die, was all Inari said to the genin. We're all gonna die, kid. It sucks, but it's just the natural order of things, Naruto said jokingly. I think he meant soon, Dobe, Sasuke told his teammate. I know what he meant, Sasuke, and I know it was morbid, but that was my attempt at humor, Naruto responded. Inari, don't be rude to our guests, Tsunami scolded. Oh, that's all right, I'm rude to them all the time, Tsunade told his daughter. Why did we agree to help this douchebag again? Naruto asked himself. It's true, Ka-san. No one can stop Gato, Inari said as if his statement were the absolute truth. Well, we won't know until we try now, will we? Naruto asked, quickly growing irritated with Inari. Inari just glared at Naruto and ran back upstairs. Well, that was interesting, Naruto thought. Remembering Kakashi's current condition, Naruto asked, Tsunami-san, our sensei is exhausted after fighting a Misunin Gato hired. Is there a place where he can rest? Oh, of course, follow me, Tsunade said. Also, Tsunade-san, we aren't sure that he has any dry clothes, so… Naruto trailed off. Well, I'm sure we'll find something, Tsunade said. Ugh, I overdid it, Kakashi thought as he regained consciousness. Checking his surroundings, he saw his uniform and his Hitai-8 drying outside from the window. If my clothes are there, then what am I wearing? Kakashi asked himself. Noticing what he was wearing, Kakashi quickly regained his energy and ran downstairs. As soon as he spotted his students, he asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, but your clothes were soaked and you didn't bring a spare set," Sakura said while trying to stifle her laughter. "We had to go with the closest fit and all of Tazuna-san's were too big," Naruto said, just about ready to bust out laughing. "So these two volunteered me to use whatever was the closest fit, which just so happened to be one of Tsunade-san's old maternity dresses," Sasuke said, trying his hardest not to laugh. It was true. Hatake Kakashi, one of the most feared jonin in the world, was wearing a maternity dress complete with a baby on board pattern near the stomach. He still had something covering the lower half of his face and his Sharingan eye, but it just served to make him look more comical. Looking at his current attire again, and trying to save face, Kakashi, in all seriousness, or at least as much as he could muster, said, "On a lesser man this would look undignified." That did it. The room's occupants busted out laughing at the expense of Team 7's sensei. Even the ever-sulky Inari couldn't stop himself from laughing. After getting that out of their systems, Kakashi told his team, "As soon as I'm back in uniform, we're going to start training. I would estimate that we have 2 weeks before Zabuza is ready to fight anyone. The most important thing one can have as a missing nin is a safe house." Having been a missing nin for a few years, Zabuza had quite a few. He did need to stay ahead of the Kiri Hunter nin that were pursuing him. After the encounter with Team 7, Haku had brought Zabuza here to recover. Having removed the Senbon, all Haku had to do was wait for Zabuza to wake up, and when he did, he was less than pleased. "Damn it, Haku, you need to come up with a better way to do this," Zabuza complained to his subordinate. Even after the Senbon were removed, Zabuza's body always felt like it was made of lead. "I should be grateful that this doesn't happen that often, I suppose," the demon of the mist thought. "I suppose I could give you pills that could put you in a death-like state, but any shinobi who could force you to use them would probably catch on," Haku responded. By this time, Haku had removed his mask. Between his voice and feminine facial structure, no one would ever guess that he was male. Smartass, Zabuza thought. Just then the door to the room was slammed open and in walked a rather short man in a suit, flanked by 2 bodyguards. "So this is Demon of the Mist, you certainly aren't much to look at now," the man said. "Great, just what I don't need," Zabuza thought. "What do you want, Gato?" he asked. "What do I want? I want to know what the hell happened. I want to know why the bridge builder isn't dead. I want to know why I'm wasting money on a man who can't get things done." The man, now identified as Gato, screeched, "I'll be glad when this job is over and I don't have to listen to this guy's voice anymore." Zabuza thought, "We hit a bit of a snag. I never expected the bridge builder to come back with a jonin." Zabuza told him. "So what? You're a jonin, aren't you?" Gato screamed. "I underestimated this one. It won't happen again," Zabuza told his employer. He hated acting like Gato's subordinate, but the pay was too good to pass up. "Damn right you won't. Not if you want to get paid," Gato yelled as he stormed from the room. Before he was out the door, he slipped on something and fell on his back. Turning to look at Zabuza, he said, "Not one word." And with that, he and his guards were gone. Turning to Haku, Zabuza asked, "Am I right to assume that you had something to do with Gato's little slip-up?" "He was asking for it, and this way he can't prove I did it," Haku said. "So Haku, what did you think of those brats Kakashi had with him?" Zabuza asked. "They didn't seem particularly impressive at first," Haku stated. Continuing, he said, "The Kunoichi didn't seem particularly impressive. She didn't really do much, and she seemed too uncomfortable on a battlefield. The older boy seemed like the type to collapse under pressure if his attempt to stab himself is any indication. He got better, but only after the jonin reassured him. The blonde one is a mystery, though." "What do you mean?" Zabuza asked. He was curious about what happened after losing consciousness. "Well, when you came after them, he seemed confident that they would be all right, but then there was that loud crack," Haku started. "Yeah, I couldn't see it, but there was definitely something there," Took a bit of effort to break it too, Zabuza admitted. Well, whatever was there, hearing it break seemed to terrify him. Then when you captured Kakashi, he recovered and used abilities I've never heard of. Haku continued. I remember he broke Kubikirabocho. Not that it matters, but where is the other half? Zabuza asked. I had to leave it, so if they didn't take it with them, it's probably still at the lake, Haku told his master. He then went on. That's where it got strange. After I went to retrieve your corpse, he asked if I wanted the broken piece and asked about what the Mizukage would do when I returned with both you and the two halves of Kubikirabocho. What happened? Zabuza asked. I referred to the Mizukage as a man, and then he said he was unaware that Terumi Mei was a man's name. I don't know how, but I think they knew I was a fake, Haku told Zabuza. Mei? Now I really can't go back to Kiri, Zabuza thought. Zabuza-sama? Haku asked, concerned for his master's well-being. The demon brothers wouldn't have said anything. I can say that with absolute certainty. So I can't think of how they knew, but now I'm curious about that blonde kid. I know I've never seen him before, but he looks familiar, Zabuza mused. Maybe you ran into his parents once, Haku suggested. Parents, Zabuza repeated. The demon of the mist gave Haku's theory serious thought. A blonde kid from Konoha. Oh shit, if his father is that man, then it might be best to get rid of him now. Wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. If he was that man's son, IWA would be calling for his head, wouldn't they? Maybe not. Not as long as Ryatenbin no Inoki is Tsuchikage. Coming to a conclusion, Zabuza said, it doesn't matter. He's still a genin, so he shouldn't be that much trouble. Kakashi should be the main concern. Whatever you say, Zabuza-sama, Haku answered simply. About a day had passed before Kakashi's clothes were dry enough for him to wear, but as soon as they were, he got out of Tsunami's maternity dress as fast as he could. Note to self number 497. Do not pass out around these kids, Kakashi thought. All right, follow me, training time, Kakashi told his students. On the way to their destination, Kakashi couldn't help but ask, what happened to piece of Kubikirabocho you cut off, Naruto? I decided to keep it as a trophy and sealed it in a scroll for now, because no one is going to believe any of this happened otherwise, Naruto told his sensei. I hope they do. I'm the one who has to file the report, Kakashi responded. Back to the less than serious jonin his students were familiar with. Sensei, what kind of training are we going to be doing? Sakura asked. You kids saw what happened to me after the fight with Zabuza. Chakra exhaustion is no joke. So we're going to take steps to prevent that from happening to the three of you, Kakashi said. I wasn't aware that there was a way to prevent anyone from running out of chakra, sensei, Naruto remarked. Smartass, Kakashi thought. He said, while that would be nice, you are correct that such a technique does not exist, so we are going to be working on chakra control. Like that technique that Irika-sensei showed us with the leaf in the academy? Sasuke asked. This is a step up from that. You're going to be climbing trees, Kakashi explained. That sounds better suited for increasing stamina, sensei, Sakura said. What I have in mind is good for that too, but the exercise I have in mind is a little different from what you seem to have in mind, Kakashi told her. How so? Sasuke asked. For this exercise, you won't be using your hands, Kakashi explained. Oh yeah, Ankone and Hinata-chan told me about that. It wasn't as easy as they made it look, Naruto said. You already know how to do it? Sasuke asked, slightly envious. Sort of. I could probably stand to practice a bit more, but Ankone said I should be ready for water walking soon, Naruto told the Uchiha. Well then, Naruto, why don't you show us how it's done? Kakashi asked as he pointed to three rather tall trees in the middle of a clearing. Well, all right, Naruto said as he focused chakra into his feet and walked halfway up the tree before he lost his grip and fell. Luckily for him, he landed on one of his mu barriers, which carried him gently back to the ground. I think I can focus better because even if I fall, I can catch myself with a barrier, so I have almost no fear of falling. Well, as Naruto just demonstrated, you focus chakra into your feet, which allows you to stick to the tree. First-timers are encouraged to get a running start, Kakashi said. Or do what Ankone told me and lay on your back with your feet up against the tree until you think you have the right amount, Naruto chimed in. Thank you, Naruto, for ruining what could have been excellent payback for putting me in that maternity dress, Kakashi said. You'll have to try harder than that, sensei. We aren't the naive bunch of genin you think we are, Naruto told Kakashi. Only because you seem to be looking out for us, Sasuke and Sakura thought. As much as they hated to admit it, Naruto almost always found a way to keep them from getting caught off guard or from embarrassing themselves. Anyway, get out a kunai so you can mark your progress. Upon completion of this exercise, you will take turns guarding Tsunade while he works on the bridge or whatever else he needs to do, Kakashi said, apparently disappointed that he wouldn't get to watch any of his genin fall on their asses. Hi, Kakashi-sensei, Team 7 shouted before starting the exercise. 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Pain, Hope, and Healing. On the road back to Konoha, Team 8 had completed their mission and were now headed home, and if they were very honest, they were glad it was over. Kurenai was sad that her students had someone like Tsunade Mayonnaji as their target for their first C-rank mission. The genin were still slightly in shock, ninja or not. Nothing could prepare them for what they saw. Team 8 had dispatched most of the bandits with ease. As one of the few that were still conscious started to run, the bandit leader decided to show herself. She was a rather petite, young woman of about 19. She had bright red hair that fell past her shoulders, and she had 2 braids on the top of her head. She seemed to have a certain elegance about her, but for some reason Akamaru and Shino's insects were terrified of her. Mayonnaji-sama, help! The retreating bandit said as she ran to her boss. Suki-chan, I'll protect you. Don't worry, Mayonnaji told her subordinate. As the one called Suki made her way over to Mayonnaji, Mayonnaji put her hand on the woman's exposed shoulder in what appeared to be a comforting gesture. It wasn't even 5 seconds before Suki collapsed and her hair turned white. Mayonnaji-sama? Suki asked, as if unable to believe what was happening. Suki-chan, you said I could count on you, but it seems that wasn't true, Mayonnaji said with an almost demonic smile, seemingly enjoying her subordinate's pain. Mayonnaji-sama, please. I can't see, Suki cried. Have you learned your lesson? Mayonnaji asked. I won't let you down again, Mayonnaji-sama. Please help me, Suki pleaded. I know you won't. Now I'll make everything better, Mayonnaji said as she pulled out a knife and slit Suki's throat. Throughout, this teammate was in shock. Neither Kurenai nor her students could believe that someone could treat their subordinates that way, especially not when said subordinate came to them for help. Hinata, in particular, could barely contain her rage. Perhaps it was her kind nature, or perhaps it was the fact that she was from a clan that prided itself on their visual prowess. But Hinata felt genuine hatred for the first time in her life, and it was all directed at Tsunade Mayonnaji. In response to this new feeling, she activated her Byakugan and got into a Juken stance. In case you haven't figured it out, Hyuga, I have a Kekii Genkai too. I can poison someone with just one touch, and since your clan relies almost solely on taijutsu, I'm the worst opponent you could ever face, Mayonnaji gloated. She's right. If only there was a way to fight her without touching her directly, Hinata thought. As if responding to her thoughts, dark matter collected around Hinata's forearms and shins, forming into gauntlets and greaves. As soon as the gauntlets and greaves formed, Mu claws sprang forth from all 4. This is exactly what I needed, Hinata thought as she charged towards the shocked Mayonnaji. Mayonnaji recovered, but it was of no use. Kekii Genkai or not, Mayonnaji had no formal training, which was why she was just a bandit leader and not a missing nin. And with the Mu claws increasing Hinata's speed and power, the battle was over quickly. As soon as Mayonnaji was knocked unconscious and Team 8 had made sure that she could not touch anything or anyone directly, they took her and her surviving subordinates to their client. They grabbed Suki's corpse to give the poor girl a proper burial, something Hinata was adamant about doing. Sensei, how could anyone do that to someone who trusted them? Hinata asked, shaking everyone from that awful memory. There are those kinds of people out there, Hinata, those who see others as pawns to use or to sacrifice as the situation calls for it, Kurenai explained as best she could. She then told the young Kunoichi, I'm proud of you, Hinata. As soon as Mayonnaji poisoned that poor woman, I wanted to do the same thing. When she explained her power, I thought that we would have to let her get away. But you found a way to fight her. What about your scythe, sensei? Hinata asked. I left graceful Dahlia at home. This mission was for the 3 of you, not for me, Kurenai explained. She continued, I think I will be bringing it with me from now on, though, let me tell you. Speaking of home, can we pick up the pace? What you did was cool, Hinata, but I want to go home and pretend I never heard of that Miyanaji woman, Kiba said. It wasn't surprising that he would feel that way. The Inuzuka clan valued loyalty above almost all else. I concur, Shino added. This was to be expected too. It is difficult for an adhering to forge bonds with others, so to see someone treat bonds as though they were worthless hit Shino rather hard. I know what you mean, Hinata said. 12 years old and they've already had a successful mission they wish they could forget. I'm sorry, kids, Kurenai thought as teammate continued toward Konoha. Back in Wave. Thanks to Naruto's advice, Team 7 had completed the tree climbing exercise in record time, allowing them to train in various other ways when they weren't on guard duty. Although Team 7 was still a relatively new genin cell, Kakashi believed that by this point he understood what their strengths and weaknesses were. Kakashi recommended that Sakura work on increasing her stamina and her chakra reserves, but he wouldn't stop her from any extra training she might want to do. Having a Sharingan eye himself, Kakashi took it upon himself to help Sasuke master his eyes. Naruto was a different story. As much as Kakashi wanted to help the boy, he honestly had no idea how to do it. Naruto was pioneering 3 elemental releases, so there was nothing Kakashi could do in regards to that. The silver-haired Jonin was considering teaching the boy a few ninjutsu, but Naruto had told his sensei that he had knowledge of every jutsu Kakashi knew since the bell test. He had been practicing them in secret, but he admitted that he had only mastered 5 of Kakashi's jutsu at most. After apologizing for invading his sensei's privacy, which Kakashi had insisted was unnecessary since they were technically enemies, or at least opponents, at the time, Naruto promised he would not use Kakashi's original jutsu without permission. Kakashi was ready to just let Naruto do his own thing, but then Naruto asked a question. Kakashi-sensei, you've fought ninja from different nations. What is the best strategy to use when fighting those from Kiri? First, I want you to explain how you don't know if you already probed my memories, Kakashi said, confused. I can see certain things. When I pass through someone, I usually have some idea of what I want to see, and that is whatever I think would be helpful. Info on their past, their jutsu repertoire, things of that nature. If I tried to look at everything, I would probably go insane, Naruto explained. Makes sense, I suppose, Kakashi thought. The Jonin continued and said, I do know a few things about fighting Kiri ninja. I came up with various ways to fight them after what they did to Rin. After what I did to Rin, Kakashi added silently. Can you teach me? Naruto asked. What you need to remember, Naruto, is that every ninja is unique. 2 ninja can be from the same village and use the same style, but that doesn't mean that they fight the same way, Kakashi explained. I respectfully disagree, sensei, Naruto thought as an image of Guy and Lee flashed through his mind. That being said, there are some things I can teach you about Kiri ninja, Kakashi said as he proceeded to teach Naruto what he thought would help the young genin. After a week had passed, things seemed to be looking up for Team 7. All 3 had made great strides. Sakura's stamina had improved, Sasuke's Sharingan had matured slightly, and Naruto had managed to assimilate the anti-Kiri ninja strategy that Kakashi had shown him. Deciding that his students needed a break from training, Kakashi had all of them present for guard duty. Guarding Tsunade at work wasn't exactly exciting for the genin. None of Gato's thugs had shown up and Zabuza would not be back for another week. Tsunade was about to call it quits for the day when another man came up to him. Tsunade, I don't think that I will be coming back to work, the man said. Is something wrong, Jichi? Tsunade asked. I've stayed this long because we've been friends for years, but I have a family to think about, the man now known as Jichi said. So what, you're just giving up on Wave? Tsunade asked. Tsunade, I respect what you're trying to do, but we can't beat Gato. Even if the bridge is completed, that won't get rid of Gato. He could just destroy it and we'll be right back where we started, Jichi said. Jichi, don't you understand? We aren't just building a bridge, we're trying to bring hope back to this country, Tsunade said. Tsunade then said, if you want to leave, then fine. Get out of my sight. On their way back to his house, Tsunade turned to Team 7 and said, I'm sorry you had to see that. It's not your fault, Tsunade-san, Sakura told him. I don't know what I'm going to do now. I was barely getting by and now I might not have enough people to finish the bridge, Tsunade lamented. I'm sure Jichi will be back, Sakura said, trying to be optimistic. I hope so, but I still need more people to get done on schedule, Tsunade told her. Well, they don't know anything about building bridges or construction in general. but I can probably get you as many people as you need, Naruto told Tazuna. I'm skeptical that you could, but intrigued that you may, Tazuna said. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said, making a few clones to convince Tazuna. Oh yeah, you can do that, Tazuna said, remembering the Naruto's fight with Zabuza's clones. Back at Tazuna's house, everyone was just finishing up dinner. As Tsunade was clearing the table, Sakura decided to ask a question. Who's that in the picture? I noticed you were looking at it all throughout dinner, Inari? Not that you mean to pry or anything, right, Sakura? Naruto thought, that's this country's hero, Kaiza. He's no longer with us, Tazuna answered. After those words left his grandfather's mouth, Inari ran upstairs. After that, Tsunade turned to her father and started to scold him. "San, you know better than to talk about Kaiza in front of Inari like that." "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked," Sakura said. "Well, it's out there now, so I might as well tell you," Tazuna started. Kaiza was a traveling fisherman who came to Wave looking for new opportunities. Some kids were picking on Inari and they pushed him off a dock. Inari couldn't swim at the time, and if Kaiza hadn't come along, he probably would have drowned. Since Inari's father died years ago, Kaiza stepped into the role and even married Tsunade. Once during a particularly bad storm, when a dam door accidentally opened, he managed to swim through the strong current of water to close it. It was that act that made him a hero in this land. Tazuna told the Konoha ninja. "What happened to him?" Sakura asked. "When Gato tried to take over the land of waves, Kaiza tried to stop him. But Gato decided to use Kaiza to scare anyone who hoped to stand against him. He had his thugs cut off Kaiza's arms and then execute him in public," Tazuna told them. "They cut off his arms?" Sakura exclaimed. "Yes," Kaiza would always say, "if something is truly important to you, even it's heartbreaking, even if it's sorrowful, you keep on trying and trying. Even if you lose your life, you keep on protecting it with these two arms. Then, even if you die, you leave behind the proof that you are a man. Forever." Gato had his thugs cut off his arms to mock him, or at least that's what I believe. That day hope died in this land and Inari was never the same. He became distant and depressed, Tazuna explained. "I suppose I can't blame him for that, and it may just be because I never knew my own parents, but I think it's an insult to Kaiza's memory to give up like he has," Naruto thought. Then he asked, "Tazuna-san, could you tell me where Kaiza's grave is? I could take you there myself. We hid it because we were afraid Gato would send his thugs to desecrate it," Tazuna told him. "Why do you want to go?" Tazuna asked. "I want to pay my respects to a hero," Naruto told him. "Here we are, kid," Tazuna told Naruto, as the two arrived at an unmarked grave deep in the woods. "Thank you, Tazuna-san," Naruto said as he went over to the grave and knelt down. "Kaiza-san, I want you to know that you won't have to worry about Wave Country much longer. Even if I have to kill him, I will get rid of Gato. I don't know how often Inari visits you, but I'll show him that you were right and that there still are heroes out there. I should know, after all, my parents were considered heroes too. So as the child of heroes to a hero, I promise I'll stop Gato for Inari, for Wave, and for you." Naruto prayed silently. Tazuna thought it was just the lack of light, but he could have sworn he saw Kaiza's spirit and two others. One was a fairly tall, fair-skinned man with bright, blue eyes and spiky, blonde hair, wearing a standard Konohanin uniform with two bands each on both of his sleeves, a leaf green flak jacket, blue forehead protector, and blue sandals. What stood out the most about this man was his short-sleeved long white haori, which was decorated by orange flames-like motifs on the edges, with the kanji for Yondaime written vertically down the back. The other spirit was a woman with a slender, but feminine build, fair skin, violet eyes, fiery red hair with strands that framed both sides of her face and a black clip that parts her hair to the left, to keep it out of her eyes. She wore an outfit consisting of a high-collared, sleeveless, slate blue blouse under a long, tan, loose-fitting dress. She also wore a dark blue wristband on her left wrist and shinobi sandals that have ranged from black to lavender. Tazuna saw the two male spirits shake hands, over what he could only guess. It was during this that Tazuna was shaken from his thoughts. "Tazuna-san, I think we should go. It's too dangerous for you to be out and about at night," Naruto said. "Huh. Oh right," Tazuna said as he looked at Naruto and looked back to see the spirits had gone. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. Oh, nothing. I think I just need new glasses, Tsunade said as he turned to leave. He wasn't sure why, but the sight of those three spirits gave him more hope than he had dared to feel in years. Were those other two spirits this boy's parents? Maybe it's a sign that Wave is being entrusted to a new hero, Tsunade thought. With that, the two headed back to Tsunade's house with new conviction. 22. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Courage, Purpose, and Planning. Konoha, I am happy to report that Team 8's first C-rank mission was a success. Hokage-sama, Kurenai told the elderly ninja. Excellent work. Kurenai, I will be needing an official report soon. Until then, Team 8 is dismissed, Hiruzen responded. Of course, Hokage-sama, Kurenai said before leading her team out of the Hokage's office. Once Kurenai closed the door, she turned to her students and said, You three performed exceedingly well. Take tomorrow off. Hi, sensei, the genin responded. As soon as Kurenai left to prepare the report, Hinata turned to Kiba and Shino and said, I suppose I will see you both later then. Hinata, you really shouldn't worry so much. I'm sure Naruto is fine, Kiba told her. I know, but still, she trailed off. You could always check with Irika-sensei if you are that worried, Shino said. Yes, I think I'll do just that, Hinata said as she left for the Namikaze residence. Okay, so we have the flowers, we have the wedding party picked for the most part, and the location for the reception. So what's left? Irika asked. The menu for the reception, our honeymoon spot, sending out invitations to everyone else who we want to come. My dress, the bridesmaid dresses, your tuxedo, and the best man and groomsman's tuxedos, Anko answered, sounding exhausted. How about a break? Irika asked, feeling as tired as his fiancé sounded. Yes, please, Anko said as she laid down on the couch. The Namikaze living room was covered in notes and lists needed for her and Irika's special day. Irika went to get them both something cold when there was a knock at the door. Come in, Anko said from her spot on the couch. Hello, Anko-sensei. Irika-sensei, Hinata greeted. Oh, Hinata-chan. I hope you don't mind if I don't get up. Planning a wedding is more tiring than I thought it would be, Anko explained. That's fine, Anko-sensei, Hinata said. Hinata-chan. I hate to ask, but when you see your sensei next, could you tell her that I need to ask her something? Anko asked. Of course, Hinata answered. Also, how would you feel about being one of my bridesmaids? Anko asked. I would be honored, Anko-sensei, she answered. So what brings you here today, Hinata? Irika asked as he returned with a drink for all three of them. I was wondering if Naruto-kun was home, Hinata told them. I'm afraid not, Hinata, Irika responded. I'm sure he's fine. I mean, how much trouble could he get into? Anko asked rhetorically. Anko-chan, Irika said, wishing she hadn't asked that. What? Even if, say, a missing nin shows up, Kakashi is with them, Naruto and the other Gakis will be fine, Anko said. Back in Wave. I need to come up with some new techniques or I could be in deep shit, Naruto thought. What exactly are you trying to do again? Kurama asked, having just woken up from a nap. I'm here in the middle of the woods trying to come up with a way to use the advice Kakashi-sensei gave me, Naruto answered. What was his advice? I'm a little groggy, but maybe I can help, Kurama offered. All he was able to tell me was that the higher-level Kiri ninja like Zabuza don't like bright light, Naruto told the fox. That can't be all he said, Kurama said, incredulous. It most certainly is. After their eyes adjust to the Kirigakure no Jutsu, a bright enough light will take them out of the battle, Naruto told his partner. So just exploit weaknesses created by the jutsu, that's basic strategy, you could have figured that out yourself, Kurama said. I know, I'm pretty damn disappointed, Naruto responded. Because the idea is so simple or because you didn't think of it first? Kurama asked. Both really, Naruto thought. That Teoken technique of yours should work, shouldn't it? So what's bothering you? Kurama asked. Getting rid of the mist and the mirrors, Naruto answered. Well, Futon. Daitapa should handle the mist, at least one would think so, Kurama said. That's what I was thinking, but then I wonder why Kakashi-sensei didn't do that. It's doubtful that he doesn't know the jutsu, Naruto thought. My guess is that it wouldn't clear away enough mist, Kurama suggested. Maybe, but he already had a strategy in mind and clearing the mist might have ruined it. It's a moot point anyway, I just need to clear enough to see the sun where my opponent and I are located, or I could use Kage Bunshins to try to clear the mist away entirely, Naruto explained. And you think the mirrors will interfere with that? Kurama said. Well, they are mirrors, Naruto reminded the fox. Right, reflect light and, in this case, block the wind, Kurama remembered. My choices are limited to melting them or smashing them, but whatever I choose it needs to get rid of all the mirrors at once because that's the only way I'll get the chance to do any of this, Naruto reasoned. You might be right about that, but Katan. Hosenka no Jutsu may not be strong enough and Katan. Goka Mikyaku would kill your teammates, so melting the mirrors is out, Kurama mused. My thoughts exactly, and I haven't really had the opportunity to practice Katan. Goka Mikyaku, so smashing them is my only option. It sucks that they're mirrors, Rakuhuha would be ideal for this, Naruto said. True, you can't use it, but it might still be helpful. If you could do something like that with your ethereal blades and strike with enough force, you should be able to smash those mirrors, Kurama suggested. That's a good idea. Let's get to work, Naruto said, eager to get started. Rakuhuha! He shouted as he punched the ground, trying to get an accurate measurement of the speed of the projectiles and the force of impact. The balls of light traveled quickly enough, but they stopped as soon as they hit an object. Upon learning this, Naruto decided to fix that before moving on. The problem is, he had no idea how to do that. Rakuhuha was an accident after all. Trying to remember what he did to perform the technique the first time, Naruto started to gather light chakra into his hand. Then, feeling inspired, he put up a Mu barrier around the same hand and started to mix dark energy in with the light. When he punched the ground, he noticed a few things. The projectiles were now a dark purple. They traveled faster, and that they kept going after they hit something, however the number of projectiles stayed the same. I think I'll call you Misenku, Naruto said, as though the technique cared what it was called. I wonder what happens when I keep the light and the dark energy separate until I strike the ground, he thought. Naruto soon succumbed to his curiosity and tried it. He gathered light in one hand and dark energy in the other, brought his hands together and struck the ground. Large, oval-shaped projectiles shot out of the ground. The projectile glowed a dark blue and were rather large and were spaced out by about 1.5 feet. That one is Shin Misenku, he said simply. After a few more tests, Naruto decided that he was ready to try to perform the technique with interdiction instead of light projectiles without much luck. I don't understand. I've shot ethereal blades out before, Naruto said. One at a time in a straight line, not in all directions at once, Kurama reminded. I suppose it was naive to think that there wouldn't be much difference between Rakuhuha and this, Naruto admitted. Light and Mu are two different things, you know that. I think trying to alter those Mu traps that shoot the blades would be a better place to start, Kurama suggested. I would have to set them up in advance though, and there is no guarantee that Haku would create mirrors anywhere near where I set the traps, Naruto countered. Right, it would need to be instantaneous or you run the risk of getting hit with those senbon, damn, Kurama cursed. I think you're on the right track though. Let me try something, Naruto said to partner. In a manner similar to how he used his Mu lightning, the air around Naruto's hand began to crackle and something began to happen. The dark matter around him began to form into something tangible. A dome made of ethereal blades similar in shape to interdiction, although much smaller. There was a problem, however, they were too far away. If Naruto judged the distance between the blades and his body, they would be separated by the ice mirrors. That's a good start, I suppose. Let me see if I can get them to move, Naruto thought as he thrust his arms to the sides. Faster than the eye could see, the mini blades shot out in all directions and then dissipated after a short while. Okay, now let's see if I can't get the dome smaller, he thought. After about an hour, all Naruto had succeeded in doing was making the dome larger. Okay, any further away and I won't be able to see it. What am I doing wrong? He asked. No idea, apparently your first one was all the smaller it's going to get for now. If you had more time, you could probably manage to get it to work, but you only have 2 more days to finish preparing, Kurama said. Yeah, our 2 weeks are just about up, damn, Naruto thought. Don't worry about it too much. I don't usually do this, but if the situation gets too bad, I'll help you turn it around, Kurama said, trying to reassure his partner. Turn it around. Turn it around, Kurama. You're a genius, Naruto mentally shouted. Thanks, but why am I a genius again? A confused Kitsune asked. Let me ask you something. The blades have to shoot outward because why? Naruto asked. They don't, do they? Kurama said after giving it some thought. Let's try the standard dome again, this time bringing the blades inward, Naruto thought, eager to try this new plan. After forming the dome, instead of thrusting his arms out, he crossed them with a sweeping motion, thinking that would make a difference. Apparently it did, because it wasn't even a few seconds later before Naruto used Shadow Sneak to take cover. I'd call that a success, but if your timing is off, you're dead, Kurama said. Mizuki and my childhood gave me an excellent reaction time. I'm more worried about whether or not it will kill Haku, Naruto thought. You don't want to kill your enemy? That's odd coming from someone who trained to be an assassin, Kurama said. Gato, the real enemy. Tsunade and Wave are in danger as long as he's around, Naruto responded. And as soon as you kill him, they will kill you because they won't get their money, Kurama pointed out. If half of what Tsunade-san said about Gato was true, then he isn't going to pay them, Naruto countered. So what, you think that Gato-'s going to wait until the fighting is over and they're both too worn out to fight back to kill them? That sounds rather plausible actually, but you're making a lot of assumptions, Kurama pointed out. I know, that's why I need proof. Anything that suggests that Gato doesn't trust Zabuza to get the job done would probably work, Naruto thought. It would take a miracle to get something like that, Kurama said. Well, I'll worry about that later. Right now I think it's time for dinner, Naruto thought as he made his way back to Tsunade's home. Apparently today's training had taken more out of Naruto than he had thought. He managed to stumble into the house, but as soon as he took his seat at the table, he slumped over. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Tsunade asked. I'm okay, Tsunade-san. I just overdid it today is all, Naruto said, trying to reassure the poor woman. I know how that feels. Those bunshins of yours are hard to keep up with, Tsunade said before he started to laugh. Tsunade, you need to be careful not to overdo it. You too, Naruto-kun, Tsunade scolded. I'm not promising anything, Tsunade-san, Naruto said tiredly. Why? Inari asked. What? Naruto asked back. Why do you bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you're still no match for Gato-'s men. No matter what you say, no matter how hard you work, the strong always kill the weak, Inari yelled. That outburst shocked everyone into silence except for Naruto, who said, You might be right. Maybe it is pointless, but all we can do is press forward. You can't always avoid something just because it's hard. What the hell do you know? You have no idea what it's like to suffer, Inari yelled back. So you're telling me it's okay to sit around and cry all day? All right then, I hope you cry forever, you little wuss, Naruto said coldly. That shut Inari up, but caused Sakura to find her voice. Naruto, that's going too far, she yelled. Whatever, Naruto said as he made to leave the house. Training? Kakashi asked. Yep, be careful, Kakashi said as his blonde student left the room. Turning to Inari, he said, You pushed the "you don't know what it's like to suffer" button. You shouldn't have done that. Huh, was Inari's response. Naruto didn't mean any harm by what he said. He's just frustrated is all. Like you, Naruto also grew up without a father. Actually, he never knew either of his parents, and for years he didn't have a single friend. The fact of the matter is he's had a rougher past than you, Kakashi explained. Inari's only response was a contemplative silence. Looking back, I don't think I've ever once seen him cry or complain, Sakura said. Remembering Naruto in his younger years, that idiot is always trying to get people to acknowledge him. It's something he'd risk his life for, Sasuke added. At some point, he probably got tired of crying. Naruto knows what it means to be strong, just like Kaiza. He may understand your feelings better than anyone else. I think he's actually pretty worried about you, Kakashi finished. Inari remained silent, but he knew he had a lot to think about. After his outburst, Naruto had gone off to the forest to train. Working off his frustration only served to tire him out though, and he passed out on the forest floor. Luckily for him, Kurama had started to stir and noticed that someone was approaching. Naruto, wake up! Someone is headed this way, Kurama told his partner. Is it a threat? Naruto asked. It's that Haku kid, so maybe, Kurama answered. That's perfect actually. I imagine that he's more reasonable than Zabuza, Naruto thought. Don't get your hopes up. Don't forget Zabuza's the one in charge, Kurama reminded. Well, it's worth a shot anyway, Naruto countered stubbornly. Why do you care so much about keeping those two alive? Kurama asked. I don't know. For some reason I feel a connection with them, Naruto answered. Well, I can respect that, I guess. The old man said there are some things you just have to feel, Kurama said, deciding to trust Naruto's judgment. Thanks, Kurama. I want you to know your support means a lot to me, Naruto mentally stated. Don't get all sappy on me, Kurama yelled, although he was blushing about as much as a fox could. Alright, it's showtime anyway, Naruto responded, cutting the link. As soon as his internal conversation was finished, he sensed Haku entering the clearing. Haku was out gathering the herbs needed to help Zabuza complete his recovery when he noticed Naruto seemingly asleep in the forest clearing. He immediately recognized the blonde genin, but did not go in for the kill. Instead, he went to wake Naruto up. Hey, you'll catch cold if you sleep out here, Haku said as he shook the blonde. Opening his eyes, Naruto came face to face with Haku, but nothing could have prepared him for the faux hunter Nin's current appearance. Someone with feminine facial features in a pink kimono with long, flowing hair. I'm hoping like hell he's one of those real men wear pink guys, Naruto thought. Oh, thank you. I guess I overdid it last night, Naruto said with a convincing yawn. What do you mean? Haku asked. I had a fight with one of my hosts last night, was all Naruto said. Oh, that headband? You're a ninja, aren't you? Haku asked. Yeah, just became one not long ago, Naruto answered, deciding to play along. You said you had a fight with one of your hosts? Haku asked. Perhaps about something Zabuza-sama can use, Haku thought hopefully. Have you ever had someone tell you that you don't know what it's like to suffer? Naruto asked. Ah, I think I can guess what happened, Haku responded, now feeling guilty for trying to get information out of Naruto. I don't think we've been properly introduced. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said, hoping to have an actual discussion with Haku. It's very nice to meet you, Naruto, Haku responded while scrambling to think of a fake name. You know it's polite to give your name in return, Haku, Naruto said calmly. So you knew? Haku asked, shocked. I could recognize your voice. Also, the whole ninja in wave thing has been old news for a while, Naruto explained. I'm not someone who enjoys deceiving people, Haku said defensively. I'm not judging you. Honestly, I was hoping to talk to you, Naruto said. Why is that? Haku asked. Do either you or Zabuza trust Gato? Naruto asked in return. I don't, but it doesn't matter as long as he pays us, Haku answered. What if I could prove that he had no intention of paying you? Naruto asked. Can you? Haku asked in return. No, I can't. But if I could prove that Gato didn't trust Zabuza to complete the job, would the two of you stop trying to kill Tsunade-san? Naruto asked. It would be up to Zabuza-sama, but I would think so. However, I must ask, how would you do this? Haku asked. Stand there and I'll show you, Naruto said. And before Haku could blink, Naruto had charged at and passed right through him. Memories both familiar and not passed through Haku's mind. Of course, Naruto had seen them too and said, I apologize for looking through your memories, Haku, but now I really feel the need to keep you and Zabuza alive. What was that? Haku asked. It's a technique of mine. I can view people's memories as well as show them mine if I want. I could look through the memories of one of Gato's thugs to see what he is planning and then show you and Zabuza, Naruto explained. It's an impressive ability, Naruto-san, but I doubt you'll find what you are looking for that easily, Haku said. Does that response mean that you'll believe me if I can get that information? Naruto asked. At the very least, it means I know that you're someone I can trust. But I will still need to discuss this with Zabuza-sama, Haku responded. That's good enough for me. I need to discuss this with Kakashi-sensei anyway, Naruto said. Continuing, he said, one more thing, Haku. If we do have to fight, be prepared to watch me shatter your mirrors. Now, Haku was not a competitive person, but there was only one proper response to a statement like that. You can try. All right, well, I should go and talk to Sensei. I still think we can resolve this with Gato being the only one who needs to die, Naruto said as he turned to leave. Until next time, Naruto-san, Haku said. I'd like to resolve this your way, Naruto, but you must realize that you're asking for a miracle, Kakashi said when Naruto explained what happened in the forest. I know, but I still think it's worth trying, Naruto said. We don't know where Gato and his thugs are though, and there is no guarantee that Zabuza will listen anyway, Kakashi reminded his student. I know, Naruto said solemnly. All too soon, the day Team 7 had been training for had arrived. Naruto had had no luck finding the information he needed to convince Zabuza and Haku to turn on Gato, and he was dreading the upcoming battle. As Team 7 and Tazuna were headed for the bridge, Kakashi noticed that his blonde student seemed depressed. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I know you don't want any unnecessary death, but in life things rarely work out the way we want," Kakashi said. "I know, Sensei. I know it was a lot to hope for, but still Naruto started to say before he noticed something. "Something wrong, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "No, Sensei. In fact, I think I just spotted that miracle I was looking for," Naruto said. 23. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Battle on the Bridge Part 1. Training Ground 8 in Konoha. "Hiya ha!" Hinata yelled as she struck the training posts. She had to keep busy or else she would worry about Naruto. She had decided to train with the technique that she had used to defeat Miyagi every day after team training. While powerful, it took a great deal out of her muscles. Currently, she could only use it for less than a minute before it would hurt to move. Besides that, and its effects being similar to interdiction, Hinata was not sure what else her ethereal claws could do. "Ne-sama, those are amazing," a quiet but excited female voice said. "Hanabi-chan, what brings the two of you out to the training grounds?" Hinata asked, surprised at seeing her sister at Team 8's training ground. "I came to tell you it is time for dinner," Hanabi explained. "And I've been worried about you," the little Hyuga thought. "Oh, thank you, but you didn't need to trouble yourself," Hinata said as she and Hanabi made their way to the Hyuga compound. "I wanted to Ne-sama. You've been distracted, and both Oto-sama and I have been worried," Hanabi responded. "It's nothing really, or at least I hope it is," Hinata said. "What is it?" Hanabi asked. "I've just been worried about Naruto-kun. My team and Team 10 got back from our missions a while ago, but Team 7 still isn't back," Hinata explained. "What was the mission?" Hanabi asked. "His team was supposed to escort a man back to his home in Wave, but Naruto-kun thought there was more to it. I think they may have run into trouble," Hinata said, terrified at the thought. "Is Naruto-san weak?" Hanabi asked. "No, he's the strongest person I know," Hinata said. "Then he should be all right, shouldn't he? I've only met Naruto-san once, but he seemed like he had a lot of faith in you. Shouldn't you extend the same courtesy to him?" Hanabi asked. "You're right, Hanabi-chan," Hinata said. "Yeah. I mean, if he's going to be your husband, then you should have faith in his abilities, right?" Hanabi asked playfully. "Hanabi-chan," Hinata yelled as her face turned crimson. "She's right though, Naruto-kun will be all right. I just need to have faith that he knows what he's doing," she thought, back in Wave. "I sure hope you know what the hell you're doing," Kurama remarked. "Glad you have so much faith in me, Kurama," Naruto thought sarcastically as he made his way back to Tazuna's house. When Naruto pointed out the cut-up trees and the dead wild boar, Team 7's warning bells went off. No animal would leave a boar intact like that. Expecting the worst, Kakashi suggested that someone should head back to check on Tsunade and Inari. Naruto volunteered to do it, believing that he would find out something that would convince Zabuza and Haku to turn on Gato. For Tsunade, the day had started out like any other. Get up, make breakfast, see her father off, and so on. So it came as a great surprise when two thugs, the same two that killed Kaiza, cut through her wall. "You're Tazuna's daughter, right? You're coming with us," one thug said. He was a light-skinned man with bluish-white hair, black eyes, and was wearing a dark purple hat on his head. Memories of what this man and his partner did to Kaiza left Tsunade paralyzed with fear. "Hey Zori, wasn't she married to that guy who thought he could stop the boss?" the second thug asked. This one was a man of tall stature, wearing an eye patch over his right eye, and had brown hair which was parted 3 ways, finishing in a top knot. "I think you're right, Waraji. It must be hard seeing the men who killed her husband right in front of her," Zora said cruelly. "It's a shame we have to take her alive. I enjoy watching the pretty ones bleed to death," Waraji said, sounding disappointed. That statement snapped Tsunade out of her fear-induced daze and caused her to let out a scream, "Kaya!" As soon as the sound left her mouth, she regretted it. She knew no one but Inari would hear it, and she did not want to put her son in danger. Waraji, who was looking for something to slice up, noticed that Tsunade's scream had attracted Inari. "Hey, there's a kid," he said to his partner, "Ka-san." Inari yelled as he looked into the room and saw the men who had killed Kaiza now had his mother. Inari, run! Tsunade commanded. Should we take him too? Waraji asked, although he hoped that the answer was no. We only need one hostage, Zora responded. Does that mean I can kill him? Waraji asked excitedly. Without waiting for an answer, he made his way over to Inari. As Inari backed away from the bloodthirsty man, he heard his mother's voice call out, "Wait!" As all eyes returned to her, Tsunade continued, "If you touch my son, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. You do want a hostage, right?" "Heh! Thank your mom, kid," Zora said. "Shit. I wanted to cut something," Waraji lamented. "Give it a rest, you cut a bunch of shit up on the way here," Zora said as he and Waraji led Tsunade out of the house. As the men left with his mother, Inari fell to his knees. "I'm sorry, Ka-san. I'm so sorry. I'm a weak kid, so I can't protect you. I'm scared," Inari thought. It was then that Inari remembered Naruto and Kaiza's words. You can't always avoid something just because it's hard. If it is truly precious, even if you lose your life, you must protect it with these two arms. Finding his courage after all this time, Inari ran out of the house to confront the men who had his mother. "Walk faster, damn it," Zori told Tsunade. They hadn't gotten very far thanks to Tsunade dragging her feet. "Can I cut her just a little bit?" Waraji asked. "For the last time, Zori shouted. It was at that moment that Inari came out of the house and said, "Let my Ka-san go." "Inari, run!" a terrified Tsunade yelled. "Oh, this should be good. What are you gonna do if we don't?" Waraji asked, half amused and half hopeful. Amused that the boy thought he could do anything and hopeful that he would get to spill some blood. Instead of answering, Inari charged at the two. In response, the duo knocked out Tsunade and made to slash Inari to pieces. They didn't get halfway to Inari when they felt a sharp pain and had their world go dark. Two of Naruto's bunshins had used interdiction to knock Waraji and Zori unconscious, while the real one brought Tsunade over to the now stunned Inari. "Inari, you showed some real courage just now. You should be proud," Naruto said. After the initial shock had worn off, Inari noticed that despite his relief that he and his mother were safe, tears were running down his cheeks. As soon as he noticed, Inari tried to hide his faces. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. "You must think I'm a wuss. Everything is all right and here I am crying," Inari said. "Inari, it's okay to cry when you're happy. And there is nothing wrong with crying when things you're sad and frustrated. But crying won't solve your problem, and I think you've finally realized that Kaiza would be proud," Naruto said. After a few deep breaths, Inari calmed down and his tears stopped. He then turned to Naruto and asked, "How did you know to come back here? Dumb and Dumber over there left a trail of cut-up trees and a dead wild boar. Although, I think the whole team wanted to check on you too. We just needed an excuse," Naruto explained. Hoping that he could get more information about the kidnappers, Naruto asked, "These guys work for Gato, right?" "Yeah, they're his personal guards. They're the ones who killed Otasan," Inari told the blonde genin. "Really? Then let's see what they can tell us," Naruto said. "They're unconscious though," Inari pointed out. "That's fine. I have other ways of getting information," Naruto said as his arms turned transparent. He swiped at Waraji and Zori and perused through their memories. He managed to find what he was hoping for, but realized that he had to hurry. "Inari, help me tie these idiots up. I need to get back to the bridge as soon as I can." "What's wrong?" Inari asked. "Gato is getting a large group of thugs together to attack the bridge. He's gonna wait until the fight is over, hoping that whatever the outcome, the winner will be too tired to fight back," Naruto explained as he and Inari finished tying up Waraji and Zori. "Not good," Inari said simply. "The good news is I think I can get Zabuza and Haku to turn on Gato with this information. With any luck, Gato won't be a problem for Wave or anywhere else after this," Naruto said, trying to be positive. "Good luck," Inari called as Naruto left. At the bridge, What happened here?" Tsunade asked as he saw his remaining workers scattered around the bridge, barely alive. Monster was all one man managed to get out before a heavy mist set in. "Shit, they're here already," Kakashi thought. Before anyone could make a move, they were surrounded by Zabuza's Mizu bunshins. These were quickly dispatched by Sasuke, something that didn't go unnoticed by Zabuza. In 2 weeks you go from trying to kill yourself to get away from us to taking out my bunshins like it was an everyday thing. Color me impressed, Zabuza said. Sasuke did not exactly appreciate Zabuza bringing that up but kept quiet. Taking a look around, Zabuza noticed something else. Where's the blonde kid? Shame I was hoping to kill him for what happened to my sword. Shame you won't get the chance, Kakashi said. He then ordered, Sasuke, you deal with Haku. Sakura protect Tazuna. Leave Zabuza to me. I'm sorry Naruto, we can't wait anymore. Kakashi silently apologized. Truth be told, he didn't want to kill Zabuza or Haku either. Got it. The genin responded as they got into position. Sasuke versus Haku. If it's any consolation, I'm sorry that it has to be this way, Haku said. Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who's gonna win, Sasuke responded. Is that so? Haku asked as he threw his senbon and disappeared. Sasuke brought out a kunai to deflect the senbon and activated his Sharingan in an effort to track Haku's movements. Since Haku wasn't creating the mist, Sasuke could pick out Haku among the mist laced with Zabuza's chakra, but Haku's speed still made it difficult to follow him. Sensing something behind him, Sasuke turned, dodged the senbon, and grabbed Haku's arm. Shame, you can't use jutsu while I've got your arm, Sasuke said, thinking he had one. Can't I? Haku asked rhetorically. With one hand, Haku went through a series of hand signs and called out, Sensatsu Susho. Sasuke had no choice but to let go, but he managed to get behind Haku and attack. Before Haku could react, a fist connected with his jaw. Haku, you need to step it up, Zabuza called over as soon as Haku got to his feet. It didn't go unnoticed by anyone that he didn't sound nervous. Of course, Haku responded as he made a strange hand sign and called out, Makio Hyosho. As soon as the words left his mouth, mirrors started to form around Sasuke, trapping him. Shit, was all Sasuke said. Dobe, I think I might need your help, he thought. 24. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Battle on the Bridge Part 2. Knock knock. Hold on. I'm coming, Jichi said as he made his way to his front door. He opened the door to see Inari and asked, Inari, what is it? Jichi-san, we need to get to the bridge. The Konoha ninja are fighting for our country. We should too, Inari said. Inari, you're talking crazy. None of us are ninja. We wouldn't stand a chance, Jichi explained. Naruto and the others will deal with the ninja Gato hired. But Gato is going to be there with an army of thugs. They'll need our help, Inari told him. Inari, that's all the more reason not to go. I'm sorry, I don't want anything to happen to your grandfather, but there's nothing I can do, Jichi told the boy as he closed the door. That didn't discourage Inari though. He just went to the next house. Everyone, now may be our best chance. It's time to fight, he shouted. Jichi could hear every word Inari said and was starting to regret not helping the boy. I know that look, Aguri, Jichi's wife, said. She then added, I thought seeing Kaiza executed had broken that boy's spirit, but now he's trying to rally the people of Wave to fight Gato. It's rather inspiring. Wouldn't you agree? Jichi was unsure of how to respond. So Naruto, how are you going to get Zabuza and Haku to listen to you? I don't think Zabuza will believe that you can show people memories that aren't theirs, Kurama said as Naruto was making his way to the bridge. Right, and Haku probably won't stop unless Zabuza tells him to, Naruto responded. Continuing, he thought, with an opponent like Zabuza, one of the last things one should do is drag the fight out, which means Kakashi-sensei will go in for the kill the first chance he gets. That's assuming Kakashi will win. Don't forget, Zabuza has proven that he can hold his own against Kakashi, and that was when he was unprepared. There's no way of knowing what will happen this time when he's had time to think of a plan, Kurama pointed out. Great, thanks for that thought, Naruto responded sarcastically. I'm not saying Kakashi will lose, just that he will have to step up his game, Kurama said. Well, hopefully we'll get there soon and then it won't matter, Naruto thought hopefully. I'm sorry Naruto, but Zabuza isn't going to wait for you to show up, Kakashi thought as he tried to think of a plan. So Kakashi, where is the blonde kid? I hate to leave him with survivor's guilt, Zabuza said. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Kakashi responded. Don't I? Haku tells me that the boy doesn't want you to kill us, Zabuza said. Oh, I don't want to kill anyone either. But what I want and what is required of us are often two different things in our line of work. Wouldn't you agree? Kakashi asked. A shame you can't make one of your students see that, Zabuza chided. I actually wish the kid had found what he was looking for. I actually don't need this job since Yagura is dead, but I haven't abandoned a mission in my entire career and I'm not going to start now. Zabuza thought as he drew his sword. I find it refreshing actually, Kakashi thought. He'll understand. He knew he was hoping for a miracle from the very beginning, Kakashi said. Their short conversation done, the two-seasoned shinobi leapt away to a more spacious battleground. Gah! Sasuke yelled as more sunban pierced him. He could feel his limbs starting to go numb, but he forced himself to stay on his feet. I must say I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to last this long. I don't know if that makes you strong or just stubborn, Haku said. Probably both, Sasuke responded. More than anything though, I'm pissed off. I trained as hard as I could and it seems like it hasn't done any good, he thought. I suppose it doesn't really matter. I ask that you not think ill of me, but I am afraid that I must end this, Haku said, getting more needles ready. And I'm afraid that I can't let you do that, a familiar voice said calmly as a loud humming noise started. An ethereal blade came flying and hit Haku in the back, knocking him a good distance away. It's about fucking time you showed up, Dobe, Sasuke said. Yeah, I wish I had gotten here before you started to look like a pincushion, Naruto warned. Just help me get these sunban out, Sasuke replied. I have a bunshin do it. I need to go talk to Haku, Naruto said as he made a few kage bunshin and had them take Sasuke over to where Sakura and Tazuna were watching. Sasuke-kun, what happened? Sakura shrieked when Naruto's bunshins brought Sasuke over. I got used as target practice. What do you think happened? And why did you leave the senbon in Dobe? Sasuke asked the bunshin. He didn't mean to be short with his team, but by this point he was too angry to care. Haku wasn't likely to let us just take them out, a bunshin answered. Do you even still have feeling in your arms and legs? Another bunshin asked. Yes, now please get these damn sunban out of me, Sasuke said, indignant that one of Naruto's bunshin implied that he would be in the way. All right, Sakura, Tazuna-san, could you both help? A bunshin asked. When the two nodded, the small group of bunshins turned Sasuke around and grabbed a senbon in each hand. Wait, is this how you're supposed to take them out? Sasuke asked. Probably not, a bunshin answered as the bunshins, Sakura and Tazuna quickly pulled out two senbon each. Ah-ah-ah-ah, Sasuke screamed. Some of those needles were in quite deep. Oh, shut up. I know it hurts, a bunshin said. Did you find the information you were looking for, Naruto-san? Haku asked as he got to his feet. Before he could prepare himself, Naruto rushed through him and Haku saw all that Naruto had learned. Will that do? Naruto asked. If it were up to me it would. But remember that isn't my decision, Haku answered as he started to go through hand signs. What was left of Haku's mirrors started to disappear and new ice mirrors began to form around Naruto. I must apologize, Naruto-san. I know this is important to you, but I cannot stop until Zabuza-sama gives the order or I can no longer fight, Haku said as he seemed to merge with one of his mirrors. Yeah, I know. Naruto sighed as he summoned interdiction and prepared to fight. Haku started things off by throwing senbon at Naruto and dashing from mirror to mirror. He knew that he could not lose control of this fight. Naruto was ready with his Mu barriers to block the senbon. But with Haku's constant barrage, there was not much else he could do. I hope you have some kind of plan, Kurama said. I plan to learn how to do the Hiraishin no Jutsu after we get home. As the Yandame's son, I can't lose to anyone in terms of speed, Naruto responded. So you don't have a plan? Kurama deadpanned. Well, I was thinking that this would work, Naruto thought as he thrust out his hands, pushing his barriers away and knocking Haku off course and back into one of the mirrors. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. He has shown that he can move those things, Kurama thought. Okay, by my count there are 21 mirrors. Hopefully I don't have 147 years of bad luck after this, Naruto thought as he set up the dome of ethereal blades. Somehow I don't think it's possible for you to have bad luck, Kurama thought. Naruto crossed his arms and dove into his shadow as the ethereal blades began to speed toward Haku's mirrors. Haku, who was still reeling from the impact of Naruto's barrier, could only watch as the ethereal blades sped towards him. I guess he wasn't joking when he said he'd shatter these mirrors, Haku thought before he was struck by several ethereal blades. Thankfully, when they shattered his mirrors, the blades slowed down. Haku would be suffering from lower back pain for a while, but his life was in no danger. "It's over, Haku, you can't beat me," Naruto declared. "No, I suppose not," Haku admitted. "I hope everything went well with Sensei and Zabuza," Naruto said. "Wait, you didn't see them first?" Haku said, sounding worried. "My teammate was in trouble, so I came to save him." "Don't worry, I had a Bunshin relay the information in the usual way," Naruto explained. "I don't think Zabuza-sama will be convinced though. He may think it is a genjutsu," Haku countered. "Well, we'll know soon enough. The mist is clearing," Naruto said. As soon as the mist had cleared, Naruto and Haku were treated to a terrible sight. Tazuna, Team 7 and Zabuza were dead. The wounds on Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke indicated that they had died instantly from Zabuza's sword. Kakashi had not been so lucky. He had gashes and cuts all over his body, but he had lived long enough to somehow put his hand through Zabuza's heart. "Zabuza-sama, no," Haku said as he started to shake. In sorrow or in rage, Naruto couldn't tell. Naruto, however, put a hand on Haku's shoulder and hung his head. He mumbled something and then sounded like he was choking back tears. "Well, I wasn't expecting this," a voice called out from the other end of the bridge. Haku immediately recognized the voice as Gato. "This turned out better than I could have dreamed. Zabuza, the bridge builder, and most of those other ninja are dead," Gato said before he started to laugh. The choked, sobbing noises that Naruto had been making started to turn to laughter. Haku soon followed suit, leaving Gato confused. "Ha ha, what are you two laughing about?" Gato asked, finally getting his laughter under control. "Wait for it," was all Naruto said. "Ga! What the boss, what going ugh? What the hell is going on?" Gato asked as he saw his men killed one after another. "Gato, what you must understand is that, with shinobi, when you strike us down we become more powerful than you can possibly imagine." Zabuza's voice echoed as more bodies began to pile up. Gato started to back away from his quickly shrinking mob as quickly as he could, but soon ran into something. Turning around slowly, Gato saw that he ran into a person. Looking up, he saw that the person was Zabuza. "Yeah, I was just fucking with you," Zabuza said as he raised his newly repaired sword. Wait. I'll give you whatever you want, just don't kill me," Gato begged. "Interesting, here's my counter-offer," Zabuza said as brought his sword down, bisecting Gato. "Nice edge on that thing, Zabuza-san," Naruto said. "You're still on my shit list for last time, kid," was all Zabuza said. "So glad I sent Mu Bunshin to relay those memories," Naruto thought. "Thanks for not mourning for us, Dobe. Nice to know you care," Sasuke said as Kakashi released the genjutsu that created the gruesome scene. "None of you were dead, and I knew that. Censor type. Remember?" Naruto countered. "Hey, Gato's dead. Who's gonna pay us?" One of the mercenaries said. "Screw that, all the ninja are still alive, we need to get out of here," another said. "There's more of us, let's just kill them and raid the village. There has to be something valuable in this country," the first said. Twang, thunk, an arrow lodged itself in the bridge directly in front of the remaining mercenaries. Following the path, the arrow took the mercenaries, ninja, and Tazuna saw the people of Wave, armed and ready, with Inari at the front. "Yeah, no you aren't gonna do that," Inari said. We can still take them," one mercenary said. In response to that, Naruto made a hand sign and created a large group of Kage Bunshins, had them each summon interdiction, and then asked, "Still think so? I think they still need convincing," Kakashi said as he made a Kage Bunshin of his own. Not willing to push their luck that much, the mercenaries were climbing over themselves, trying to jump into the sea and escape. "Zabuza-sama, I'm glad you're all right," Haku said once things had calmed down. "You didn't honestly think I was dead, did you, Haku? I know I trained you better than that," Zabuza said. "I did until Naruto-san told me to play along," Haku admitted. He then asked, "What happened after you started fighting Kakashi-san?" "Well," Zabuza started. "Are you sure you can fight with that broken sword?" Kakashi asked. "I was hoping to start repairing it with the blonde kid's blood, but yours will do just fine," Zabuza shot back. "Assuming you can get close enough," Kakashi said as he lifted his Hitai-8 to uncover his Sharingan eye. "That won't work this time, Kakashi. I'm on to your little game," Zabuza stated. "Oh," Kakashi asked. You started with that monkey see, monkey do crap and then used that eye of yours to set up a genjutsu. You used it to plant suggestions in my mind and I started copying you. Unfortunately for you, that won't work this time, Zabuza explained. And why not? Kakashi asked. I would imagine that you need to make eye contact with me for it to work. The thing is, I can fight blind. Anyone who knows the Kirigakure no Jutsu has to learn how to fight blind in the beginning, Zabuza explained. I'd actually like to see that, Kakashi said. All right then, Zabuza said as he and Kakashi charged each other. True to his word, Zabuza kept his eyes shut and still managed to keep up with Kakashi. The two were so focused on fighting each other that they didn't notice something headed right at them. The object in question passed through them, and both of them saw images of Gato and his men. What the hell? Zabuza asked as he opened his eyes. I guess Naruto found what he was looking for, Kakashi said as he looked around for his student. Kakashi, what the hell was that? Zabuza asked. One of my students, Naruto, can look through people's memories and he can show those memories to other people. He was adamant about proving Gato wasn't going to pay you. He should probably explain this, but I don't see him or his chakra signature anywhere, Kakashi explained. Haku might have mentioned something about that, Zabuza said, recovering from the head rush. So what are you going to do? Kakashi asked. Well, I don't need money to stage coup anymore. I just don't want to leave a mission unfinished. So I guess I'm open for suggestions, Zabuza said. Well, here's what we're going to do, Kakashi said. Yeah, I was kicking his ass, Zabuza said. No, you weren't, Kakashi corrected. So what's next for the two of you? Naruto asked the missing Nin. I don't know, Yagura might be dead, but I don't know if we can go back to Kiri, Zabuza said. You could come back to Konoha and Sandame-sama could contact the Mizukage if you want, Naruto suggested. Maybe we'll do that, Zabuza said, still worried about what going back to Kiri would mean. How about we finish the bridge first? Tazuna asked. Oh, right, Naruto said sheepishly. With Gato gone, all of Tazuna's former workers returned and the bridge was completed in a few days. All too soon, the people of Wave had to bid their new heroes farewell. Thank you for everything, Tazuna said to Team 7. We were happy to help Tazuna-san, Kakashi responded. When you weren't lying to us, Naruto mentally added. Naruto then noticed that Inari seemed to want to say something. What's up, Inari? Naruto asked. I just wanted to thank you for everything and… Hick. I'm sorry, I can't even say goodbye without crying, Inari sobbed. Don't worry about it, and it's not goodbye. It's see you later. I'm sure we'll see each other again someday, Naruto said, trying to sound cool even though he had tears in his eyes too. Yeah, you're right, Inari agreed, no longer crying. Well, we should be going now, Kakashi said as he, Team 7, Zabuza, and Haku turned to leave. Goodbye everyone. Come back anytime. Come see us when Wave is back on its feet. We'll miss you. After hearing the people of Wave, Naruto thought it was a pain in the ass sometimes, but I'm glad we helped the Wave country. Once the ninja were out of sight, a man from town turned to Tazuna and asked, Tazuna-san, what should we name the bridge? That's a good question, Tazuna said. It was then that he remembered the night he took Naruto to Kaisa's grave and asked the crowd, how does the great Naruto bridge strike you? I like it, Aji-san, Inari said. Me too. A name that honors the hero who brought hope back to Wave, Tsunami added. I like it. That's a good name. Yeah, then it's settled. The great Naruto bridge it is, Tazuna declared. At that, the crowd erupted into cheers. 25. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. A return to normalcy or not. Konoha's main gate. It was a day like any other in the village of Konoha. Birds were singing. Young kids were going off on missions of little to no significance. And two Chunin were stationed at the main gate to the village. One was a man with brown hair that covered his right eye. He was wearing his hitayate like a bandana and a standard uniform. This was Kamizuki Izumo. With him was his partner and best friend, Hagane Kotetsu. He had long, spiky, black hair, a strip of bandage across the bridge of his nose. He also wore the standard Konoha uniform and wore his hitayate in the typical fashion. Hey Izumo, Kotetsu said. Yeah, Izumo asked in response. Do you ever wonder why we're here? It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Why are we here? I mean, are we the product of some cosmic coincidence, or is there really a god with a plan for us or something? I don't know, but it keeps me up at night. What? I meant, why are we out here? We seem to be the only ones who ever guard the gate. Oh yeah, what was all that stuff about God? Nothing. You want to talk about it? No. You sure? Yes. Seriously though, why are we the only ones who ever get this job? Kotetsu asked again. Guarding Konoha and its citizens is the best mission we can get. It means that the Hokage has absolute faith in us, Izumo explained. Whatever you have to tell yourself, Kotetsu said dismissively. Looking off into the distance, he noticed a group approaching and asked, "What the hell is that?" Outskirts of Konoha. One would have thought that the journey back to Konoha would be easier without a civilian client to look after. One would assume wrong. While the journey back from Wave still been shorter than the journey there, it felt much longer. It had been a journey filled with detours and bickering among the two seasoned shinobi. It had come as a great relief to the younger ninja when Konoha came into view, as their patience had been wearing thin. Well, we're almost there, Sakura stated. Home sweet home, Sasuke said. We would have been back sooner if we had just stayed at the many inns we passed instead of going to various safe houses, Kakashi groused. Be nice, Kakashi. I'm a guest after all, came Zabuza's cheeky reply. We are still criminals, or at least Zabuza-sama is. We can't exactly take the main road, Haku pointed out. Why does a hidden village have a main road leading to it anyway? Naruto asked. Are you idiots coming in or not? Izumo asked the group. Come on, Izumo. Let them fight. This is the only form of entertainment we get while on the job, Kotetsu said. Izumo, Kotetsu. I see you two are the same as ever, Kakashi greeted. Kakashi, is that Momochi Zabuza with you? Izumo asked. It is. You know he's a missing nin, right? I do. And you're just going to bring him in? If you two wouldn't mind. What the hell? And would you believe that this is the most normal thing that has happened since I got my Genin squad? Who is the kid? Kotetsu asked. Which one? Because there's 4 of us. Naruto reminded them. The one we don't recognize. Smartass, Kotetsu retorted. My name is Haku. It's nice to meet you, Haku said, introducing himself. Just Haku, no family name? Izumo asked. Well, Haku said uncomfortably, not wanting to tell his story. Leave the kid alone, Izumo, Kakashi ordered. Kakashi, we have to keep records of whoever comes in and goes out of the village, which means we need a name, Izumo responded. And you know who is coming in, Momochi Zabuza. You identified him yourself just a few seconds ago. Stellar work there, by the way, Naruto said. I was talking about Haku, Izumo said angrily. See, you know who he is too, Naruto said. We need to know his surname, Izumo said through gritted teeth. Just put Haku down as a mononym, Naruto suggested. A mononym? Kotetsu asked. A mononym is a... Naruto started to explain. We know what a mononym is, Izumo yelled, quickly running out of patience with Team 7. Then why did he ask? Naruto asked. Just get the fuck inside, Izumo responded angrily. As soon as Team 7 and their guests were inside the village and out of earshot, Izumo turned to Kotetsu and said, Forget what I said before. I fucking hate this job. Hokage Mansion. Having lived through all 3 shinobi world wars and Kurama's attack on Konoha, nothing really surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore. The elderly Hokage handled unexpected events as well as anyone could be expected to, with a level head and an open mind. That being said, there were rare occurrences when he was shocked by what was happening in his village, and having a new Genin squad and their Jonin instructor walk in with a missing nin and a total stranger like it was normal was just one such instance. So do any of you want to tell me what's going on? Hiruzen asked after Team 7 walked in with Zabuza and Haku. Well, for one thing, the people in this village are very rude. It's almost as if they've never seen foreign shinobi before, Zabuza answered. I'll see if there's anything I can do. But that question was actually directed at Team 7, Hiruzen explained, feeling a headache coming on. This is going to be a long story, Gigi. It all started when we got outside the village. Naruto started. Later. And that's pretty much it, Gigi, Naruto finished. You didn't have to go into that much detail, Naruto, Kakashi said, wishing he could just disappear. Shudder. Kakashi in a maternity dress. Ugh, Zabuza thought, dressing a man in a maternity dress, that's cruel and unusual. And I realize how strange that sounds coming from me, Haku thought. And I thought my students were screwed up, Hiruzen thought. Remembering that there were still procedures to follow, the professor said, I'll expect a written report in the near future, Kakashi, preferably not as detailed. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said. The last thing he wanted was the story about him in a maternity dress as part of an official report. Now I'm not sure what we do about the two of you, Hiruzen said, turning his attention to Zabuza and Haku. What do you mean, sir? Haku asked. Kiri has never mentioned you, Haku-san, but since you were never an official shinobi, that isn't unexpected. As for you, Zabuza-san, the Mizukage wants you returned alive, but no explanation was ever given. I had just assumed that it was because she wanted to change Kiri's reputation, Hiruzen answered. Yeah, that sounds like Mei, Zabuza said. Sounds like you know her personally. Were you too close? Naruto asked. We were engaged until I had to go on the run, of course, Zabuza explained. Kawaii, Sakura squealed. That poor woman, Kakashi thought. Right, anyway, I believe that it would be safe to contact her and explain the situation. But the decision is entirely up to you, Hiruzen said. What would happen if we stayed here? Zabuza asked. Sarutobi started. Well, considering how long you've been a missing nin, I think it is safe to say that any information you could give us would be out of date. Asshole, Zabuza whispered. I heard that. Anyway, after a probationary period of no less than 1 year, you would be allowed to join Konoha's forces, but only after swearing and proving your allegiance to this village, Sarutobi said. Well, I always planned to go back to Kiri. I just thought that I would be decimating Yagura's forces while I did it, not begging Mei to take me back, Zabuza said. Do you mean begging her to take you back as a ninja, or? Kakashi started to ask. Just shut up, Zabuza snapped. For the record, I think that you would make a great first lady of Kiri. Zabuza-san, Naruto said. I said, shut the fuck up, Zabuza yelled, deciding to intervene before someone got hurt. Hiruzen said, while we wait for a response, you'll both need somewhere to stay. There is a vacant apartment a short distance from here if you're interested. Naruto can show you where it is. They're going to stay at my old place? I thought someone would have moved in by now, Naruto commented. It's been a tough sell, shall we say? The Sandame said. Oh, I see, Naruto said, understanding the problem right away. Seriously? Do people think they're going to catch Jinchuriki? He thought. Well, I don't. What's wrong with it? Zabuza asked, less than pleased at the thought that he and Haku were going to be given a temporary residence with known problems. I'll tell you when we get there, Naruto said. Here are the keys. Now do you two have money? Hiruzen asked. If it doesn't matter where it came from, then yes, I have money, Zabuza thought. I suppose where the money comes from shouldn't matter in a shinobi village, but I never feel right about dirty jobs, Hiruzen thought. All right then, dismissed, the Hokage said. Hi. Well, have fun with our guests, Naruto. I have a report to write up. You kids have the next week off, so I'll see you at Training Ground 7 in 7 days. Oh, and Naruto, until we hear otherwise, bring Zabuza and Haku. We brought them here. They're our responsibility, Kakashi said as he got ready to leave. We're not pets, you know, Zabuza said. Don't forget to feed them and let them out in the yard once in a while, Sasuke said as he left. Anything you want to add, Sakura? Naruto asked. Give me a second. No, I've got nothing, Sakura sighed in defeat. Are we done here? Zabuza asked. Yeah, I guess. Follow me, Naruto said as he led the way to his old apartment. Along the way, the trio noticed a few cold glares directed at them. Naruto knew those looks were directed at him, but he also noticed that people didn't stare as much as they did before he became a genin. Zabuza had no way of knowing this and assumed that people were looking at him and Haku, and it was starting to piss him off. Okay, seriously, what the hell? I know that we are not the only foreign shinobi these people have seen, Zabuza complained. Actually, Zabuza-san, if you'll follow their line of sight, you'll notice that these people are staring at me, Naruto told him. Does this have something to do with why no one took the apartment, Naruto-san? Haku asked, although he already knew the answer. Yeah, it does. But like I said, I'll explain when we get to my old place, Naruto answered. Why can't you tell us now? Zabuza asked. It's something I can't talk about in public, Naruto said. Can't talk about it or won't talk about it? Zabuza asked. I can't talk about it, which is convenient, because I don't want to talk about it in public, Naruto explained. Why don't you want to talk about it? Zabuza asked. Because it is supposed to be a secret, Naruto said. A regular secret or top secret? Zabuza asked. Top secret, Naruto quickly answered. Damn it, that's the worst kind, Zabuza cursed. He then asked, why is it so secret? I can't tell you that where everyone can hear because that information is classified, Naruto answered. Classified as what? Zabuza asked, clearly enjoying himself. Classified as something I can't tell you. Now stop fishing for information when I already said I'll tell you later, Naruto practically yelled. After a brief pause, Zabuza asked, what information do you think we're fishing for? Okay, that wasn't even a good attempt, Naruto said. Yeah, I've got to agree with him, Zabuza-sama, Haku said. Seriously, I thought you were part of Kiri's Black Ops, Naruto said, embarrassed for the Jonin. Hey, when did this become about me? Zabuza asked. Look, I'm sure this seems strange and I promise I will tell you as soon as we get to the apartment, but for now you'll just have to bear with it, Naruto told them as they continued on their way. All right, I give up. What's wrong with it? Zabuza asked after a thorough examination of the apartment. The problem isn't with the apartment. The problem is that I lived here, Naruto told him. All right then, what's their problem with you? Zabuza asked. What do you know about Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. I know that the Yonde Mizukage was one, and I guess that question means that you are one too, Zabuza responded. Yeah, I am, Naruto said. Haku, I notice you don't seem shocked by any of this, Zabuza said. I already knew from Naruto-san's strange technique, Haku explained. Okay, so other than you having lived here, there is nothing else we should know about this place? Zabuza asked. Not that I'm aware of, Naruto answered. All right then, it's a little smaller than we're accustomed to, but it works for what we need it for, don't you think, Haku? Zabuza asked. Sure, Haku said, uncertain of how to answer. Okay, I really thought this would take a lot longer. Do you two need anything, or will you be all right? Naruto asked, unsure of what else to say. I'm fine, Naruto-san, Haku answered. I'm good, Zabuza said. Okay then, Naruto said as he made his way out the door. As soon as Naruto was gone, Haku said, Zabuza-sama, I'm not sure I understand why Naruto-san's being a Jinchuriki would stop people from moving into this apartment. I don't know, maybe they think they'll catch Jinchuriki, Zabuza responded, although he felt stupid even suggesting such a thing. After Naruto left his old apartment, he found that he had no idea what to do first. Should he look for Hinata or should he head home in the hopes of seeing Irika and Anko? After giving the matter some thought, he realized that it was still too early in the day for either Irika or Anko to be home, and he had no idea whether or not Hinata was out on a mission. Well, I suppose some training wouldn't hurt, Naruto thought, realizing that he had not created any new jutsu since before the fight on the bridge. As he was trying to think of ideas for new jutsu that could be useful, he came across a familiar face. Naruto-kun, I see you have returned, came the friendly voice of Ichiro. Ichiro Jiji, how are you? Naruto asked. I have been well, Naruto-kun. How was your mission? Ichiro asked. It went well, all things considered. If you have some time, I would love to tell you about it, Naruto told the elderly monk. I think I would like that, Naruto-kun. I was just going for a walk through Konoha and you are welcome to join me, Ichiro offered. Sure thing, Jiji. Now about my mission, Naruto began. And that's it, Ichiro Jiji. Now we're just waiting to see what Kiri does, Naruto finished. I'm proud of you, Naruto-kun. You helped a country in need and created new techniques while you were at it, Ichiro said. Thanks, Jiji, but I know that choosing to continue the mission was irresponsible. My team and I weren't ready. The only thing that saved us was luck, Naruto admitted. Perhaps, but I think that mission was good for you, Naruto-kun, and I think you were good for Wave. Most ninja would try not to get emotionally involved in the plight of a nation. Most ninja would have just completed the mission. You not only connected with the people of Wave, you reminded them that they can stand on their own, Ichiro explained. I didn't think of it that way, Naruto said. That being said, I think it would be best if you build up your jutsu repertoire and polished your skills before you take on a mission like that again, Ichiro said. Yeah, I was hoping you could help me with that, Gigi. I was wondering what you could tell me about darkness, Naruto stated. That is a difficult topic, Naruto-kun. Darkness is mysterious. Some see it in destructive and violent acts. Some see it as a corrupting agent. It can be an all-consuming void, but to most it obscures and conceals, Ichiro explained. I think I can work with all of those. Arigato Ichiro Gigi, Naruto said gratefully. You are very welcome, Naruto-kun, but I am not sure what it is that I did, Ichiro responded. I'll show you when I finish with the jutsu, but that explanation helped me out a lot, Naruto said. Very well, Naruto-kun, but for now I think it would be best if you headed home. It is late in the afternoon and I must meet up with the other monks, Ichiro said. You're right, Gianni Ichiro Gigi, Naruto said as he left the elderly monk. It's probably for the best if I don't rush this one. It's going to be 3 parts established techniques and 1 part uncharted territory, Naruto thought as he made his way home. What exactly were you hoping to create? Kurama asked. I was thinking of trying the darkness as a corrupting agent angle first. I think it would be the most useful in combat. An opponent's ninjutsu or some bunshins are headed for me. I corrupt it and send it back at my opponent. It just sounds cool, Naruto explained. How exactly do you plan to corrupt a projectile ninjutsu or bunshin? Kurama asked. I think a good place to start would be by forcing my chakra into one of my opponent's jutsu, Naruto told his partner. So you're going to create some cross between medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, and the Hyuga clan's jukin, and then use it on ninjutsu that has already been performed. That is completely insane. I love it, Kurama said. Yeah, but I need to know more about jukin and medical ninjutsu before I attempt to do it. And I think it would be best if I used a projectile to corrupt a projectile, like a senbon made of darkness or something, Naruto thought. Well, it sounds like you have some idea of what you need to do. Just don't neglect those other projects of yours, Kurama said. I won't. Don't worry, Naruto responded just as he arrived at his front door. Upon entering, he heard a familiar voice say, Naruto-kun, right before a blur tackled him. It's good to see you too, Hinata-chan. I hope I didn't make you worry too much, Naruto said once he got a good look at his assailant. Oh no. No was worried about you. You just took 2 weeks longer than you should have, Anko said sarcastically. What kept you, Naruto? Arika asked, getting to his feet and helping Hinata to hers. Naruto said, we should probably go sit down somewhere because this is going to be a long story. 26. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Guess who's coming to Konoha? At the Namikaze's home. How long has she been yelling? Naruto asked. About a half hour, I'd say, Kurama answered. Both of them were shocked by how long Anko could carry on. As soon as Naruto had finished his story, Anko had screamed, "Dumbass!" and started off on a tirade about how reckless he had been. Did you even think about US before you decided to continue that mission? You had Hinata worried sick, and when she's upset, we're upset. If you ever do anything that's stupid again, I will kick your ass so hard blood will shoot out of your eyes. Anko finished. Her chest was heaving as she tried to catch her breath. I'm sorry, Anko-ne-chan, was all Naruto said in response. With that, Anko broke down in tears and enveloped her precious Otuto in a hug. Irika and Hinata, deciding that it was safe, finally came out of the corner they were hiding in while Anko was yelling. As he approached his fiancée and his little brother, Irika said, "It's fine that you're sorry, Naruto, but you need to be more careful. I just thought helping Wave was the right thing to do," Naruto said in his defense. "Well, everything worked out for everyone, so I guess it's all right," Irika said. Hinata, who had remained silent until now, waited until Anko let go of Naruto and stepped in front of him wearing her best Hyuga glare. Gulp. Yes, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Don't ever poke. Make me poke. Worry like that. Poke. Again poke. Hinata ordered, jabbing Naruto in the chest with her index finger in order to get her point across. Yes, dear, Naruto said meekly. A few days later, in the middle of Training Ground 7, Naruto sat contemplating his most recent idea, a ninjutsu to corrupt other ninjutsu. As soon as he was certain that Hinata was no longer upset with him, he ran his idea past her and what he thought he needed to get it done. So for the past couple days he had been studying chakra theory, ninjutsu, genjutsu theory, medical jutsu theory, as well as practicing molding darkness into a senbon. He thought it would be wise to test this technique on a bunshin-type jutsu first, as it would be less dangerous than having a projectile ninjutsu coming at him. He was shaken from his musings by his girlfriend's arrival. "I'm here, Naruto-kun," Hinata announced. "Thanks for coming, Hinata-chan," Naruto responded. "Are the others here yet?" Hinata asked. "Not yet. I gave Zabuza the directions, but I don't kin. Oh, here they are," Naruto finished as his Mu barrier blocked a downward swipe for Zabuza's sword. "Damn it, so close," Zabuza lamented. "Zabuza-sama, your sword is repaired and we owe Naruto-san our lives. I really don't see why you felt the need to do that," Haku said as he arrived like a normal person. "Yes, but don't forget that he is the reason my sword needed repaired in the first place," Zabuza countered. "Let it go, Haku-san. The only way I could get Zabuza-san to help was the promise of opportunities to humiliate and or beat the shit out of me in the event that none of my tests work," Naruto explained. "Tests of what exactly?" Haku asked. "If Zabuza-san would be so kind as to create some Mizu bunshins, I'll show you," Naruto said. Remembering his manners, Naruto said, "I'm sorry. I haven't introduced you to my girlfriend, Hyuga Hinata." "Hello, Hinata-san. I am Haku," Haku greeted. "You sure you want your girl to watch you screw up?" Zabuza asked. "I've seen it. Naruto-kun is actually quite cute when he pouts," Hinata said. "I could have done without that first part. I guess she's still mad at me," Naruto thought. "Could we get started, please?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, sure. What do you need me to do?" Zabuza asked. "I need you to make a Mizu bunshin and I need Hinata-chan to activate her Byakugan," Naruto said. "Why the Byakugan?" Haku asked. "My reasoning is that for this technique to work, I need to affect the chakra in bunshin. Since I can't see the chakra holding the bunshin together, I need Hinata-chan to tell me if my chakra is having any effect." Naruto tried to explain. "Yeah, I didn't get a word of that," Zabuza said. "I'm trying to create a technique that corrupts an opponent's jutsu. Hinata-chan is here to tell me if my chakra is doing that, and because she and I have been pioneering these new nature transformations together," Naruto said. "And she's my girlfriend. I like spending time with her," Naruto added silently. "I love spending time with you too, Naruto-kun," Hinata said sweetly as if reading his mind. "Okay, if you two don't stop right now, then I'm gonna leave," Zabuza said. "All right. Could you please make a Mizu bunshin, Zabuza-san?" Naruto asked. "Done and done," Zabuza said as a Mizu bunshin appeared close to the pond. "Hinata-chan, if you would?" Naruto asked. "Of course, Naruto-kun," Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan. Once all the prep was done, Naruto gathered darkness laced with chakra and formed it into a senbon. With a flick of his wrist, he threw it and hit the Mizu bunshin in the shoulder. At first nothing happened, leading Zabuza to conclude that the first test was a failure. "Well, that was a waste of time. Thanks for dragging me out here, kid," Zabuza said. Hinata-chan, did you notice anything happen?" Naruto asked. "Something happened to the chakra inside the bunshin, but I don't know if it did anything," Hinata told her boyfriend. Haku, who had been silent for a while, chimed in with a suggestion. "Try giving it a command." "What?" was Naruto's intelligent response. "See if the bunshin will listen to you instead of Zabuza-sama," Haku explained. "Okay. Or attack the big guy with no eyebrows," Naruto sort of commanded. The bunshin heard and obeyed. It raised its sword and slashed at the original Zabuza, who dodged and quickly dispatched his doppelganger. "I don't appreciate that no eyebrows comment, you little shit," Zabuza said. "Well, now's your chance for payback. I need you to send a Mizu bunshin to attack me this time," Naruto responded. "Oh, I'll send Mizu bunshins, all right," Zabuza thought as he made several Mizu bunshins and sent them after Naruto. "And he's pissed, great. I wanted to try multiple bunshins after the next test, but oh well," Naruto thought as he formed more dark senbon and proceeded to throw them at Zabuza's bunshin. All those gathered saw how the clones reacted, but Hinata was able to see much more than that. From Hinata's perspective, the bunshins seemed to jerk violently as Naruto's chakra seeped into their system. As soon as the chakra finished circulating and the bunshins regained control of their movements, they turned on their creator, who once again dispatched them. "Are we done yet?" Zabuza asked, not appreciating being used as a guinea pig. I just want to test one more thing, Zabuza-san. I need you to send some projectile ninjutsu my way, Naruto told him. I'd love to see you turn this on me. Suetun, Tepidama. Zabuza called out as he pulled down his mask and spit out a giant ball of water at Naruto. Naruto tossed a few of his dark senbon at the jutsu, but nothing seemed to happen as the heat took the projectile right in the chest. Ugh! Naruto grunted as the jutsu threw him a foot backwards. Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she rushed to his side. Once she helped him up and made sure he was okay, she shot a glare at Zabuza. Hey! He's knew what he was getting into, Zabuza defended. He's right, Hinata-chan. Cough. I knew this would be the hard part, Naruto said. Did my technique have any effect at all? Naruto asked. I could see something happening, but by the time your chakra became noticeable in the jutsu, you were already on your back, Hinata explained. I didn't expect a senbon to have much effect on a projectile. But that's still disappointing, Naruto said. A senbon maybe, try more, Haku suggested. That might work. Hit me again, Zabuza-san, Naruto said as he readied a few dark senbon. Don't tell me what to do, kid. Suetun, Tepidama, Zabuza called out. Naruto threw all of his dark senbon at the speeding ball of water, and it seemed to have some effect. The water seemed to slow down and shift direction before it just exploded. Well, that seemed to do something, but I guess I'm going to need something different than dark senbon, Naruto said flatly. You should still be proud, Naruto-kun. I thought what you did with the bunshins was impressive, a kind, elderly voice said. The voice belonged to none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who approached from the direction of the memorial stone. Thanks, Gigi. I expect to do a lot with Meitun. Ashiku? Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. What brings you out here, Hokage-sama? Hinata asked. I wanted to inform Zabuza-san and Haku-san personally that I received a reply from Kiri, the Sandaime said. And? Zabuza asked. It would seem the Mizukage herself will be paying us a visit to get you, Hiruzen responded. Oh hell, Zabuza said. I think it's sweet that she wants to see you that badly, Hinata said. You obviously don't know Mei, Zabuza said. She's gonna be pissed, huh? Naruto asked. Like you wouldn't believe, Zabuza answered, hoping he would survive his encounter with Terumi Mei. 27. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Mr. and Mrs. Mizukage. Konoha Main Street. It had been 2 weeks since the message from Kiri had arrived, and it was the day Zabuza had been dreading. Terumi Mei and her delegation had arrived in Konoha and had asked for Zabuza and Haku. The Mizukage had also expressed a desire to meet with Team 7, wanting to meet those who had done what Kiri Tracker Nin could not do. Zabuza-san, you're seeing this woman for the first time in years, and you look like you're walking to your execution. Why is that? Naruto asked as he, Team 7, Haku, and Zabuza made their way towards the Hokage mansion. My most likely ex-fiancée is going to be there, and she is going to be pissed. Not only that, but she is one of the most powerful women in Mizu no Kuni. Add to it, she has 2 Kekii Genkai, Yotan and Futon, which she will probably use on me the second she sees me. So yes, I look like I'm walking to my execution because that may be exactly what I'm doing. Zabuza ranted. Aha! So what's everyone else doing today? Naruto said, unfazed. On the plus side, if Mei kills me or lets me come back, at least I won't have to deal with this maniac, Zabuza thought, weighing his options. Have you thought about what you're going to say, Zabuza-san? Sakura asked. I think I'd rather hear what everyone else is doing today, Zabuza said. As the group was walking, they heard whispers, most of which were about how attractive the Mizukage was. Did you get a look at her? Kiri is lucky to have such a babe as their Kage. I managed to get a picture. I want a copy. Well, Zabuza-san, you may not be too thrilled that Mei-sama came to get you, but every man we've passed sure is, Naruto said. Getting no reply, Naruto turned to where Zabuza had been only moments before to find him gone. Hey, where did he go? Naruto asked. Look behind us, Haku said. Every man who had made a comment about Terumi Mei now looked as though they had been mauled by some wild animal. After a few seconds, a civilian villager came running towards Naruto and his group with Zabuza walking briskly behind him. Looking over his shoulder, the man said, Please, I didn't know that she was your fiancée. Please don't hurt me. Give me the camera and I might consider it, Zabuza said evenly as he easily caught up with the man. Here, I can go now, right? The man asked. As soon as you get up, sure, Zabuza said. What do you, The man started to ask before Zabuza brought the camera down on his head, knocking him out and breaking the camera. Next, Zabuza grabbed the film and destroyed it. Ha, I never took Zabuza for the jealous type, Kakashi said. Well, no man likes having other men ogling his girlfriend, or fiancé, or whatever their relationship is at this point, Naruto said. So if Sasuke started to ask. As if reading his mind, Naruto said, No. If they had been talking about Hinata, I would have killed them. It's terrifying that he said that so casually, the group thought as the group continued on its way. The Hokage mansion. Given that they were hosting foreign dignitaries, it was no surprise that the security was tight at the Hokage mansion. As the group approached the Sandame's office, they were stopped by two ANBU, one in a bear mask and one in a boar mask. Naruto said, Momochi, party of 6. Smartass, Boar said. Boar, Bear admonished. Turning back to the group, Bear said, They are expecting you, all at once? Good. I would feel better with more witnesses, Zabuza told them. With that, the group entered the Hokage's office. Inside was, of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but there were 3 others. One was a woman with green eyes and ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. She was also wearing a blue dress. This was clearly Terumi Mei, as she was the only woman in the room. With her were 2 men, a young man with short, tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He also has pointed, shark-like teeth. He wore square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pinstriped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. The other was a middle-aged man with blue hair which is styled in a moosed-up manner. His left eye was blue and his right eye was covered with an eye patch. He also wore the standard striped, gray suit with a green haori that had white trimmings that stop halfway down, over them. The other most noticeable feature that this man possessed were the talismans he wore on each ear. Team 7, Zabuza-san, Haku-san, this is the Godame Mizukage, Terumi Mei. The taller man is Ao and the younger man is Chojuro, Hiruzen said, introducing the Kiri delegation. It's an honor to meet you, Naruto said as he bowed. A pleasure, Sakura said. You honor us with your presence, Kakashi said, although slightly warily. We've met, Zabuza said. Nice to see you too, Zabuza, Mei responded. Looking over to Team 7, Mei said, Are these the talented ninja who finally caught you? Okay, one, I came willingly. Second, it was mostly that blonde mental patient that convinced me, Zabuza explained. Given his background, I believe that Naruto's sanity is well within acceptable deviations. For now, Hiruzen said. Wow, what a ringing endorsement. I am filled with confidence, Zabuza replied sarcastically. And I'm standing right here, Naruto reminded them. That got a laugh out of all those present. Well, I'm grateful. I believe that Hokage Dano said your name was Naruto? Mei asked, waiting for a proper introduction. Uzumaki Naruto, Mizukage-sama. These are my teammates Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura and our Jonin-sensei, Hatake Kakashi, Naruto said. I like him, Hokage Dano. I may just invite him to come to Kiri, Mei said. Looking back over at Zabuza and Haku, Mei asked, Who is that with you, Zabuza? This is Haku. Zabuza started. I'm his to dash, Haku started. He's my son, I sort of adopted him before I had to run, Zabuza said like it was no big deal. This statement had visibly stunned both Haku and Mei though. Zabuza-sama, thank you, Haku thought, touched. Oh, you poor boy. I know how difficult Zabuza and be, Mei said. Better difficult than paranoid, Zabuza countered. Chojuro leaned over to Ao and asked, Should we say something? Ao responded by whispering, You can. I'm actually enjoying this. Paranoid? How am I paranoid? Mei asked, offended. Now let's just hold on, Hiruzen said, trying to calm the two down. Who's the old one? Mei asked angrily. Thanks for making my point, Mei, Zabuza said. Everyone but Zabuza. Get out, Mei said quietly but still sounding pissed. But this is my office, Hiruzen said. Out, Mei shouted. Kicked out of my own office. I don't believe this, Hiruzen complained as he left with the others. It had been 10 minutes. Neither Mei nor Zabuza had come out of the office and everyone was starting to get nervous. Whatever is going on in there has been going on for a while. Someone should check on them, Chojuro suggested. Well, it is Gigi's office, Naruto pointed out. His implication was met with approval by almost all those present. That works. Yeah, he's right, Hokage-sama. The boy makes a good point. All right, Hiruzen said, cutting the rest off. He unlocked his office door and went inside. A minute later, the door opened and Hiruzen asked for Kakashi and Ao to join them. For more minutes had passed before the door opened again and the group was treated to a smug-looking Zabuza, a happy Mei, a visibly disturbed Hiruzen, and a bewildered Kakashi and Ao as well as a trashed office. What happened? Naruto asked. He wasn't the only one who wanted to know. The whole group was confused. The short version is, I came in. They were making out in my nearly destroyed office and demanded a quickie marriage with Kakashi and Ao serving as witnesses if you haven't already guessed. I don't want to think about what happened before that, Hiruzen said. And I am going to have my office sterilized or burned just to be safe, you can be sure of that, he thought. We'll be extending our stay if it's all right with you, Hokage Dano, Mei said, leaving no room for argument. But who will run Kiri? Naruto asked. Ao, Chojuro, could one of you be a deer and send a message home saying we'll be here a while longer while we work out an alliance treaty? Mei asked, even though it was clearly an order. Hi, Mizukage-sama, they said as they both took off to send word to Kiri. Hokage Dano, can we start the negotiations in a few days? Konoha has given me a husband and a son, and I don't want to give away too much because of my good mood, Mei said. That will be fine, Hiruzen said. I need the time to clean this office. After Mei and Zabuza left, Naruto asked, what the hell just happened? 1 week later, true to her word, Mei had met with Hiruzen to work out a treaty between Kiri and Konoha. The signing was one of the biggest events Konoha had seen in years and everyone had gathered outside of the Hokage mansion to celebrate it. Hiruzen, Team 7, the Kiri delegation, Haku, Zabuza, and the recently released Demon Brothers stood at the top of the Hokage mansion central tower while Hiruzen addressed the village. And let the signing of this treaty signal a new era of cooperation and friendship between our two villages, Hiruzen finished. Once his speech was finished, both he and Mei signed the treaty and a resounding cheer came from everyone gathered. Once that had died down, Mei stepped forward to speak. As the people of Kiri will tell you, since becoming Mizukage, it has been my fondest wish to show the world that the days of the bloody mist are a thing of the past. I must admit that I haven't been too sure how to go about this, but thanks to a certain group of your ninja, I believe that I and my village have taken the first step. I would like to take this time to acknowledge this team of Konoha ninja, Team 7 led by Hatake Kakashi. Mei then paused to allow for applause. I was hoping she wouldn't do this, Naruto thought. Haruno Sakura, Mei continued. More applause. I'm sure she means well, Kurama said in an attempt to console his human partner. Uchiha Sasuke. This was met with the loudest applause yet, and a few cheers of, Sasuke-kun, ugh. Let's get this over with, Naruto thought, dreading what was about to happen. And last, but certainly not least, Uzumaki Naruto, Mei announced as she herself started to applaud. After a few seconds, the villagers seemed to come around to the idea and joined in. I didn't expect this, maybe some quiet applause so they didn't seem rude, but not this, Naruto thought. He looked over and caught Mei's eye. To his surprise, the Godame Mizukage winked at him. Naruto, I think she did this just for you. I think she's trying to get them to warm up to you, Kurama said, putting the pieces together. Ah, she's a real sweetheart. I guess Zabuza must have told her about you, and here I thought he didn't like me, Naruto thought. Later, at Konoha's main gate, the Kiri ninja, Team 7, the Sandaime, and Hinata had gathered to say their goodbyes. Once Haku had explained that Hinata was a friend, Mei, who had taken to her role as stepmother surprisingly quickly, requested that the Hyuga heiress see them off so Haku could say goodbye to all of his friends from Konoha. We thank you for your hospitality, Hokage Dano, and it has been fun, but we need to head back to Kiri, Mei said. I understand, Mizukage Dano. It was an honor having you, and I'm glad that our two villages are finally allies, Hiruzen said. I'm a little impressed that it all happened so quickly, Naruto said. Well, Hokage-sama and Mei-sama are both fair people, Haku said. Once Mei made a throat-clearing noise, Haku revised his statement. I mean, Hokage-sama and Ka-sama are both fair people. It doesn't hurt that both of us wanted this, Mei added. Well, Zabuza, Haku, I'm glad I got to meet you both and I hope you enjoyed my company as much as I enjoyed yours, Naruto said. It was a pleasure meeting you both, Hinata agreed. I'm going to miss all of you, you've all been very good to us, Haku said sadly. Yeah, sure, whatever, Zabuza said, uninterested. He's weeping inside, I assure you, Mei told the genin. With that, the ninja of Kiri turned and began their long trek home. Once they were out of sight, Hiruzen turned to Kakashi and said, You should be proud of your team, Kakashi. They've accomplished more on their first major mission than most ninja accomplish in their entire lives. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how they top themselves, Kakashi responded. Weeks later, it had been over a month since the treaty between Kiri and Konoha had been signed and things had pretty much gone back to normal. Naruto, however, had been moping since Haku and Zabuza left, and although he still went on missions and trained as hard as he ever did, his mood had still been noticeable and Kakashi thought it was time to address it. Naruto, I know you miss your friends, but you can't keep moping like this, Kakashi told him. I'm sorry, sensei. I'm just not good with goodbyes, and I have so few real friends that makes it even harder, Naruto apologized. Tell us how you really feel, Naruto Baka, Sakura deadpanned. You know I care about you guys too, Sakura, Naruto countered. Do we? Sasuke asked. As entertaining as I'm sure this would be, I'd like to talk with Naruto alone for a few minutes, Kakashi interrupted. Once Sakura and Sasuke had gone off to train by themselves, Kakashi said, Naruto, I'm not someone who is good with emotions. I thought that if I gave you enough time, then you would be able to deal with it on your own. Kami-sama, I'm a hypocrite. But instead of dealing with it, you've just been going through the motions of daily life, and I'm worried about how it's affecting you and your squad mates. I know I've been mopey, Kakashi-sensei. Haku's background was so similar to my own that he was one of the few I could actually consider a kindred spirit. But I've also had a lot on my mind. My training with Zabuza and Haku hit a snag before they left, and now it seems to be on an indefinite hold, and I think I may be bored, Naruto told his sensei. I suppose after that mission everything else would seem boring. But you know it has to be done, Kakashi told him. I know, but I still wish something exciting would happen, Naruto admitted. Spying a falcon circling above the training field, Kakashi said, Well, Naruto, you might just get your wish. 28. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Exam Prep. Konoha Business District. It had been 10 minutes since Kakashi had dismissed his genin team and went off without an explanation, and Team 7 had decided not to go their separate ways. Rather, Sakura was following Sasuke and Naruto happened to be headed in that direction hoping to grab some ramen at Ichiraku's. What do you two think is going on? Last time Kakashi-sensei gave us a half-day was… I don't think we've ever had a half-day, Naruto said. We're ninja, Dobe, we don't have half-days, Sasuke commented. It's the middle of the day and Kakashi-sensei dismissed us. What do you call it? Naruto asked. Naruto, don't start. It's probably nothing anyway, Sakura said, feeling a headache coming on. Before Naruto could respond, he notices what looked like, if one was being generous, a rock. One would have to be very generous indeed, for it looked like a white box with eye holes. Deciding that it would be more painful to ignore the rock, and not wanting to disappoint whoever was inside, Naruto said, If you three want me to spend time with you, just ask. You don't have to disguise yourselves. Using the loosest definition of disguise, of course. Kurama, don't be a dick. Just what I'd expect from my rival. The rock stated proudly before it exploded in colorful smoke. When that smoke cleared, there were 3 small children in place of the rock. One was Konohamaru and the 2 others were his friends Moegi and Udon. Moegi was a small girl with orange hair done up into 2 large pigtails and sported what appeared to be, to Naruto at least, a perpetual blush on her cheeks. Udon was a sleepy-looking boy with short brown hair and glasses. He also always seemed to have snot dripping out of his nose. The most distinctive characteristic of these children was that in addition to their regular clothes, they also had miniature versions of the coat that Ichiro gave Naruto many months ago. This group of children called themselves the Konohamaru Army Corps. After they performed an over-the-top introduction, Naruto addressed them again. Guys, I'm not going to forget who you are. The intro isn't always necessary. Ah, but it's awesome, Konohamaru pouted. Moegi and Udon just looked sheepish. They had realized a while back that sometimes it was just fun to humor their friend. Shouldn't you kids still be in class? It's the middle of the day, Naruto queried. We had a half day for some reason, Moegi answered. Ninja don't get half days, he says, Naruto said, remembering what Sasuke had said just a short while ago. Academy students don't count Naruto, Sakura said. When the children had appeared, Sasuke and Sakura had gone on ahead, but after losing sight of Sasuke, Sakura decided to head home and her path took her right back to where Naruto was speaking with the young ninja in training. Nichan, play ninja with us, Konohamaru said, getting tired of waiting. Okay, Naruto said, trying to pacify the small boy. If the academy had a half day, it's not like I can go home for a while anyway, Naruto added mentally. Why not? Kurama asked. Ankone had today off and I don't want to get there after Iraken gets home, Naruto explained, shuddering at the thought. Prude, you aren't even related to either of them. Ugh, sick. What? I don't think of them as my brother and sister. Are you all right, Naruto and I? Udon asked, noticing Naruto shaking his head for seemingly no reason. Yeah, just a headache, Naruto answered. A nine-tailed, talking headache, he added, taking a shot at Kurama, who chuckled in response. A ninja playing ninja? Sakura asked skeptically. What about it? Naruto asked in response. Don't you find it a little embarrassing to be playing ninja when you are, in fact, a ninja? Sakura asked. Not really. I happen to like these kids, Sakura, and I would appreciate it if you would stop taking your bad mood out on me in front of them, Naruto told her as he turned to lead the kids to the park. Sakura may have been getting better, but from time to time she still acted like a brat. She's not very nice, Moegi commented. I see why you wanted Hinata on your team, Nichan, Udon said. Most of the time Sakura is okay. Now come on, let's go to the park so we can. Naruto started. Okay? She's mean, has that massive forehead, and is flat-chested. What about her is okay? Konohamaru asked, cutting Naruto off. Die. We are now all going to die unless we run like hell, Naruto yelled as he tried to hurry the kids along. Not aware of the danger he had put himself and his friends in, Konohamaru started to ask, why, what's wrong, man? As he turned and saw Sakura headed right at him with murder in her eyes. Konohamaru then broke into a run and separated from the pack before rounding a corner. Unfortunately, he was not paying attention to where he was going and bumped into someone. This someone was a boy about a year older than Naruto. He didn't have many noticeable features due to his clothes. He was wearing a puppeteer's outfit. Really, the only defining features he had were the purple war paint on his face and a Hittite on his forehead with a symbol of another village on it. With him was a girl a little bit older than Naruto, probably about Haku's age. She wore the same Hittite as the boy, only around her neck similar to how Hinata always wore hers. She had sandy blonde hair and 4 pigtails, teal eyes, and wore a purple battle kimono with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. Perhaps the most interesting features about these two were that they carried things on their back. The boy, an object wrapped in bandages, and the girl carried a large steel fan. Ninja from Suna? What could they be doing here? Naruto thought. Maybe it has something to do with the Kakashi dismissing you early, Kurama suggested. Well, either this is the worst invasion in the history of the 5 great nations, and I'm guessing that it is not, or it's time for the Chunin exams. That second one explains why the kids got out early too, Naruto thought. You realize what this means, right? Kurama asked. Yes. It means if I went home there is almost no danger of walking in on Iraken and Ankone. Best news I've had all day, Naruto answered. Naruto, Kurama said in a warning tone. I'm kidding, sort of. But Team 7 can't try for a promotion without Kakashi-sensei's recommendation. I would like the opportunity though, Naruto responded before he was pulled from his inner conversation by a voice. That hurt, kid, the boy said as he stared down at Konohamaru before he picked him up by his shirt. Sakura, who had been right behind the group and stopped when she saw the 2 foreign shinobi, said, I'm sorry. This happened because of me. Hoping that the puppeteer would put Konohamaru down. Kankuro, don't start anything, the girl begged. Temari, you know I hate cocky punks like this kid. The boy, Kankuro responded. Cocky? What the hell is he talking about? Kurama asked. Not sure, but I'll bet it's worth remembering, Naruto answered. Nichan, help! Konohamaru screamed, breaking Naruto from his thoughts. Konohamaru? Do you trust me? Naruto asked. What? Sakura and the children asked incredulously. Naruto, now is not the time for Sakura started. Just trust me. That boy will not harm Konohamaru, Naruto stated. Okay. Nichan, I trust you, Konohamaru said, calming down. You think I'm bluffing? I'll show you, Kankuro said angrily as he cocked back his fist and brought it towards Konohamaru. It was right at Konohamaru's nose when it just kept going. The force was enough to cause Kankuro to lose balance and fall. Good lord, you were really going to do it, Sakura said, surprised. Thanks for saving me, Nichan, Konohamaru said, relieved. You're welcome, Konohamaru, Naruto said, smiling. Then turning to Kankuro, he said, You're welcome too. By the way, for what reason could I possibly have to thank you? Kankuro seethed. Kankuro-san, you may be a big shot back in Suna, but you won't get away with attacking children here. And I doubt you want to explain to the Kazekage why you ruined the peace between our two villages by attacking the Hokage's grandson. Naruto explained calmly, as though he were lecturing a 4-year-old about not coloring on the walls. Why you? Kankuro started as he removed the object on his back and set it down in front of him. You're using crow? Here? The girl, Temari, asked in disbelief. No, Temari-san, it is fine. Let him. And then let everyone know that Suna has ninja in their ranks that are so insecure that they react like this when a small child bumps into them by accident, Naruto said, not once losing his cool. You little Kankuro, a voice called out. When he heard that voice, Kankuro turned white as a sheet. Turning to where the voices sourced, the genin and students in the street saw a boy about Naruto's age, standing on the underside of a branch. This boy had red hair in a style similar to Naruto's, dark rings around green eyes, and strangest of all, what looked to be a red tattoo. It was a kanji that read love on the left side of his forehead. The boy was dressed in a black bodysuit with an open neck, t-shirt-like sleeves, and almost full-length leggings. He wore a white cloth over his right shoulder to his left hip and wore a leather strap opposite the way he wore the cloth. Attached to the leather strap was a giant gourd. Naruto, however, was able to notice something about this boy that the others could not. Such hatred and this feeling of loneliness. I sense something else coming from him, but I don't think he's the one feeling it. Is he a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked himself. Kurama had the answer though. Shikaku, damn it, know something I don't? I'm positive that this kid is carrying Shikaku, another Biju, within him. Shikaku is kind of pissed off at me. Why, what did you do? After the old man died, I would say that our strength was determined by the number of tails we had. Shikaku, only having a single tail, didn't exactly appreciate that. That doesn't sound so bad. Around the time the Shodame Hokage captured myself and the other Shikaku had already been captured by the ninja of Suna. I imagine being the only one, the most powerful man in the world, did not need to capture, felt like a kick to the giant tanuki nutsack. Great, red, and I may very well get caught between two Biju and their dick measuring contest. Well, when you say it like that, it sounds dumb. That's because it is dumb. After that, Naruto was shaken from his inner conversation by another conversation. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to our village, the red-haired boy said. But Gaara, this is just a Ms-Kankuro started. Quiet. Or would you rather I kill you? The boy, Gaara, asked. When Kankuro backed down, Gaara turned to the others and said, I apologize for my teammates' actions. Huh. Oh, that water under the bridge, right, Konohamaru? Naruto asked the small student. Yeah, sure, Konohamaru answered. Not sure what to make of this boy who could frighten the other two Suna ninja. I'm sorry about what I said. I just thought that if your teammate wouldn't think of his own pride, he'd at least consider how his actions would reflect on your village, Naruto said, extending his hand in greeting and apology. I am Sabaku no Gaara, Gaara said. However, he would not shake Naruto's hand. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. The girl with the pink hair is my teammate Haruno Sakura. Hi, Sakura said, a little unnerved by the new arrival. And that guy in the tree you were in who has been watching us this whole time is my other teammate, Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, Dobe, Sasuke said, annoyed that his cover had been blown. Sasuke, these three are guests. We should be making them feel welcome, Naruto responded. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, you both interest me, Gaara said before turning around and motioning for his teammates to follow. Good luck with the Chunin exams, Naruto called after them. Gaara turned back and simply said, You're a strange one. Trust me, he's been called worse. A new but familiar voice called out, Haku. Naruto called out, delighted to see his friend again. Haku was flanked by two others. One had silver hair in a top knot with a claymore strapped to his back. His clothes were all black, except for his cloak, which was both black and silver. He was also wearing silver bracelets and earrings. The earrings were mismatched. One had a moon and the other a star. The other was a girl with messy, long, dark blonde hair, very dark wrap around sunglasses, and large headphones. She was wearing a velvet jacket over a black shirt and black pants. Naruto noticed that Haku had to hold out an arm to stop her. Was she not paying attention, or can she not see? Naruto thought before turning to his friend and saying, It's great to see you, Haku. How have you been? Who are your friends? My name is Higure Soliix, the boy with the claymore said before extending his hand, which Naruto shook. He spoke in an even tone. He reminded Naruto of Sasuke, but Naruto had no idea why. Uzumaki Naruto? And your other friend? Naruto asked. Hold on, Haku said before he grabbed one of the headphones and said, Aisu-chan, meet my friend Naruto. Bito Aisu, pleased to meet cha, the girl said as she flashed a peace sign and a large smile. She then went on to say, So you're Uzumaki Naruto? I hear your team is the reason there's an alliance between Kiri and Konoha. We just didn't want Haku-san or Zabuza-san to die. Mei-sama and Hokage-sama worked out the treaty, Naruto said humbly. We're here for the Chunin exam. You guys entering? Aisu asked. We don't know yet. Our sensei hasn't mentioned it yet, Naruto told them. After giving the matter some thought, Naruto turned to teammates and the children and asked, Hey, how about we show our guests around? Focusing on the children, he added, Of course. This means we'll need to play some other time. After checking with Moegi and Udon, Konohamaru said, I guess that's okay. Gaara-san, you and your teammates are more than welcome to join us, Naruto said. Provided that Kankuro guy stays far away from me, Konohamaru piped up. Hey! Kankuro yelled, before Gaara placed an arm in front of him. Gaara looked like he had no idea how to react to this invitation, and it seemed to make Temari nervous. After a while, Gaara just turned and walked away. Okay, some other time then, Naruto called out after him. Thank you for the invitation anyway, Uzumaki-san, Temari said as she and Kankuro followed Gaara. Later that evening at the Hokage mansion, what seemed to be almost every Jonin and Chunin in Konoha was in a large room discussing matters of great importance. Is everyone clear on their roles in this exam? Hiruzen asked. Hi, Hokage-sama, rang out from almost all present. Now, as for who is entering, we have a large number of genin, but we also have 3 rookie teams. Let us now hear from their Jonin senseis and see if they are ready, Hiruzen said. I, Sarutobi Asuma, Jonin sensei of Team 10, consisting of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji, nominate all 3 of my genin to participate in the Chunin exams, Asuma said. I, Yuhi Kurinai, Jonin sensei of Team 8, consisting of Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba, nominate all 3 of my genin to participate in the Chunin exams, Kurinai said, echoing Asuma. I, Hataki Kakashi, Jonin sensei of Team 7, consisting of Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto, nominate all 3 of my genin to participate in the Chunin exams, Kakashi finished. This got most of the other present ninja going. Such was not unheard of, but it was not often that all of the genin squads fresh out of the academy are nominated to participate in the Chunin exams. There were only 3 present in that room that were not fazed by this development. Anko, Irika, and the Hokage himself, and all 3 had the same thought. Well, this will be a Chunin exam to remember. 29. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Pretests. He's late. Again. Sakura seethed. She, Sasuke, and Naruto were on the bridge that Kakashi had appointed as Team 7's meeting spot when they were not training. Once again, Kakashi had told them to meet early in the morning, and once again he was almost 2 hours late. While Sakura was complaining, Sasuke and Naruto were coping in their own way. Sasuke, while annoyed, was managing to wait quietly. And Naruto, okay, looks like I'm done meditating, Naruto said to himself. And I guess I'm done napping, added a groggy Kurama. Yo, you're late, Sakura yelled. Actually, Sakura, for Kakashi-sensei, he's 10 minutes early, Naruto corrected. Must be losing my touch, Kakashi thought. Well, my timing aside, I have something for the three of you, he stated as he pulled out 3 sheets of paper. This caught the Genin's attention, especially when they saw what the papers were. Applications for the Chunin exams? Sakura asked. Exactly, I think the 3 of you deserve a chance. Although whether or not you'll take them is entirely up to you, Kakashi answered. After yesterday, there's no way I'd sit out, Naruto thought, remembering the tour Team 7 and the Konohamaru Corporation gave Haku and his team. Yesterday, before showing Haku's team everything Konoha had to offer, Naruto and his friends decided to head to Ichiraku's. It was still the middle of the day, and Naruto knew that his team at least had not had lunch yet. As they were waiting for their orders, Sakura decided to ask what was on the Konoha citizens' minds. So, we know Haku from the mission to Wave and his time here, but we don't know anything about Isu-san or Solix-san. Could you tell us about yourselves? We are Genin from Kiri, was all Solix said. Come on, Solix, that's no way to treat our new friends, Isu lectured. She continued, I'm from a rather large clan that just recently came out of hiding since Mei-sama became Mizukichi. My poor vision is due to a Kekii Genkai that is the coolest thing you've probably ever seen, but I'm not going to tell you what it is just yet, just in case we face each other in the exams. I will say that my clan's Kekii Genkai can manifest itself in 3 different ways. I became a ninja a few years back, but Solix and I had trouble finding a 3rd teammate, so that's why this is our first Chunin exam. In case my headphones didn't give it away, I like listening to music. Amazing that she did that all in one breath, Kurama commented. Solix comes from a clan too. He wants to be one of the new 7 swordsmen, and he wants to fight Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame, I've heard of him. The Kirigakure no Kaijin who eventually became a missing nin when the Land of Water sought him for plotting to overthrow its government and being involved in numerous assassinations that include another country's daimyo. Right? Naruto asked, garnering looks from Sasuke and Sakura. What? The man's an international criminal. None of this information is hard to find. According to Otasama, Kisame-san was to guard the Cipher Division under orders from his superior, Suikazen Fuguki of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. When his group was cornered by Konohinin serving under Marino Ibiki during a mission, Kisame chose to kill the Cipher Division members to keep their intel from being leaked out through Ibiki-san's interrogation, as instructed by Fuguki-san. Eventually, learning that Fuguki-san was selling information to other ninja villages, Kisame-san killed him and took Fuguki-san's sword, Samahata, for himself. Haku added, and Solix-san wants to fight him? Sakura asked, thinking that the idea was suicidal. 2 of the ninja who uncovered the plot that led to Kisame becoming a missing nin were my parents, Solix said. So you're an Avenger too? Sasuke noted. No, as much as I would like him to die by my hand, if someone else were to kill Kisame before I do, I would have no choice but to accept it, Solix started. He continued, I am only human. I cannot change how I feel about the matter, but as a shinobi and a swordsman I should be above things like vengeance. HN, was Sasuke's only response. Enough of this depressing stuff, we should be excited. We get to take part in the Chunin exams, Isu said. Isu, Solix warned. Come on, Solix. Challenging situations, strong opponents, I can hardly stand waiting. Don't forget the different ninja arts that are unique to each village, like Suna's puppetry, Naruto added. Yeah, so let's eat and then finish the tour so we can get ready, Isu said as the food arrived. Just the thought of fighting them or that team from Suna is enough to get my blood pumping, Naruto told Kurama. I suppose if this didn't get you excited, then you have no business being a ninja. My thoughts exactly. Naruto was soon pulled from those thoughts by his sensei's voice. Think hard about whether or not you will be taking part in these exams, but if you do decide to enter, come to the 3rd floor of the academy in 3 days. The time? Room number? and any other information you may need are included in those packets I gave you. Remember, this is a decision that you as individuals must make, Kakashi told his squad. What do you think our chances are, sensei? Sakura asked, unable to keep the nervousness out of her voice. After meeting the shinobi from Suna and Kiri, one could not blame the poor girl. I would say you have as good a chance as the other squads, Kakashi answered. Seeing as how that did little to reassure Sakura, Naruto said, Sakura, the three of us are a team. Sasuke and I will support you as much as we can. HNC, he agrees. Naruto's words seemed to help Sakura, and seeing this, Kakashi decided to take his leave. As I said, you three must think hard about whether or not to enter, so you have the time until then to yourselves. With that, Kakashi left via Shunshin. It's been a while, but I think that the Chunin exams requires any applicants be a part of a team of 3, Kurama said. I would be shocked if it didn't, but I think we'll keep that information to ourselves for now. You saw how worried Sakura is. Putting pressure on her certainly won't help. Deciding to go do some individual training, Naruto said, I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely going to enter. I hope to see you guys at the academy. I'll be there, Dobe. Don't worry about that, Sasuke responded. Sure. I'll be there too, Sakura said unconvincingly. Sakura, if you aren't ready, you aren't ready. Don't force yourself, Naruto said before he left. 3 days later, as Naruto made his way to the academy, he thought about the past 3 days. I'm amazed I was able to be so productive. After what happened with Ankone 2 days ago, I'm amazed I was able to focus on training after that. Yes, that was peculiar. Even more peculiar was that the Sandaime got involved and he seemed very grim for some reason, Kurama added. I noticed that, but I was too relieved that Ankone was alright to give the matter much thought. What you did was a neat trick, but I don't see many practical applications for it, Kurama said. We'll worry about what I can do with it later. Right now I'm just grateful for it. With that, Naruto ended his conversation with Kurama and attempted to locate his team. He spotted Sasuke by the entrance. Team, Dobe, think Sakura decided to enter? Yes, I did. Someone needs to keep an eye on you too, Sakura said as she joined her team. I'm hoping to figure a few things out in these exams too, she thought. Now that we're all here, let's go in. As Team 7 made their way to the 3rd floor, they came across a small crowd in front of what appeared to be the exam room. The three knew that this could not be as they had only gone up 1 flight of stairs. Kurama also noticed this and decided to ask the obvious question. Those kids do know this is only the 2nd floor, right? Kurama asked. If they don't, then they aren't ready for to be Chunin, are they? I suppose not. They'd lead their squads into a trap on their first mission, Kurama conceded. An argument broke out in front of the room. Naruto would have ignored it except for the fact that he saw that some familiar faces were involved in the fight. Isn't that Lee and Niji-san? What's going on? Their team wouldn't fall for a genjutsu of this level. Naruto also took notice of who Lee and Akunoichi with her brown hair and buns, his teammate Naruto guessed, were fighting with. Those two look familiar, but why are they here? Actually, hey! Naruto called to the 2 familiar-looking boys. What do you want, kid? The boy with black hair asked. Do you ever wonder why we're here? Naruto asked. The brown-haired boy answered. It's one of life's great mysteries. Gotcha. Did you guys get demoted or something? What happened to guarding the gate? Naruto asked. See, even he thinks it's a lame job, the boy with black hair said. Shut up, Kotetsu, the brown-haired boy replied. Realizing his mistake, he then said, Ah, fuck. With that, the genjutsu was released and the disguised Kotetsu and Izumo fled. It was a good, well, actually no, it was an embarrassingly pathetic effort to thin the Chunin hopefuls. Oh well, let's go guys, Naruto said as he went on ahead. Not our boss, Dobe, Sasuke said. While passing through a large room on their way to their destination, Team 7 heard a voice. Wait! Turning, the team saw Rock Lee. Not that Sasuke or Sakura knew who he was. Hey Lee-san, what was with that display earlier? Naruto asked. Niji-kun thought it wise to scare off the weaker genin since they couldn't see through the genjutsu. I'm afraid I agree. If that was able to stop them, then they had no business being here, Lee explained. I agree. I'm sorry to have ruined that, Naruto said. Quite the contrary. They left after you and your team came up here. They all seemed quite embarrassed. They should. Sasuke chimed in. Oh, where are my manners? Guys, this is Rock Lee. He graduated a year before we did. Lee, these are my teammates Dash, Naruto said before Lee cut him off. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. I know that most people recognize Sasuke, but how do you know Sakura? Naruto asked. Well, you see. Lee trailed off as his face grew red. Oh boy, he does not know what he is getting into, Naruto thought. Ugh. What are you, some stalker? Sakura asked while she shuddered. Simply an admirer, I assure you. Please be my girlfriend. I promise to protect you with my life, Lee declared. No way, no, 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 no. Between stalking me and those weird eyebrows, there is no way, Sakura said, panicking. You don't have to be so adamant about it, Lee said, obviously hurt. Quickly recovering, Lee then said, the real reason I have come is to challenge Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to test my abilities. I suppose I could spare a few seconds, Sasuke said as he stepped forward. Looking at the clock on the wall, Sakura turned to Sasuke and said, we don't have time for this, Sasuke. We'll be late. Don't worry. Like I said, this will only take a few seconds, Sasuke declared smugly. I think Sasuke is right that this won't take long, Naruto said before turning to Lee and saying, if things get out of hand, I will call the match. Of course, Naruto-kun, Lee said as he readied his stance. Dobe, are you saying that I could lose? Sasuke asked. No, Naruto said to Sasuke's satisfaction, before saying, I'm saying you won't be able to touch Lee-san at your current level. That declaration set Sasuke off and sent him charging at Lee, who quickly dodged and countered with kick. Sasuke managed to block, but the impact was enough to knock Sasuke off balance. That was enough of an opening for Lee to follow with a barrage of high and low kicks, the taijutsu technique Konoha Senpu, if what Lee shouted was indeed the technique's name. Battered, but not yet beaten, Sasuke activated his Sharingan in an attempt to see what exactly Lee was doing. If Sasuke's eyes could keep up with Lee, it certainly did not help. Lee continued to control the flow of battle. Sakura could not believe what she was seeing. This stranger was beating her Sasuke-kun like a training dummy and was hardly breaking a sweat. Noticing this, Naruto said, I knew this would happen. As someone who has trained with Lee-san occasionally, I know just how good he is. Then why dash? I did. I told him he couldn't win, but his pride made him accept Lee-san's challenge anyway. That's why I told Lee-san that I would call the match if things got out of hand. Then dash. I haven't interfered because, and I know you don't want to hear this, but Lee-san is still holding back. Sakura, not knowing what to do with this new knowledge, just turned back to the fight, worry present on her face. Lee, deciding that the fight had gone on long enough, leaned back and delivered a swift kick to Sasuke's chin, launching him into the air. Lee soon flipped over and followed Sasuke, positioning himself under Sasuke in the air, his position and posture matching Sasuke, almost like a shadow. Kagebayo, Sasuke said once he recognized the technique. That is correct. I am a shinobi who cannot use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. I intend to prove to the world that hard work can allow one such as myself to surpass the natural talent of a genius, Lee declared as the bandages around his hands and arms unraveled. Okay, that's enough, Naruto said as he summoned interdiction. The ethereal blades extended and attached themselves to Lee and Sasuke. Naruto somehow made his blades more like ropes and whipped both Lee and Sasuke to opposite sides of the room. Sakura managed to catch Sasuke, using a speed that Naruto did not know that she had, while a newcomer caught Lee. Sorry for manhandling your student there, Gai-sensei, Naruto said to the newcomer. Said newcomer was a man who looked like an adult version of Lee in a Konoha flak jacket. You did what you had to do, Naruto-kun. You warned Lee you would stop the match if things got out of hand, the now identified Gai-sensei said. How about you, Sasuke? You get whiplash or something? Naruto asked. Fuck off, Sasuke said as he got out of Sakura's grasp. Yeah, you're fine. I apologize for my youthful student's behavior. Lee sometimes gets overexcited and can't help himself, Gai said, as he put Lee down. Once Lee was on his feet, Gai cocked his fist back and landed a right hook to Lee's jaw before yelling, Lee, you idiot. This shocked Sasuke and Sakura, but not nearly as much as what was about to happen. Gai-sensei, I'm so sorry, Lee said, tearing up. It's all right now, Lee, it's all right, Gai said, before he started to cry with his student. What the foo dash? Sasuke started. It's just how they are. Don't think about it too much, Naruto said. Guy soon dried his eyes and addressed Team 7. So, you three are Kakashi's students. How is my eternal rival? Your eternal what? Sakura asked. My rival. After 99 challenges, I have 50 wins to his 49. Guy said as though it were as obvious as saying that the sun rises in the east. He's fine, Naruto responded, having learned a while back that it was often easier to humor Guy. That's good to hear. I wish you all luck in the Chunin exams. Farewell for now, Guy said as he left via Shunshin. Sasuke-kun, Lee said. I said that I wish to test my abilities, and that much is true. However, you are not who I wish to test them against. This caught Sasuke's interest. He gave Lee a look to continue. There are two individuals who I wish to test myself against. One is a genius like you, and the other is a shinobi like me, out to prove himself, Lee said. Naruto thought he imagined it, but he could have sworn that Lee looked at him when he said that last part. I see, Sasuke said. I do, however, hope to fight you again someday, Lee said before disappearing. Well, Sasuke, I have to hand it to you. You didn't get beat nearly as bad as I thought you would, Naruto said. Shut it, Dobe. I didn't need you to stop the fight, Sasuke said, his wounded pride making itself known. Well, Sasuke, either I stopped the fight or it would have stopped when Lee cracked your skull open, Naruto said, reminding Sasuke of just how badly Lee was beating him. Naruto, what are you trying to say? Sakura yelled. I'm saying he got fucked up and it was his own damn fault. If we go in thinking we're untouchable, we won't make it very far in these exams. I know we won't get through these exams without a fight. I also know that we may run into opponents that are so far above us that we won't be able to escape from them no matter what we do. That's not unique to the Chunin exams, that's the way of life that we chose. We need to act like we are on a mission, or we may as well drop out. We need to decide, are we arrogant brats or are we proud ninja of Konoha? Once Naruto finished, he went on ahead to the examination room, knowing full well that he may have scared off at least one of his teammates and therefore ruined his chance at a promotion this time around. Much to his relief, both Sasuke and Sakura followed him down the hallway to the examination room. To their surprise, Kakashi was waiting there for them. I'm glad that you three are here, otherwise I could not have permitted you three to take the Chunin exams, Kakashi told them. Sensei, I thought you said that we had to decide individually whether or not we would take the exams, Sakura reminded him. Yes, I did. I didn't want any of you pressuring each other if one of you wasn't ready, but Genin must take the Chunin exams as part of a three-man squad. If what Naruto said is any indication, he seems to understand the gravity of what you face quite well, Kakashi explained. It's a serious way of life that doesn't change just because we're taking an exam. I think that is important that we realize now that there is a time for us to act like serious shinobi and a time for us to enjoy being kids, Naruto said. Well said. If I had any doubts about the three of you entering the exams, I don't anymore. Good luck, Team 7, Kakashi said as he stepped aside to let his team enter the examination room. As soon as Team 7 entered the examination room, all eyes turned to them. There were too many Genin teams to count, and they were all glaring at the newcomers. Really wish we had gotten here earlier, Naruto thought. I can't count how many Genin are in this room. Someone could sneak in and no one would be able to notice, Kurama commented. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the exam proctors were counting on that, Naruto responded. Before he could continue his inner conversation, a loud voice shook him from his thoughts. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke had no time to dodge as Yamanaka Ino glomped onto him. I'm so happy to see you. Did you miss me? I missed you, Ino said. One look at Sasuke's face said that he most certainly did not miss her. Damn it, Ino. You're the one who said not to draw attention to ourselves? An annoyed, lazy-sounding voice reminded the girl. The voice belonged to Nara Shikamaru, who, along with Akimichi Choji, approached Team 7. Shikamaru was not the only one annoyed with Ino's actions. Sakura was pissed. Get off of him, Ino pig. Forehead girl. I didn't see you there, Ino responded, aggravating Sakura even more. Naruto, not wanting any part of this, attempted to step off to the side until this display was over. This attempt was ruined by the approach of Team 8, or more specifically, Kiba. Well now, You were taking so long I was beginning to think that you weren't going to show up, Naruto, he said. We got a bit distracted, Naruto said simply. Looking at his girlfriend, Naruto noticed that she seemed a bit nervous. Naruto thought that odd until he remembered something. Of course she's nervous. Niji is here. Wanting to reassure her, he asked, Hinata-chan, is everything okay? I'm all right, Naruto-kun. It's just that when the exams start she began. When the exams start, you will be just fine. Naruto finished for her with a smile. That seemed to work. Hinata seemed more certain of herself after that. Hey, you guys want to stop drawing attention to yourselves? A new voice asked. The voice belonged to a genin who appeared to be slightly older than the rookies. This genin was a young man with silver hair in a ponytail with glasses. His hitayate was worn in the standard headband style, and judging by the symbol on it, he was a genin from Konoha. Who are you supposed to be? Kiba asked. I'm Yakushi Kabuto, and I'm telling you all to keep it down for your own good. Just look around. The young man, Kabuto said. Naruto and the others did as he said and saw that just about every set of eyes in the room were now focused on them. The glares they were receiving promised nothing good. This is your first exam, right? It would be wise of you to lay low. I don't think that this guy has our best interests in mind, Naruto thought. He doesn't. You'll need to check his memories to learn the specifics, but I can say for sure that this guy is attempting to deceive all of you. Kurama responded. Kabuto-san, is this not your first time participating in the Chunin exams? Sakura asked. I think that was implied by what he said. No, it's actually my 7th, Kabuto said, embarrassed. I think that part might be true. Kabuto-san, not to be rude, but if this is your 7th attempt, I doubt anything you could tell us would be very helpful, Kiba said. Even if I trusted this guy, I would agree with that statement. Kiba! Both Sakura and Ino yelled. It's fine. If a stranger approached me and made a claim like that, I would probably say the same thing, Kabuto told them. Kabuto continued. I haven't taken my failures lying down though. I have managed to gather information on the competition and what to expect from ninja from certain villages. This should be good. Check these out. Ninja info cards, my own invention, Kabuto said as he pulled out what looked like a deck of playing cards only blank. I just add a bit of my chakra and it will show you all the info I've managed to gather. Here, I have a map of the elemental nations and how many Chunin candidates they have sent, Kabuto explained as he channeled some chakra into the card he drew. The genin looked as a map appeared on the card. Along with a map, there appeared a number of graphs to illustrate how many ninja from each village were taking the exams. As you can see, the number of candidates from the major villages is quite high and that the number of candidates from the smaller villages, for example Odo, a new village, is much lower, Kabuto explained. I should think that would be obvious, Kurama commented. Do you think that there was a reason he singled out Odo? Naruto asked. I think it's time for you to find out, Kurama said. Wait for it. My cards can show you much more than that. So, do any of you have questions about any of the other candidates? Kabuto asked. Rock Lee from Konoha and Sabaku no Gara, Sasuke said. Good old Sasuke. I had a feeling that he'd come through for us. Well, time to go to work, Naruto thought as he walked over to Kabuto. Let me get a closer look, Naruto said as he tripped. As he stumbled his target, Kabuto went to catch him. As Naruto flailed about, his one hand partially phased through Kabuto and one hand found its way to the ninja info cards. The data you are trying to access has been corrupted, Naruto thought as he channeled some dark chakra into the cards, before he knocked them from Kabuto's grip. I'm so sorry, Kabuto-san. I can be so clumsy sometimes. Your ninja info cards just sounded so fascinating. I wanted a close look at the cards on individuals. Naruto apologized profusely as he gathered up the cards. What was it you were saying earlier about being serious, Naruto? Sakura asked. It's fine. No lasting harm has been done. Andy did pick them all up. Falling on the floor isn't going to damage these cards, I assure you, Kabuto said. What was that? Did Uzumaki Naruto do that? He was one of the few I couldn't get much information on, Kabuto thought. Orochimaru, this could be bad, Kurama said. Yeah, and he's after Sasuke. If I could, I'd send a bunshin out to get this information to Kakashi-sensei or the Hokage, but with all these eyes on us, I doubt I could do it unnoticed. Well, while you wait for a distraction, you may want to check this out, Kurama said. I don't understand. These are the right cards. A little bit of my chakra should reveal the information, Kabuto said, not quite sure what had happened. Aside from Hinata, the others just looked at Kabuto like one looks at a con man that has been found out. Hinata just looked at Naruto. I know that Naruto-kun tripped on purpose. Did he erase the data on those cards too? I'm sure he had a good reason, but I'll have to ask him later. While Hinata was contemplating her boyfriend's actions, Naruto himself was preoccupied with something else. Those Oto genin should be coming over any minute to try and intimidate us and help Kabuto keep up his act. Just as Naruto finished that thought, 3 blurs came charging at Kabuto. One of the blurs, a male genin with most of his face wrapped in bandages, took a swing at Kabuto. Kabuto managed to dodge the attack with ease, or at least that appeared to be the case until the lenses on his glasses cracked. Kabuto had a smug look on his face until he hunched over in pain and began coughing up blood. The Oto genin started to talk up his village, but Naruto was not listening. There had been another victim of the Oto genin's mysterious ability. Ugwa! Make it stop! Kurama screamed. I can't, I'm sorry, Kurama. I can't block out the sound waves. According to Kabuto's memories, that one is Dosu. Before Naruto could continue with his thoughts, a loud, booming voice called out. All right, you worthless maggots. Listen up. I'm Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first exam. If you want to fight like academy students, then get out. A large hulking man in a black trench coat said as he and 4 others appeared. He wore his hitayate like a bandana over his head. As if he was not intimidating enough already, he had a number of scars on his face. When no one left, he continued, all right then, hand in your registration papers and you will each be given a number and a copy of the written exam. Once you have that, take the seat that corresponds to your number and wait for further instructions. Those who attended the academy with Naruto would have expected him to be freaking out over the prospect of a written exam. The smirk on his face would have shocked them, but if they could have heard his thoughts, they would have been even more shocked. Marino Ibiki, Ankone has mentioned him. He may be able to break others, but he won't break me.